You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Couldn't call me, could be sorry rolling. Like whoa, you took all my love like you stole it. Got me like whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So good to know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my. You are my. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my ecstasy. When you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Girl, you done got me. Girl, we saw me rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my. You are my. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Every time you leave, I come down. So girl, you know that I need you around. You are my. You are my ecstasy when you are next to me. Flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky. Hey, don't call me. Don't be sorry, rolling. Like, whoa. You took all my love like you stole it. Got me like, whoa, yeah, whoa. You are my, you are my, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel like I can touch the sky.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to the IGL Weekend Warriors series. My name is Soren. Join me, as always, is Raid, and we are here for the $1,000 prize pool tournament that we have for you guys today. A lot of big teams in the lobbies. We're about ready to go, but first off, Raid, how you feeling today?
Unbelievably excited. It's been a little while since I was last able to do something like this. And so I am so excited to finally be back in this seat, speaking on this mic to everybody that's watching IGL. And I'm excited to see some good gameplay because unfortunately, I haven't been able to keep up with it. So I'm excited to finally be here again.
Yeah, absolutely. And just to start us off at round one is going to be best of threes today for all the different rounds. So starting off round one, we are going to be Nyx versus Team Syndicate, starting off on Ascent, then moving over to Ascent, and then the tiebreaker is Haven. Ascent and Haven, the combination never leaves. But we are
Of
going to be
course.
starting on Icebox. And what are you expecting to see here? Icebox, a little bit more of a unique map as opposed to the others, not so much in the way that it's laid out, but in the way it's played, right?
Yeah, absolutely. And we were just talking about it even before we got on camera here. That we had just recently played in our own competitive matches a triple sentinel game, and sentinels on this map are so unbelievably valuable just because of the kits that they have and the fact that locking down sites and being able to sort of mitigate any pressure or a fast take on a site is amazing. And so, of course, I think what's going to be a little bit more of a linchpin in some of these compositions are going to be whatever the Sentinel pick ends up being. That being said, Viper is also a pretty solid pick here as well. We consistently see it across the board. So that I wouldn't be too particularly surprised either. But to be completely honest, Icebox, I've seen some of the most variety in compositions, so I think anything could come out here.
Yeah, absolutely. I also really do enjoy the triple sentinel pick. And
Mm-hmm.
Chambers, of course, always kind of able to operate as that duelist position, even if they are a sentinel. So it kind of alleviates that. I've seen
Right.
some teams play it recently, but they pick up the Sova rather than a KO, and I think that makes their team a little bit one dimensional. So
Oh,
a little bit out of the box there. And that actually is going to be the Yoru pickup for Team Syndicate almost immediately.
you
It looks
know,
like they might be going double duelist.
absolutely. And besides the double duelist pickup, on the opposite end there, we also have a double initiator. You were just talking about how normally it's KO or Sova, but we're going to see KO and Sova here. Luckily, um, interesting. This is definitely going to be a rather unique composition for both sides here. But very specifically with that Yoru and Jet pick here, I don't think I've seen that in a rather long time. Of course, Chamber being the, sentinel of choice here on Icebox is completely understandable. Whenever that tour de force comes online, he is an absolute menace on the battlefield, and the headhunters in the earlier rounds is also very, very valuable. So I'm not too particularly surprised to see that, but the double initiator and the double duelist on the opposite ends, I'm curious to see how they end up positioning themselves on both halves of this map.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm a little bit thrown off by the jet pick. I mean,
A
obviously
little bit.
The Euro pick is definitely
Hmm.
the most out here we
Of course,
have.
of course.
But I'm intrigued to see what they're gonna do because that's gonna be
Hmm.
a little bit, unusual for us. But the jet, I don't know if I would rather jet or raise here because typically I prefer having a jet in a composition where you aren't going to be running chamber because they both operate very very well with the operator in their hand.
Right, right.
And I think if you're gonna have chamber, I think he's the better opping agent, so
Hmm.
jet kind of falls off in that regard. And I think if you're just relying on jet for that space taking ability, I think you would prefer someone like a neon or a ray. So I'm a little thrown off by that jet pick, but you never know, they might have something in store for us.
Here.
Yeah, absolutely. And I wouldn't be too surprised if Sidro on the jet decided to play with the verticality of this map, considering there's so many different elevations to play with. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. But kicking off this round, I'm excited to see what the aggression coming out from. Oh my goodness, I was going to be talking about Nyx, but then of course, Team Syndicate, Cosmo opening up with an initial pick. That's great. Taking out the chamber is rather unfortunate because you're not going to have any of that stopping power coming from that Sentinel.
Oh, Soapy finds two almost immediately. Sure, they push up through A aggressively. They get that opening pick, but Soapy is there waiting patiently for them. And now Happy is actually able to use that teleport into sight, get them back into the action. They're going to swing around. They're going to take the duel. That right click with the classic is so strong. Shots come out.
One enemy
1v1 situation, and
Happy-
Hydro falls. Happy picks up a 4K in that.
My goodness, there was so much going on in that fight right there that I wasn't exactly tracking who got what kill there, but luckily, the classic right clicks are, of course, some of the most formidable things to come up against, especially in the earlier rounds here in Valorant, because everybody knows it's a little bit more inconsistent, but if you manage to land a couple of those bullets in the head, the stopping power from the classic right click there, shown in full swing from Happy, just completely managed to clear the point in its entirety and almost, dare say, almost on his own, because he wrapped around yellow there and managed to just pick off everybody from behind.
Yeah, absolutely. Very aggressive. And, the ability to be able to just maneuver around the map. There's teleports being able to very quickly rotate. I mean, we saw them rotate from basically attacker
Ooh,
spawn
Happy boy.
into sight. Very, very valuable. Raffy Boy is able to get that opening kill down B long, finds a second, takes a duel for the third, but will have to rendezvous away. Only 20 health left in their back pocket to work for. Huso looks like they might be caught out here, but not quite. The attack is fully stalled out, and now one sitting over in mid, one sitting in the back of A. They're losing space very, very quickly. They're gonna have to do something, and maybe Huso with his headhunter might be able to cause some damage. Finds one, takes a shot, misses the second. Cosmo finds the first, Zydro finds the second. That is the end of the round. A very, very good defense, but that is the anti-eco round. We expected that to go into the way of Team Syndicate.
Most definitely, especially when you're coming across 4 Spectres and a Bulldog in the arsenal for Team Syndicate. Nyx had no expectation of winning that. You might have wanted to put a little bit more hurt on the board there, but like you said, they already expected to lose here. But unfortunately, that does mean that Team Syndicate is going to come away with quite the strong bit of credits in their bank, which means that they're going to be pulling out with Zydro on the Jet and Operator in round 3.
Yeah, that actually might be a huge deal, because sure, they don't have the rifle advantage. Right now, the only other rifle they have is Happy on that Bulldog. But the Operator, we already know how powerful it is. It can completely flip around in the right hands. But that being said, it's a little bit of a glass cannon in this situation. If it goes down early, it might just be a massive waste of money. It might set them behind by a fair bit.
Yeah, absolutely. Luckily, everybody but Zydro on Team Syndicate right now has over 2,000 credits in their bank, which means that even if they lose this, they should be pretty decent in the economy game. But still, at the same time, like you said, if Zydro manages to go down with that operator, that'd be horrible. But luckily, Nick's Joey managing to pick up that first pick there onto Raffy Boy. That is rather unfortunate if you are the defense, losing your chamber initially right after plant. Ooh, that's a lot of lethality down.
Yeah, that Sage Troll getting a lot of value, forcing them back, and Soapy finds the kill through the Viper wall, but there we go, that operator already coming online here as it makes its way on the site, finds the one behind yellow. The tap comes through,
Wait.
but he's actually over half. They're almost got it, but no, it's just not enough time. They pick them off one by one. Huge haunt gives a lot of information, but it's only enough to find it. They need to find the kills as well, and they just aren't able to do it.
Absolutely, and it looks like either Nyx didn't know exactly where the operator was, or they just didn't want to pick it up. Admittedly, you know, there are plenty of teams that aren't too particularly well-versed when it comes to attack operator on Icebox, and it's totally understandable. It's definitely more of a defensive weapon there. But, man, that was a little bit unfortunate. Exactly what you were talking about is that because of the fact that they bought the operator there, you have one person on the side of Team Syndicate that isn't going to have that full buy. Raffy Boy only has in their arsenal a sheriff to their name, so I'm interested to see how they play this defense knowing that they're going to be at a bit of a disadvantage with the weapons on the field.
That being said, it looks like they're going to utilize the Sheriff down B long. Meanwhile, Zydro is watching over towards mid. A little bit of an interesting situation. I think it would almost be better to have that rifle aiming down long, but Raffy Boy does have the rendezvous set up, so they have a free card if they like to use it. They don't get the chance to. Julio immediately removes them from the lobby, though that is not a rifle down, so not the worst situation to be in. And just like that, Sage Wall goes down. They're actually going to push into Snowman. The Sage Wall only does so much, though, as it does fall. Though now 1v4, that rifle advantage really showing its value. Now Cosmo looking like they're resigned to losing the round, is now just going to go hunting for kills.
Absolutely, and I would imagine if you're in Cosmo's shoes, you want to do your absolute best to try and save this, but that's not going to happen. Viper on Viper crime happening right now. That is unfortunate if you are both Team Syndicate and, of course, Cosmo as well. My goodness. Soapy has just been nothing too particularly flashy or anything like that, but has been getting some rather impactful eliminations here.
Yeah, absolutely. I think back to round one where they, they weren't expecting it, but the moment they saw that very aggressive push through a main, they just pulled back. Soapy sat back in the corner and was able to immediately get two. Like you said, nothing flashy, but it was able to pull out at least a few good kills to bring their team a little bit back into it.
Absolutely. I'm interested to see how Nyx decides to take this site, considering they know that they're going to be playing with a little bit more brawn because they have full rifles across the board, but it's not the rifle that gets the kill on Happy. It is, of course, the Headhunter here. The name and the very, very iconic ability coming from Chamber. Man, you got a Headhunter. That's all you need, you know?
Hydro. Ooh, Zydro gets the ink with the Sheriff and finds the kill on the Hydro. Will get spotted out by that Sova drone. It is going to take him out of commission for a little bit, but they do know where Joey is. Keeps him in that corner as well as stuck in that Viper smoke. Soapy is trying to help out their teammate, maybe get them out of this sticky situation, but it looks like this is going to be an A hit. They're running out of time, though. Only 46 seconds to work with. That is going to be the res coming out as well. Puts the advantage back into their hands. They're going to take site very quickly. Soapy's already in through the ropes. Does find one kill almost immediately. Moshi finds the trade, though. Zydro with that. Sheriff has already done so much. Tries to get more, but Moshi coming online themselves finds two in this round. Lights down, but there we go. The rifles find one apiece, and then finally Julio ends it. Moshi able to get 3 in the round, but it's just not enough. The rifle advantage just too much to overcome.
That was nothing short of a slugfest right there. I was talking about the brawn that Nyx was coming in there, considering the fact that they knew that they had rifles across the board, and nobody in Team Syndicate could manage to buy a rifle. So, of course, they had the advantage coming into that round, but nothing could prepare them for Team Syndicate coming through with nothing but a Headhunter and a couple of Sheriffs to their name, managing to deal way more damage than I would imagine anybody expected for that round. Nick's kind of sitting at the edge of their seats, I would imagine, there, making sure that they weren't going to lose all of those rifles. And luckily, they didn't, but still a solid showing for Team Syndicate. And luckily, we are now coming into a much, much more even and balanced playing field with eyes across the board.
Oh, almost like a lateral there. Huso and the side of Nyx have been learning. They're thinking about the strategy. They know that they like to push up to the A-long position, and with that tour de force, they immediately punish it. That is going to be Zydra down almost immediately, but that is also going to be the Viper's Pit invested, only to go down as Happy finds the first kill, Moshi finds the second.
Oh,
Viper's
no.
Pit is gone. Hydra goes down and not showers in the kitchen, and one by one they fall, and the defuse coming out, nothing they can do. Who's needs to cause some damage? They can't. Raffy boy with that operator. Whoa, it looked so promising until suddenly it all collapsed.
Absolutely, Team Syndicate going ahead and getting rifles in their hands definitely look a little bit more promising now. Hopefully being able to balance out this half. It has been pretty back and forth so far. So, you know, like you always say, getting into the meat and potato rounds of Valorant is when everybody has those full buys in the board. And not exactly full buys, with Zydro having to pick up the Stinger, but we've seen just how terrifying a Stinger in the hand of a quick agent can be, so I'm excited to see if, of course, our Jett wants to take a little bit more of an aggressive defense here. Popping those knives right off the bat.
They're going to be pushed back, though. They can hear the push coming through. That is the null command invested as well. So the Blade Storm is not operable. They're already getting set up. There's no one even on A to defend it. They're just spamming through. They try to cause some damage, but that Sage Roll makes it impossible. It is very damaged, though, so it can only take a little bit more. And now Zydro, with this Blade Storm, is looking like they're going to try to make their way, slice their way in the site, but it's going to be tricky. It's a 5v5 retake. So he's going to be spotted in long. Zydro misses the knives, doesn't get the information, and now Huso up on top does just so much. Julio knows where they are, but does not find the kill, but it doesn't matter. Stoppy, again, it's nothing flashy, but it gets the impact they need. That is going to be 4th round pickup for Nyx here as they take the lead, and it is an all-out brawl here. Neither team willing to give up the lead.
Absolutely. That's so unfortunate if you're Zydro, literally dropping and dancing on top of Julio's head, not understanding that, of course, everywhere that you're looking around you, you're not managing to locate where is the Sage that you knew that was there, but unfortunately they were right underneath your foot the entire time. A little bit unfortunate. Nyx should, as they have been previously, the second that they managed to get that rifle up, has been managing to kind of snowball without momentum, so... Oh, looks like they're going to be doing the same thing here.
Cosmo does get spotted there, does go down. Zydro follows here soon in a very similar situation to last round where A is just theirs for the taking. They have the rifle advantage and they also have the man advantage. I was going to say 5v3, but it's now 5v2. Moshi making their way up. They're going to be running into 2, but Ravi Boy with the collateral takes out Huso and takes out Julio in the process. That brings us into a very winnable situation. That's also 2 rifles into their hands. Though Soapy is wrapping around through mid, finds one, and now Raffy Boy all alone, tour de force in hand, can still cause some damage, but is running out of time and running out of room to operate. That Viper Wall is making it very difficult to work with. Finds the one, can cause some damage, but it's not enough. Raffy Boy finds 3 in the round, not able to secure it though, and that is going to be 5-3 as now we are seeing Nyx putting some rounds together.
Absolutely, and they're putting some pretty convincing rounds together. Yes, absolutely, Raffy Boy managed to get a collateral with that tour de force to sort of open up the possibility of a retake over on A, but unfortunately, that's not what was going to be able to happen. Of course, outgunned, outmanned, there's only so much you can do when you have a tour de force in a dream. Luckily, managing to put a few more kills on the board, that kill with the headhunter there towards the end as well, managing to put a little bit more cash in his pocket, but beyond that, coming up between a rock and a hard place, and... Oh...
So unfortunate. The Viper's Pit gets invested, but then as a counter, so does the Hunter's Fury. They spot Cosmo, who already places it, and then the trade comes through. But now the defense is coming back online. Moshin happy find one each before going down 3v2. This is very winnable. Spike is down, but it's planted for long. They don't know where anyone is, but they can expect they're in their normal positions. One up on pipes, one in cubby, and one up on top. Smoke the bomb, tap it, just to try to get some information. They find one, but Hydro finds two, and it's enough to secure the round.
It's looking a little dicey because although there may only be 2 or 3 people remaining at the end of these rounds coming from Nyx, it's still been rather convincing because coming into that sort of post-plant scenario, they've been doing amazingly. Although they might not be using too much utility when it comes into the post-plant, their positioning has been nothing short of stellar, constantly locking down all lanes and angles that Team Syndicate might want to try and retake the site from. This is looking scary, and Team Syndicate is going to have to try and find a way to change up their defense if they want to try and balance out this half. It's already 6-3.
They're going very, very aggressive.
Oh, absolutely.
Push down mid, swarming on the Soapy, finds that kill, that removes the smokes, that also gives them a rifle in hand. Huso, though, finds the kill on the Happy. You tries to teleport in the back, and it's a brawl.
No.
Rappy Boy finds 2 as well. Hydro finds 2 in
smoke.
response, and now that defense, it was efficient. That is bringing them to a 2v2, but that res is going to be brought online. Nyx want to secure this round, get them 4 in a row, and get them in a pretty solid spot going into the later stages of this half. But now the entirety of the defense has to rework itself. They're expecting a lean towards B, but they're already making their way in towards A, and here in a second, it's going to be all theirs for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. They have absolutely no pushback on this site. And to be completely honest, if you're Team Syndicate, you want to try and hold as close together as you can because you know you're coming into a 2v3 with that 3 in opposition having all Vandals in hand. It's going to be a little bit more difficult to try and hold with any amount of stopping power. So retake or save, that's going to be your best bet.
Unfortunate. It probably would have been a very good attempt if they were able to not get spotted there. And Hydro
Oh, man.
coming online here in this game, 10, 5, and 1, finds yet another double kill to finish out the round. That actually is 4 in the round for them. And it looked so good. I actually like the play of moving around towards the back because they have been playing for that post-plant situation. But with the chamber still up, you have to expect that trip to be there.
Absolutely. It was definitely a change in pace, like I was talking about, how they need to change and alter some sort of approach to this map. And luckily they did there, but like you said, you have to expect the trip there, and it's just, they didn't look out for it, which is rather unfortunate. But Nyx really taking away this momentum here, managing to win the last 4 rounds in a row. Looks like they might just completely take away this half if Team Syndicate cannot manage to kind of pull themselves together and play as a team here, stop their aggression on site, or just choose a way to play together and try your best to execute the players on Nyx.
Yeah, here we go. This site is firmly doors. They invested heavily. It's almost a utility dump with a null command. The Sova usage so much, as well as the Viper's Pit. The Haunt comes through, does find Julio, but it's not enough to get the kill. But it doesn't matter because Happy and Cosmo are pushing through aggressively. But it doesn't matter because Soapy is there and coming online, is spotted out by the Yoru that's in their ultimate. But Hydro's there to support them. And it's enough.
What?
Hydro and Soapy, the 2 are just absolutely monsters in the lobby. It's just so hard to overcome them. They just are doing so much for their team right now.
Team Syndicate came into that round utilizing both the Viper's Pit and the Nightfall and opened up with 3 picks at the top of the round, and somehow Nyx managed to come out on top. Oof. That's so unfortunate. Committing that Nightfall there, committing the Yoru ult as well. That's so unfortunate. I know, of course, Soapy did commit the Viper's Pit, but Team Syndicate opened it up with 3 picks in the very beginning. Oh, Hydro is just a menace right now, apparently.
Yeah, but they do remove Soapy from the lobby almost immediately as they push up a little bit too aggressively in mid. That has completely stalled out the attack since they no longer have any smokes or walls to work with. But they do still have 4 with rifles in hand, though it is a full buy round, so not the best advantage. and it looks like it actually looks like they're just poking and prodding, seeing what
Oh,
they're going to
absolutely.
do. Probably just trying to play for a pick here.
At this point, this is kind of the way that you need to play it for both sides.
Run.
Whoa.
Through
Whoa.
the smoke,
What?
they catch
What?
pixels of a character model, and it's enough. And that's also going to be the fade being removed. So that's a lot of information that they're going to lose. Seeing as that is their only initiator and their only real form of information, and that exactly like I was saying, they're playing for a pick. They found the opening, and they're going to exploit it. Kuso pushes through. Hydro finds the second kill. Sage Wall goes down, and now it's going to be a task. And Husko with the tour de force.
Oh my
just rips them
goodness.
apart.
That was an unbelievably convincing first half coming from Nyx. That is so unfortunate if you're Team Syndicate. To look at the bright side, at the very least, right? So hear me out here. They do have 2 duelists on the side of Team Syndicate. They have the Yoru, and they have the Jet. So hopefully they should be postured more for an aggressive and much more advantageous attack. Hopefully, their plans and their sort of plan of attack and idea on how they're going to win this map, the crux of that plan is the attacking half. Hopefully, of course. Mind you, consistently across the rounds that were played in the first half, it looked like Team Syndicate had an amazing opening, right? They managed to get the first pick, first 2 or 3 to open up the round, but they could never execute the round and manage to swing it in their favor. So that's something that they absolutely need to be working on here, and hopefully...
Hydro still. Oh, and that's also spiked down. That's going to be huge for them, though. Finally, Hydro falls. Zydro finds 2, brings it back to a winnable situation, but that is still bomb down. They're going to smoke it off, and actually Sophie's going to retreat. This is actually probably a very smart situation, seeing as they have no support.
my
But Huso
goodness.
pushes up through a long, gets a kill, brings it back to a 3v2. And now, Soapy in a much more favorable position. Just such good team play from them. They just know how they want to play this map and what angles they want to take.
Absolutely. They nipped the aggression before it even started from Syndicate, and that's so unfortunate because I think that aggression is the crux of the operation here when you run into double duelist.
Oh, Zydro barely gets away with it, but only for so long.
Dirty.
Huso finds the kill, Soapy finds the second, and that is the round. I mean, it's looking scary here. You said that, hopefully that these double duelists were going to come alive here on the attack. But Nyx, it almost seems like they're playing attack on the defense, pushing up aggressively, not giving them the space to operate. And that's going to be round number 10. They're in double digits because of the rifle advantage, or I guess the anti-ego round, not really rifles. That should bring them to 11-3, and that's a very scary situation if you're Team Syndicate.
Absolutely. Nyx has won the last 7 rounds in a row, and that's a difficult stranglehold if you're the opposition here in Syndicate to get out of. I'm not sure exactly what Syndicate needs to do to change up this pace and actually make this composition work, because it does seem like they're lacking a little bit of informational power here because they're having to rely on those double duelists, and they're not making plays that would play to those strengths.
And Soapy finds 2 over on A. It's a fortress. You just can't make it on. Meanwhile, there is a 2-man push in the short. Oh no. If they go through that smoke, they're going to be caught out so hard. Joey.
Oh, all right.
It's away, but they do find the kill. That opens up mid a little bit more to their favor, but now they have 2 coming from behind. Hydro and 1 from mid. They're getting pincered in. Julio just on the other side of the smoke. Oh no.
Oh.
They don't account for the height difference, but there it is. The snake finds 1, the fragment finds the other, and Hydro secures the last kill. I mean, Nyx are just dominating right now.
Absolutely. Every single aspect of Nyx's play right now is just stellar. Whether it be positioning, gunplay, and utility usage, everything has been amazing with that fragmentation and the snakebite there. The usage between the 2 of them was amazing towards the end of that round. And of course, we've seen clearly the aim coming out from every single member of Nyx's roster has been nothing short of beautiful as well. So it's difficult to see what sort of gaps in the armor can you find if you're Team Syndicate. It's difficult because they're beating Syndicate at their own game of aggression, and it's strange to see.
Yeah, but you can also see just how good they are at playing at the tempo of the game. You're
Exactly.
seeing much more defensive setup here. They're absorbing the pressure, and they're just cutting off lines of attack for them. B is now completely no longer an option with that Sage Wall, so they're expecting something mid through A, so they're leaning into it. They're expecting it, waiting patiently, and it's just a matter of how well they can hold it. Teleport comes in. That gets them very far in, and Happy finds the opening kill on the Hydro. Very, very good start for them, but it's only a start. They need to find one or two more to get back into it.
No, no, what?
Guido
No!
finds 3. Huso finds a 4th, and what looks so positive for them collapses around them. That is round number 12 secured, and that's a full buy coming out from Team Syndicate. So now they're going to be going in with a half buy at best. Nyx looking to finish them off, and it's not even close. They are just digging them a grave and telling them to jump in.
Oh, they all lined up. 3 of them lined up in a row. It wasn't even like a crouch swing. They all swung at the exact same time, at the exact same elevation. That was so unfortunate. And of course, you would expect that Syndicate taking that swing would absolutely manage to completely annihilate Joey there, considering that they had nothing but a Spectre to their name. But because of the way that they lined up and because of the way that they were positioned on that swing, all he had to do was sit there, crouch, left click. That was it, and they won the round off of that. I've been saying consistently that Team Syndicate has been getting amazing openings to their rounds, but they have never been able to execute and close out to swing the round in their favor, and that is a beautiful representation of what I was saying. That is just... that's so unfortunate, because that's something that is so easily avoidable, right?
Yeah, it really is. They only need to find 1 or 2, but they just cannot find it. And I think that's a real testament to how Nyx plays. They play
Absolutely.
so smart. They're so regimented. At the moment they know that they're going to be put into a disadvantaged situation, they step back, they reassess, and they come back with a whole new game plan and just catch TS completely off guard. We've seen it so many times now.
Right.
And that's really led them to being into this situation. They're 9-0 in the last 9 rounds. They've taken 9 completely uncontested, and most of them have been like that, where it's just a massacre in it. So we're getting into it. This is very, very easily possibly the last round of the game here.
Absolutely. They're just so versatile and amazing at playing at every pace of the game. Defensive, aggressive, trying to re-aggress. Every bit of positioning that they've had has been amazing so far, and clearly with that initial pick into Zydro, they're showing it. They do not want to pull back. They have no mercy here. For Syndicate, they're wanting to close this out and go on to Ascent.
Ooh, Happy does bring it back to a 4v4. Makes it still winnable. They do have the rifles, though. You know, some of them are without any shields whatsoever. They get rid of that Sage Wall. There we go, Cosmo. They find that second kill. We've been talking about how they haven't been able to finish out these rounds. And now, in this 3v4, this is a very winnable situation for them. And it's actually split the entire map in half. 3 defenders over leaning towards A with only 1 in mid. And the rest are now all set up on B, even pushed all the way back into Snowman. So this is going to have to be a very clean retake for Nyx, because it looks like TS have a pretty favorable site hold here.
Nyx no longer has the Viper to their name, which means that taking the site's going to be exponentially more difficult, because they're going to be running into a lot of utility that they can't counter.
Joey weakens. Only has to take a few shots. That is going to be 2 kills found. 1v3. Has to do it all. Doesn't know where they are. Does find 1. Finds 2, but is running out of time, and they're not going to get the defuse. That's going to be the end of the streak, but not the end of the game. 4-12, but TS, a massive hill to climb yet.
Hyuso and Hydra are absolutely nothing short of terrifying. And, you know, coming onto Icebox, the fact that you don't have a duelist to your name, the Initiator and KO, and of course, playing that defensive chamber right now on Icebox of all maps, you want to, and you're going to have the expectation that they're going to have these impactful frags, but my goodness, you cannot leave the two of them up. You have to kill one or the other to make sure that these two are not what you are coming up against when they are trying to retake the site.
Huso with the tour de force is going to get spotted. That is actually going to be one of the bullets used up and the rendezvous getting rid of. So that is going to put them behind quite significantly in terms of cooldowns. Still sitting over towards mid, and that actually is going to lead to them hearing this push into A. Now Huso could cause some damage, just doesn't get enough. So Joey finds that opening kill onto Happy. That is going to be the pesky teleporter out of the way. Now, there's going to be a 5v4 retake. We've already seen that they need to have a good start into this round. They have not found the kills yet, so TS, they need to be perfect here on this hold. Huso pushing up very aggressively. Cosmo finds one, though. Cosmo finds two. Bladestorm pushes through. Zyro doing as much as they can. Huso finds two before going down, and that is 2 in a row now for Team Syndicate.
You know, I have a smartwatch on my wrist that tells me my heart rate whenever I go ahead and check it, right? I click a button on the side, and it tells me what my heart rate is. Every single time that I see Huso is the last person alive, and he manages to pick up 2 with the tour de force in the very beginning with an unbridled aggression coming from Syndicate, you know, that heart rate seems to spike.
Like a little bit?
A little bit. You know,
you alive,
luckily,
man.
Syndicate is managing to, you know, pull this back ever so slightly, but I would love if they did that without giving me a heart attack.
Yeah, they're winning, but it's pretty close yet still.
It's
still causing
absolutely.
some damage. 1 for 1, the early trades come through, but A is completely open. They do have one rotating very quickly, both Joey and Soapy making their way over, though, you know, they only have the light-by weapons in their hands, and Soapy playing dodge the bullet with Happy there. Happy's actually getting out with that sheriff through the wall.
Toby. Come
That is
on.
not the best situation. Hydro slowly making that rotation over. It looks like they're going to wait, especially if the spike is not quite down yet. Moshi is finally going to get it. Ooh, the snake bite comes through, does some significant damage, plus the weaken comes through. It's a 3v3. If they can get their hands onto maybe one more rifle, they can really do it, and that is going to be the no command invested. Cosmo gets flashed but finds the kill.
One enemy remaining.
But it's not enough. Cosmo does everything for him, finds the last 3. Last one sitting on site. But that was the anti-eco round. They only had pistols and a few marshals to work with. Now we're seeing the full buy come out as well. Huso with the operator.
Absolutely. Huso picking up the operator, and it looks like it's going to be chamber-on-chamber action, both picking up the operator here, and I'm interested to see how that ends up working out. Both chambers at the top of their respective leaderboards here. Huso and Raffy Boy have been terrifying, to say the least, but Huso has had quite the performance so far, so I kind of expect him to keep that up, because Nyx kind of needs it right now, if I'm gonna be completely honest. Syndicate has been picking up the past 3 rounds in a row, and it's been decently convincing with at least 2 or 3 people up at the very end. And they haven't over-committing in too many ultimates or utility or anything like that. It means that they're in a decent spot.
Finds out opening. That's going to bite it down almost immediately as well. Huso was spotted out. Soapy finds another, and the attack is kind of crumbling here. They need to make their way through. Happy does have a teleporter, but the Striker and the Viper's Pit comes through, gets the kill. Soapy coming alive in the last round, able to secure the final round they need. A little bit of a comeback, but just a demolishing on the last round. The Knicks are able to finish out strong, but this is not it. It's still a best of 3, remember. So this is only map 1. We still have Ascent and maybe even Haven to go. Alrighty, we are back, ladies and gentlemen. We are getting into map number 2 here of Nyx versus Team Syndicate. Almost a little bit of a stomp there. Team Syndicate was able to come back a little bit. They were able to get a few rounds at the board, but it was a pretty convincing win. My name is Soren. If you're just now joining me as always is Raid. And what are your
Hello,
thoughts?
hello.
Last map, next map? Let's get into
Ah,
this.
man, of course, first I'd like to tackle what happened last map because that's a lot to unravel there.
Yeah,
Man, oh my goodness, Nyx was completely unstoppable. Mind you, a couple of rounds were taken off of that sort of like clean record there towards the beginning and then towards the end as well, but they had a solid streak of what, 9 or 10 rounds where
yeah.
they did not drop a single round, and even then, I would dare say that the majority of the time it was a convincing round win as well. Perfect economy. They also had amazing utility plays. Everything across the board, the way that their pacing was, cadence, aggression, passive, any way that they wanted to play, they managed to be versatile and they adapted. Luckily, towards the end there, we absolutely saw Team Syndicate begin to adapt the play of Nyx. That sort of tyrannical hold that they had on that map, luckily, got severed there for a few moments. But it looked like they were finally getting their feet underneath them and definitely looked like they were going to come into this next map much more powerful than they did before.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's kind of one of the things that I think we were both hoping to see out of Syndicate that
Hmm.
they showed there was that ability to rebound back into the game. Sure, they didn't have very convincing wins, but they were able to pull them out. And at the end of the day, when your back's up
Absolutely.
against the wall, a win is a win. But that
Hmm.
was last map. That's old news. This is a
Hmm.
best of 3, so everything is on this next map. They lose here on Ascent, and that's the tournament for them. They're gone around number
Absolutely.
1. But they win this, we go on the Haven. So we're going to be
Hmm.
getting into Ascent here in just a few moments. And Ascent is a very different map than Icebox. Icebox, I think, is a very defensive map, especially, we were talking about
Hmm.
how, triple sentinels is a really good pick here, and it's really the
Right.
only
Right.
map where that's a thing.
Right.
So, Ascent, a little bit more balance in that regard. The agent pool is a lot more varied, and you could play anything, double duelist, double initiator,
Hmm.
double controller. I think we've seen a little bit of everything. What are your thoughts on that?
Yeah, absolutely. If Team Syndicate wanted to go ahead and pull out a very similar comp to what they played in Icebox, I think that they might have an infinitely easier time here on Ascent because I think Yoru in general can be played a little bit more aggressively and can have a little bit more control over the map. And the style of play that those duelists have available to them on Ascent in general, like you said, is all over the place. Ascent generally, I would say, Omen or Brimstone for those controllers and whatnot, finally making our way over into the Agent Select. I wouldn't be too surprised if that's what we saw. But I would love to see Team Syndicate do something similar to what they had before, but it looks like that's not going to be the case because unfortunately it kind of, bit them in Icebox because it wasn't a comp that they could play around their strengths clearly. They didn't have a solid grasp on how they needed to play that sort of double duelist, so it looks like they might be playing something a little bit more couth, coming into that sort of double sentinel, double initiator controller build over on Team Syndicate, and rather similar as well, of course, over from Nyx. What you would expect, some pretty meta picks, I would say. Um, Given that, I don't know. Team Syndicate has to do something differently, right? They
Yeah,
have to change up the way that they were playing on both sides of the map, on both points, on every lane, on every position. They have to change up something, and I'm sure in that little break that we took in between these maps here, that is most likely what they were concocting, but we'll see.
yeah, it's very different. They're going from that double duelist to no duelist whatsoever. And I was
Right?
actually thinking that with this team composition without that chamber, preferring, the KJ pickup
No
instead,
charges.
Right,
I thought
right.
that maybe Zydro on that jet again could be really useful. Being able to be that primary opper could really cause some damage, but instead we're actually going to see two Sages come out in the hands of Julio and Zydro, which I also think is a little bit unique for this map. I see a lot of picks here, a lot of unique picks, but usually not Sage, but Hydro getting a kill through the smoke in mid, and it's just a brawl there. But it comes out in favor of Nyx, finding 3 in the mix-up. So Zydro tries to bring it back into their favor, finds 1, make it 2, as now the 2 make their way on the site, and Spike should be going down here in a second. Hydro actually only has 34 to
Spike
work
planted.
with as well. So Nyx in a good spot, a little bit tricky.
Absolutely.
Oh, they just
Whoa.
ran into each other on the
No.
smoke super aggressively.
Oof.
Joey finds the kill, and then Huso from long picks it up. That is going to be Spike defused. That's going to go into the way of Nyx. But, you know, Team Syndicate there definitely could have brought that back in.
Absolutely. Unfortunately, that is a great introduction to the map from Nyx, and I would imagine if you are Syndicate, you're going to be quaking your boots a little bit, because at the very beginning of Icebox, it was Team Syndicate that managed to pick up the first 2 rounds. They had a pretty convincing pistol showing there, but
No charges.
Nyx picking up the first round means that they should be snowballing into the second, and, well, with that Vandal pickup and a few rifles in the hands of some of the players on Nyx, then if they carry that over to the next round, it can be a little bit scary.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like it is going to be a pretty aggressive push into A, but the Spike is actually leaning towards B. I think they're playing for a pick here. Don't actually spot anyone with that haunt, but they are going to at least spot the KO. Don't know if they spotted Hydro. They don't.
Oh,
Hydro, in turn, finds 2, completely shuts down that possibility of a pick over on A. And now the push comes through over towards B. They're trying to take some sort of space because they're rapidly losing it everywhere else on the map. And now the 3 slowly forming a push into B, though Moshi only with the Frenzy and Zydro with the Stinger. Not the best situation to be in.
this is
Slow
going to
work
be rough to
comes
try and
out.
make its way into. Oh,
Joey finds that opening kill.
Enemy
Oh,
Finds,
Joey.
finds a second. Spike is down as well, and they need to do something. Don't have enough bullets in the mag. Don't have enough health to work with. That is the second round going into the way of Nyx. Pretty much as we would expect.
absolutely. And Hydro and Jory are going to be able to carry on that Bulldog into the 3rd round here, up against the full buy coming out from Team Syndicate, as well as Huso. We've seen just how much work he can put in. Like, he needs to pay rent whenever he pulls out that operator, and pulling out the operator on round 3 seems to be a staple here from Huso, and just the chambers in this game in general. But that's going to be scary if you're trying to contest mid in any capacity.
Absolutely. And it looks like they are actually going to
Oh.
be contesting it pretty aggressively. Don't know if they're aware that Huso has this operator online yet, so they will be forced to rendezvous away. Push back just slightly as they're trying to make this play in towards mid. The smokes come through again, so Huso not really able to get anything out of this operator quite yet to the round. No, actually, that operator gives Cosmo a haircut as it barely misses.
Just standing there menacingly in the smoke, waiting for anybody to fall into his operator trap. But luckily, or unluckily, depending on who you're rooting for, manages to just by a hair's width miss that shot. Oh, that was terrifying.
Soapy doing as much as they can to hold off this attack. Not able to do enough though, and Hydro gets spotted out, but Huso with the operator finds 1, doesn't find it, and will go down, but does get the rendezvous away, so the operator is not into the hands of the attackers. Now a 3v2. Nyx need to do this. They need to convert this round to make it worth it, especially as they were only able to get a little bit out of that operator. And it looks like Julio, yeah, they're just going to go for a safe here. They're not willing to drop the op.
Absolutely. They came into this 3rd round knowing that, of course, Team Syndicate is going to have full rifles across the board, and Nyx did not. Even though they pulled out the operator, they didn't have a comparable arsenal besides maybe 1 Vandal and an operator and 2 Bulldogs in hand. Which, even then, difficult to come up against somebody who can one-tap you, right?
Yeah.
So makes sense that to try and pad that econ game so they can come into the next couple of rounds with a much, much stronger showing makes sense to go ahead and save the operator and a vandal in hand.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's going to set him up for a pretty good buy into this round. Though, that being said, Team Syndicate are also going to have enough money
course.
to full buy into it. So we are going to see a full buy. The meat and potato rounds, as you brought up in the last map, are going to be coming full in force. But Huso, again on that operator, looks like they might be leaning over towards A now. They saw how they were a little bit more hindered as, the smokes in mid were able to push them back so
Right.
far, but also it looks like they're going to try to take as much advantage as they can.
He's detected there. Ooh, happy.
Happy.
What?
Huso! With that operator finds Cosmo. That smokes down as well on tiles, though mid is now almost completely opened up for them. They're going to be leaning back over towards A. Hydro waiting patiently for them. Is going to spot a few pixels of the shoulder, but it's not enough to get the kill. Will flashed him out, and he's trying to go in for these kills, playing very, very aggressively, but the 2v1 makes it a very difficult swing in on. Instead, they are just going to smoke it off and pull back in. That's going to make them rethink this A push. And now they still have the KJ sitting over towards tiles. They could very easily rotate here.
Absolutely, but Team Syndicate having Cosmo on the smokes down is going to make any push that much more difficult because you have nothing. Well, as soon as I said that, of course, going around and picking up those ult orbs, Zydro is going to go back on over to Cosmo to pick back up the controller to make this push that much easier.
Yeah.
30
But now
seconds
it's a
left.
very different situation than they were before, with no one sitting in mid to hold back this defense. It's going to be a pretty aggressive push into B, and they might just try to hold off the rotate, but Huso with that operator finds one almost immediately. 14 seconds left on the clock. They need to get the spike down, but they're running out of time
10 seconds left.
very, very quickly,
One
and the
enemy
kills
remaining.
come through. The
Oh.
spike goes
Spike
down,
down B.
but not planted. They need to pick it up, and they can't. Julio finds the final kill. And man, it looks so good. They even got the res off, but the push through B, that hold was just so clean.
Absolutely. You know, that res coming out in Cosmo gave me a lot of hope that, of course, Team Syndicate, with the controller back up on the board and a body advantage as well, was going to be able to take whatever they wanted to and push with it. But unfortunately, I completely forgot that Huso had an operator in hand and that Nyx is just insane in general, which means that it's going to make any push difficult, no matter what advantage the opposition might have.
They're expecting it now, though Huso
Absolutely.
actually does not get hit by that and might be tempted to play this a little bit more aggressively, but that is going to spot them out in mid. This is a very aggressive B push as opposed to last time where they're just going to wait for it. They're just going to take sight by force. Joey gets spotted by the Prowler, but it doesn't matter. Julio finds one before Zydro and Happy find the two sitting on site. 3 defenders need to play for this retake here. Make it 2 as Zydro with the Sheriff finds the kill on the Soapy. Anti-Eco is coming into their favor. There are 2 Stingers left in play. There is still the operator in the hands of Husa, but they're limited to only pushing in through this alley position. Not the best point of entry for them.
Absolutely.
Especially
Huso-
not the alley.
Exactly. Huso with the operator in hand is going to make clearing that so much more difficult. And in general, taking this is going to be difficult with only a Vandal and an operator. And
Causing a little bit of damage. Might just play for exit picks here. Might.
One enemy remaining.
No.
They can't get the round.
No, they can't get the round, but that's still... That's dirty coming out from Hydro and Huso. They made quite the dent over in Team Syndicate, where their economy is not going to be nearly as padded as it might have been. But still, at the very least, everybody in the team has a minimum of 5,000 credits in the bank for Team Syndicate. So they're sitting nice and pretty. It's been a little bit back and forth so far, but I don't think we've actually really gotten too far into the meat and potato rounds yet. But I would dare say that maybe... we're getting close, right?
Yeah,
Utility bought out across the board. We're coming into multiple different ultimates as well as rifles, operators in hand. Everybody's finally able to kind of pull out the entirety of their arsenal and show what is the plan that both sides has. And how's it going to work?
yeah, the aggression into B is going to try to find something, but it's only going to find the end of a gun as 2 falls. Joey does get spotted before getting taken down themselves. Now Huso with this operator is going to try to get through, but will run into the flash. Does do a lot of damage to Raph, but not enough to get the kill. And now all 3 of the last defenders pincering in onto this final position as they try to go for the retake here. All 3 sitting on. Oh no, and that's the attacker Killjoy being released as well. That's going to completely limit how much time they have to retake this site. This is a rough position for them to be in.
All stacked in the back of sight here, just waiting for that operator to show his face so that it can hopefully take it out before it can do any more damage, and that's exactly what they do. Moshi, my goodness! Unfortunately, not being able to pick up a 4K, but a 3K is all you need when you're playing a KJ on defense here. Managing to rack up now 3 kills on the scoreboard. My goodness, Zydro picking up the operator as well. This is looking a little dicey if you're a fan of Nyx. Coming up into 3-3, though. Team Syndicate is definitely postured for quite a nice snowball here.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially if you're, you are watching the last map, you would expect this to be a little bit more one-sided.
Absolutely.
Nyx really had a pretty firm grasp on that game to the point where it almost looked like it was more, of a skill gap rather than, a map gap and, preparation. Right. But this is looking like a much more even game, much more, brawly game where neither team is willing to give up
Absolutely.
a hit.
Absolutely.
But now we're actually seeing a pretty big change up in the way the teams are playing. Team Syndicate playing a lot more passively here, much more like the rounds where we actually saw Nyx take the lead. As they're not playing aggressively, they're not playing for that mid position, they're rather waiting and seeing if maybe there's a bit of aggression from Nyx, but the only one really pushing up is Huso and Hydro. But seeing the 3 in A long, they're going to pull back, flash it off, and just wait for some form of assistance from their teammates.
I'm in a slow waiting game right now, and it makes sense from Nyx as they would normally take a little bit more of an aggressive posturing. They don't have the guns to do so, so they're waiting for Team Syndicate to make a mistake, and Zydro said that that's not going to happen, especially with that operator in hand. 7-5, looking nice and spicy on the leaderboard.
Absolutely, Hydro gonna try to catch him off with an off angle, but it doesn't matter. Moshi finds the kill, Raph finds the second, walled off, Spike is going down. Now Zydro are actually gonna capitalize on that. They see that wall, and it's enough of a space to find Joey, and it should be enough to find the next one. Doesn't quite hit though. Taking the duel out with Julio, but will find the kill with the Sheriff.
Come on.
Man, very clean for Team Syndicate, and they're playing very well here. The switch up is exactly what they needed. They're playing for the picks, and they're just capitalizing as quickly as they can once that space is created.
Absolutely. They finally found their drive, and they are just riding along with it. Zydro was just an absolute menace with the operator there. Zydro, I haven't really seen too much of in terms of the operator. Of course, they were playing a duelist on the map prior, but they never really had too much of an operator in their hand. And if I'm going to be completely honest, their play with the Jet on Icebox was something to be desired, but the shots from Huso here are also something to be desired. Knowledge of the operator in Zydro's hand, knowing that they need to be able to shut down those sightlines as best they can, decide that maybe he's going to try and contest Zydro on the operator, but brought back to a standstill in the round with that res coming out from Zydro. Looks like there's a lot of battling happening in mid here as both sides want control of the mid lane.
Yeah, no, right now it seems like Nyx not quite playing for it, but definitely is not willing to just give it up. Huso making it a really, really tough order for them to try to take any space into it. But now with 3 there, they're going to try to just take as much as they can. It looks like it's going to be a lean over towards B, and they might just try to see if they can catch Huso off guard, outnumbered. Gonna force him to retreat. Huso now trapped in the corner. Moshi finds that kill as they go for the entry, but Julio sitting down alley finds 2. Has to retreat. 2 sitting in back of boathouse. They need to do some damage here. The Nightfall gets invested, seized up in the back of boathouse.
Oh my goodness.
Magnet comes through. They're just throwing utility at the problem until it goes away. But Soapy swings through, spikes down. 12 seconds left on the clock. They need to get over to it, but the last one standing is nowhere near it. Soapy finds that 3rd kill for the round. Cleans it up, and man, it was looking sketchy, but that defense in the back of boathouse, Julio and Soapy coming alive there when it needed.
That was most certainly looking sketchy. Huso being stuck between a rock and a hard place, and between 3 or 4 different people at the same time. That was a rather unfortunate position to be in if you are an operator. Having a sniper rifle in hand, you're not wanting to hold those close angles, unfortunately, but it looks like they did manage to pick it back up and put it back in the hand of this deadly chamber. So hopefully should be able to get a little bit more value from it, because admittedly he's only been able to pick up a pick maybe every other round so far once he's picked up the operator, just because Syndicate has been so good at shutting down the sightlines from the operator that he hasn't had an opportunity to really put any work in with it.
A little bit completely stalled out. But Rafty is actually gonna get stuck in that corner. Soapy finds that kill and brings them into a pretty good position. Sagewall comes out, completely stalls out any push that is going in through Catwalk. Kind of puts a damper on any push that they're gonna go into A, and seeing as Spike is sitting in A long, that's not exactly what they're looking to do. Julio still on top of it, is drawing some gunfire, but it's not enough. And now it looks like the attack is just sitting there waiting, seeing if they can do anything. Julio actually is going to get spotted, take a very aggressive duel. Damage will be traded out, but no kills quite yet. Smoking off main. And now the attack just needs to do something. The Killjoy comes out, might be enough. Sagewall goes down, but Hydro's waiting for him. Finds 2 before Moshi can finally get that kill. Spike is down as well. Time is ticking for that Killjoy. Doesn't get anywhere near the value that they would like from it. Spike is gonna get dropped here. C's not exactly what they were expecting, but at least gets used. Soapy finds that kill through the smoke. And now Moshi in the back needs to do it all. Finds 3 in the round, but it's not enough. Joey secures it. And man, it's been so back and forth, but finally, I think for the first time this game, since round number 2, Knicks are back on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, absolutely. But like we've been talking about the entirety of this map so far, this has been such a balanced game. Icebox, we talked about it. Everybody saw it. That was admittedly a little bit more of a one-sided beatdown almost, but this is a slugfest going back and forth constantly, and even some of the rounds that are won for either side here are not particularly convincing as they come down kind of to the wire almost. Constantly trading out ultimates and picks and trades. This is shaping up to be quite a good game here.
It looks like it's going to be a lean towards B. They're going to try to do something, but it looks like they might actually try to take some space over towards mid. Spike is over in top of mid, over towards A, so they might end up going A, maybe just trying to play for a pick in B. But that being said, there is 3 defenders strong side of on B, so if they do decide to go through A, they will be on an advantageous position. But they actually need to make their way through, and this Sage Wall is becoming a nuisance for them.
Bring them down.
Absolutely. Trying their absolute best. Throwing that C's over into market, trying to see if he can catch anybody. Just a dump of utility here, going back and forth, trying to gather whatever information that they can. Luckily, it does look like Team Syndicate took the majority of mid here, which means that they have a little bit more variety in how they want to take this round. And taking mid is a little rough if you're going to be playing on defense, because that's so much information that you can't peek anymore.
Cosmo is going to get spotted down Catwalk as well, so that should give them
30
a little bit of
seconds
an
left.
inkling that they are going to be leaning over towards A. Spike is right outside of main, and the push looks like it's going to be coming through, but Julio finds the first. Happy finds the second, finds two, in fact, over towards Tree, and that opens up a site for them. Site is theirs. Spike is going down with only 12 seconds left on the clock. They cut it close, but now Happy tries to find a third, but Soapy coming through for the kill. Only 33 health to work for. This is a 3v3, but the health does favor Team Syndicate here. Huso still has that operator in hand, could do some serious damage as Moshi finds yet another kill. And no, the shot gets whiffed, and Cosmo picks up the final two. Very unfortunate there from Huso. Oof.
This is
rounds.
back and forth. The second that we think that maybe somebody's managed to find a little bit more of a snowball here, right? Because the rounds prior, of course, Knicks managed to pick up 2 in a row, but
The spike is here.
Team Syndicate, that was actually a decently convincing round coming out from them at the end there. Of course, a little dicey halfway into it, but I mean, that was a great showing. It has been consistently a great showing from both teams, going back and forth and how padded their economy is, trades and picks at the top of the round.
Oh my.
Oh.
Sideshow finds one before getting traded out.
Oof.
That's Sheriff. It's actually a pretty big hit, especially as that should be possibly an operator back into the hands of Huso if they can get it back to him. Soapy pushing up through mid, doesn't spot Moshi yet, but is in a prime position to possibly deal with them. Moshi with that rifle is doing the most they can, taking on 3 at a time. Soapy finally finds a way to remove them from the lobby. Operator gets dropped yet again, 2v3. They gotta make their way in. They now do have the rifle on the operator, so they can actually cause some damage. Though, that being said, the KO is going to be suppressed, so no utility for them. And this might just be a save round, especially as Soapy has no shields whatsoever, and Huso only has light, but it doesn't matter. They're gonna push through anyway. Soapy finds one, but it's not enough. That is gonna be the round sealed and dusted, bringing them 6-5. They'll at least be able to say they're gonna be net even at the end of this, but surely Team Syndicate are looking to bring this to a 7-5, because especially after last game, if they can bring this back 7-5 in this first half, that's a massive turnaround from last map.
Absolutely. In previous instances in some of these rounds of Huso being the last one alive with the operator in hand, typically they did go ahead and save the operator, especially when they're in such a disadvantageous situation. So it was a little interesting to see the fact that they pushed as aggressively as they did, especially considering that this is the last round of the half, and now you're putting yourself in a less viable position to hold it into a 6-6, because Huso with the operator, it definitely is scary for Team Syndicate, but I suppose I can understand the situation because Huso has not really been putting in too much work, like I said, with the operator in hand, just because of the speed at which Team Syndicate, whenever they are wanting to push and take a lane or take a site, they do it quickly and clinically.
Soapy is going to spot 2. Hydro over in Wine does find 1. That does a big stalling job over towards A. So that being said, Spike is leaning over towards B. So maybe they were just hoping for a pick, but just doesn't go their way.
Right.
Zydro, though, is
Come on.
getting the kills they need over towards B. Finds one, but the rotate is going to come through. And oh no, Zydro might get caught out aiming down sight here. No, they won't!
My goodness.
Through, the killjoy comes out. They expected those are the 2 over on site, and that is going to be it. Sagewell should come out here in a second, allowing them to rotate through. Door will be shut here in a moment. Moshi finds one over towards Alley, finds 2. They don't even need to get the door down. They don't need to get the spike down. 7-5 is the half after a very good comeback here from Team Syndicate.
And something I would like to point out real quick is that Team Syndicate was playing on attack. Moshi in particular, who is at the top not only of the leaderboard of their own respective team in Team Syndicate, but on the top of the leaderboard in the match in general right now. That was a KJ playing on attack. This is now Moshi, KJ, who has been unbelievably deadly so far, is playing on defense, which is going to be, of course, the comfort half. Ooh, this is looking a little dicey right now for Knicks.
It really is, and That being said, it's even worse because there's no duelists. I actually
Exactly.
noticed it. There's no
Exactly.
duelists in the lobby to work
Mm-hmm.
with. And it's one thing to go into a chamber, but chamber is much better at working around those flanks and completely shutting them off.
Right.
But without that initiating power of the duelist, it's going to be really hard to take any site that has any KJ utility on it.
Absolutely.
It looks
Luckily,
like
they-
try to supplement that with a push through mid.
Exactly. Yeah.
So the
The
smoke's
words right
making
out of my
push-
mouth.
Prowler does spot the one in the corner,
Ooh.
and it's an execution over in Catwalk as Soapy and Julio find the kills they need. That is going to be spotted. The turret goes down. The last 3 defenders are waiting for them patiently, and now we're seeing that issue come through. They see that KG utility, and they're going to turn around and run. They spot it. They're going to just sprint in through market, and they're going to
Oh.
be open for their taking. Zydro, unfortunately, not able to get the kill, but will find the kill on the Huso down long. And now, sight's theirs. They have to get the spike down in the will. But a little bit of a trickier situation. They weren't able to get that clean 4-man hold that they probably would have preferred. 4v3 makes it a very tricky situation to work around.
Absolutely. Syndicate has next to no utility to work with except for the haunt here.
Han doesn't find anything either. So that suppression is going to be huge. It's going to stall out the attack for just a little bit longer. The retake comes through. Julio finds one. Moshi with that classic is getting so much. And oh no, the retake is just enough. Soapy with the ghost finds 3. And that's able to get them back into it. And that should put them in a prime position that will get us back to 7-7.
Absolutely. Going ahead and winning that first pistol round is great for positioning yourself for the rest of this half, going ahead and balancing the scoreboard out a little bit more here. And wow, if Nyx commits to the current arsenal, they are really going for it. They want to make sure that they are going to win this next round and the few following as well, because if they stick with triple rifles in their hands, it seems like a little bit of overkill here. But I mean, it's one way to go ahead and have a little bit of security in confirming the round.
Ooh, that's a little unfortunate there. Current just not able to get into the right position, but it doesn't matter. It's a mowdown over in B lobby. But Soapy doesn't matter.
Goodness.
Soapy with that Vandal was just able to cause so much havoc. And like you said, it's a little bit overkill. But now going into this round, they're actually in a pretty good spot to flip this. I mean, 1-2 rifles, and they're actually going to pick up a Phantom on top of it. So they should be in a pretty good spot to just completely flip it, and they're playing for this bonus.
Yeah, they have full rifles across the board. Of course, you do have a Guardian and a Bulldog thrown into the mix, but at the same time, doesn't do too much to put them at a disadvantage because they all have full utility and full shields, as well as Team Syndicate, in order to fully buy the rifles in their arsenal, are having to forfeit a bit of utility and half of them purchasing light shields only.
Yeah, absolutely. That being said, Soapy does also have this null command, so that could be a really good use. A very great way of completely shutting down the KJ utility. So maybe that one ace up their sleeve that they could use to make a dent over an A. And it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing. Though Spike is making its way into mid here. There is a strong side defense over towards A, so even with this null command, it could really be a hassle to make their way in.
Absolutely, but they're definitely playing this nice slow and methodical here. Oh, he expected the flash, but turned for it, and unfortunately, it was not a flash that came through, but KO himself.
Ooh, that is also going to be 2 kills over in Garden going their way. Oh no, Cosmo. I don't even know if they spotted them. Cosmo finds one. They know where the last one is. Caught into a corner, but Soapy finds that kill. Sage Wall is down. Makes it a tricky situation. It's going to be an aim duel, and it's going to go down to Zydro, who's able to secure it. Man, it was so close. Just not enough, though, as just that extra Vandal is enough to convert that round.
Absolutely, and you know, Nyx wasn't able to pick that up, and that was the plan coming into the second round with so many rifles that were bought, but that completely dismantles the credits that Team Syndicate has in the bank right now, as they're not looking amazing with what they're having to be forced to buy here. Spectre, Ares, Guardian, and only 2 Vandals in their arsenal is looking a little dodgy. And on the other side, Nyx.
There.
Full rifles across the board. Yes, 3 light shields, but that is still 4 Vandals and a Phantom that they get to play with here, which is, admittedly, setting themselves up for success.
The Ares usage over on B is not to send them running. They sprint their way back over towards A, but instead of playing around that mid space like we have been seeing them, they're actually going to favor a run around the back. They actually are going to smoke it off like they're playing for it, but maybe it's a possible fake out. They hand that spike over towards the Sage over on A. It seems like maybe even a little bit of, indecision from the attacking side here. They need to make their way onto a site. They're past the minute now. They're running out of time.
Absolutely, and with the Sage Wall, they're going to announce their presence, of course, because you have to break that if you want to make a quick push onto B, and it looks like that's exactly what they're going to be doing.
Joey spotted by that Haunt. Cosmo could just mow them down. But it doesn't matter because Zydra mows them down instead. Finds 3, almost finds a 4th. Huso finally ends the terror over down long. The res comes through, tries to bring it to a 3v3, but it doesn't matter because Rap immediately finds Huso, brings it right back to a 3v2, makes that res maybe even a little bit pointless. And if they don't secure this round, it might just be a little bit too costly for them. Moshi waiting for them patiently, finds 1, and now the res fade needs to do it all. Joey, only 11 seconds left on the clock. Will be able to get the spike down though. They're expecting the right tweet back to B.
The knife didn't detect Joey there. Just barely, by the hair of their chinny chin chin, they managed to just skirt by the range of that KO knife and weren't detected, so they managed to get on A completely for free.
Oh no, does enough damage to almost get the kill. The thing through the walls, just not enough. The defuse comes out. That is going to be second round in a row for them. They're able to convert the bonus. They're able to convert this full by round. And man, Team Syndicate really looking to take this to map number 3.
Absolutely. Raffy Boy was sitting on 10 HP there. It is just so unfortunately that second shot managed to hit through the floor instead of a clean shot. So, man, that was a good showing, though. That was definitely a good try from Joey. But unfortunately, Nyx, having bought out the last couple of rounds here, weren't able to convert, which is looking a little rough, having to pull out a classic and 4 sheriffs. Though, admittedly, we've seen Nyx perform miracles with this pistol in hand, so I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if they did it again.
Yeah, no, Nyx, we know the skill that they have. They could very easily convert this. So Team Syndicate are making a very difficult task to do, especially as they completely shut down this B push. The spam with the Ares is enough. And Zydra's actually going to notice the breaking of the Sage Wall to reaffirm that they are still in a B main. And it looks like they're actually still going to go for this B hit here as everyone is sitting over in B lobby. Playing dance with those bullets, I guess.
Playing the, the rhythm of their own song there on the Odin.
They're just playing fly here. They might just catch them completely off guard. Cosmo is still sitting in mid, though. This is pulling a rotation out from Zydro, maybe just giving them enough time to make their way through. Huso is going to pull all the way back towards this smoke and is going to get straight through. Happy finds 2. No, Huso picks up that rifle as well. Finds Moshi, but it's not enough. Joey now with that Odin can do so much, but no! Doesn't get the chance to do anything. Hydro with the Sheriff has to do it all. 3 kills in the round, has to pull out the ace. Is, in fact, going to take the spike, going to use Into the Shadows, make their way over to A. Spike is going to go down. We're going to be in a retake situation. They won't know where Hydro is.
Hydro didn't pick up a new gun. He still only has a Sheriff and light shields to his name. This is going to be so difficult to prevent the aggression from Team Syndicate, and it looks like Moshi's just going to go ahead and mow him down the second that Hydro swings out of his own smoke, but... Ooh, that was looking rough. Moshi's sitting on 30 HP.
That could be a
Yikes.
completely different story if they are able to pick up, the Odin or any other, weapon
Absolutely.
around the battlefield over towards B. If they have any type of rifle, I think that could very easily swing back into the way of the favor of Nyx.
Oh, absolutely, because of course the way that Hydra was having to play that with only a sheriff to their name left absolutely no room for error. If you missed one or two shots at all, that was it. It had to be a headshot. It had to be immediate because you knew that, of course, the last two remaining from Team Syndicate were going to play together. That means that you had to just try your best considering the fact that he had a sheriff. I think that was the correct play of just swinging out of the smoke and trying to catch them off guard, but unfortunately, they were as on guard as they could have been.
Moshi, I want to talk about them real quick. We talked
Oh,
about
yeah,
how
absolutely.
they really come alive in the second half, and they did it pretty good in the last map. They were doing pretty good over on the attacking side.
Right.
The defense, they're coming to their own here. Top of the
Oh,
order.
absolutely.
They're holding on the site really well, but B does fall quite quickly, especially as they run straight into that. No command. Happy
Ooh.
finds one with that Odin, but it's just not enough. Cosmo gets gunned down, but finally Nyx are able to convert a round over. It's going to bring us 8-10, but one round's not enough. That economy is still very much in the favor of Team Syndicate. They need to get one or two more rounds in a row in order to really make a dent.
Actually, looking at Team Syndicate real quick, they've been constantly purchasing some rather expensive items, consistently going ahead and buying that Odin definitely put a damper on their economy right now, which means that they're going to be pulling out stingers and a couple of pistols to their name. Absolutely, I do agree that because they're low buying here, that coming into the next round, they're going to be more than set on their economy. But, I mean, Team Syndicate not winning that round actually does set them up in a little bit of a precarious situation, because if Nyx manages to win this round purely off of the speculation, the fact that they have a much better arsenal. I say that, but they've had the better play the game, apparently.
Able to find back into their favor. Rafi not able to actually pick up a rifle. Still rocking that sheriff over on A. But that being said, that is going to be a big hit. The Sage and the Fade going down. Not the best situation to be in. They lose a lot of their initiation power, especially with that duelist as mentioned before. But Huso finds that opening kill. Now, they need to do the most they can.
Why?
Sophie only has a little bit to work with, but can do so much with that Vandal. Now Mosi is gonna catch Huso off guard with a classic.
Oh.
Sophie pulls 3 back. That is going to be the 9th round for them. That brings them 1 away, but this is going to be another round.
That was
Gonna be a full buy. That's gonna be time.
scarily possible for Moshi to pull that out because of just how low everybody from Nyx was there. There were 2 people that were between 10 and 30 HP. A well-placed even left or right click from that classic absolutely could have set Moshi up in such an amazing position, especially considering that the door from Tree was going down, which means that they had every opportunity to just go hunt for a rifle and bring it back. That was scary, but luckily, Selby managed to shut down any possibility there and close out the round, and that's exactly what Nyx needed, and it looks like they're sitting pretty. Hydro with 7,000 credits in the bank is definitely what you might expect to say rich.
Yeah, very much so, and that might just be what they need to bring this back in. If they're able to win out this round, bring it to 10-10. I mean,
Absolutely.
Team Syndicate have had a really good run up till now. They've really brought it back. They've showed that grit and determination that they even showed in the last map when they're able to, show some form of a comeback.
Definitely.
But Nyx, they're still such a good team. 1 or 2 good rounds in their way.
Mhm.
Even on the rounds they've lost, they've still made it close. They brought it to a 1v2 very many times here.
Absolutely. Yeah, both teams have been rather consistent on this map so far, to the point where even if, like how the fact that Team Syndicate had such a round lead on Nyx, and now we're speculating that they're going to be evening it out, it's just been, like we've said over and over again, back and forth and back and forth. And honestly, I'm going to stop even trying to make predictions on who I expect is going to win the round, because every single time I do, it swings the opposite direction, you know?
Yeah, absolutely does. So this looks like it's going to be a very aggressive push into
Moshi.
A, but it doesn't matter. Moshi mows them down the moment they try to enter site, and Cosmo finds the second kill. They're going to have to pick up Spike and slowly make their way back on. This attack completely stalled out, especially as Raffy Boy finds yet another with that Vandal
No.
through, and Moshi gets that final kill. It was looking so
Always.
positive for Nyx. Really, we were really talking about how they could really hold
know.
back the game. And then Team Syndicate must have heard us because they just shut that down on sight, not giving them any room to operate.
Absolutely. That was an amazing demonstration of just what Team Syndicate needs to replicate for the following rounds here if they want to pull this out for a 12-9. And well, if Team Syndicate plays like how they just played in the previous round, I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if it did go that direction. That being said, though, Nyx still an amazing team, and it could still be anybody's game, a 9-11 scoreline. Although, yes, Syndicate did manage to finally pull themselves a little bit more firmly into double digits here. Nyx is right on their heels. So, like I said, still anybody's game here.
Looks like it's going to be a pretty aggressive push in the B. Raffy tries
Fragment
to
versus
call it out
Fragment.
just a little bit, but it's not enough. Trades go through, but Huso finds two to bring it back into their favor. Picks up that rifle as well, can cause some serious damage. Tree is completely sage-walled off. They make their way over in. Sidro, though, is sitting there with that operator, can cause some serious damage, and with that op is going to completely try to prevent Julio from making their way in. Maybe trying to catch an off angle, won't be able to do so, though.
Spike planted.
Playing very aggressively with this operator.
Absolutely. Normally expect to see an operator take heaven here, but no, going through tree with having a sage wall cutting off your line of sight is definitely a little bit of a risky play, but it's Hydro. They've hit miracle shots again and again, so I wouldn't be surprised if they manage to just clear that right angle. That being said, of course,
pick up the rifle as they immediately do and find two. Moshi brings it to a 1v1. Here's that rendezvous away. Oh,
no.
It's
Oh
just gonna give them enough
no.
time. They're not gonna have time to rotate back through. The Killjoy, such good timing, forces Huso the rendezvous away. And even though Moshi doesn't get to survive, they get themselves to match point.
So very unfortunate that oh man, the TP was used at the same time as the Killjoy was, and that is so very unfortunate coming from Yuso because there's nothing you can really do there. If he decided to just rush into it, he absolutely would have just been paralyzed from the ultimate, which means that either direction he would have died and lost the round, or lost the round and at the very least saved a rifle coming into the last round of this map.
Speaking of rifles, Soapy is going to be rocking the Stinger here, so definitely going to be at a little bit of a disadvantage, especially going up against Sidro and that operator. And man, it's going to be a tough task for them to get themselves back into this game. They're going to be smoked off from B. They usually prefer B over A, seeing as A's had Killjoy utility the entire time. But now B is the one with the full setup. We actually have not seen, this classic KJ setup over on B yet this map. So they are probably not expecting it, much like we probably weren't expecting it either. But that is going to be a call invested. It's only going to spot one, though. They won't actually spot out the other sitting in the back in the boathouse. They're still going to prep for it, though. Moshi takes a swing, finds two, shuts them down, tries to take the third, but it's not enough. Huso and Soapy find one each. The duel in Boathouse goes into the way of Soapy, despite the Stinger, and now it's a 2v2. Spike is not quite down yet. They need to make their way through. Get a tap it. Spike is finally going to get planted. Zydro still has that operator, expecting something to swing through.
Whoa.
Boathouse.
Player standing.
Happy finds the kill they need. Huso, the last man standing, has to do it all. Can't do anything. Team Syndicate, secure the map. Secure map number 3. We're going to Haven.
Absolutely, making your way 1-1 between Team Syndicate and Nyx. Now that was such a better demonstration of skill coming out from Syndicate here, as opposed to Icebox, because Icebox was such a kind of a blowout of a map there, but it looked like whatever sort of little break that we took in between the maps here, finally they went ahead and managed to figure out how they wanted to play, how they needed to play to shut down what was such a stellar and golden team of Nixon. They managed to pull it out, and I'm excited for Haven.
Yeah, really. A very
Ooh.
unique map, but it's actually
Mm-hmm.
kind of similar to Ascent, which is probably a little
Absolutely.
bit scary for Nyx. That's
Mm-hmm.
not the best thing to be coming up on, but that being said, very similar, also very different, has those three sites. But we are going
Right.
to have to just wait and see what they pull out over on Haven, because we're going to be taking a short break. But before we get over there, a couple of quick announcements on IGL. We announced recently our divisions coming out soon. You can type in !divisions to find out more information. You can also find it out over on our website, over on our Discord, and any of our social medias. We'll be right back. We're going to be going right over the Haven. Alrighty, we are getting right into it, into the agent selects here on Haven. Map number 3 for Nyx versus Team Syndicate, and picks are coming in hot and fast. My name is Soren. If you're just now joining us, joining me today is Raid. And thoughts, I can already see your face. You're already getting some more
Absolutely.
reaction.
No, that was such a quick. It was such a quick pick for both sides that the brimstone immediately came out. There was the breach that was immediately locked in. And we're seeing Astra and Raze as well coming out from Nyx. I'm excited to see this because Ascent was such a good map for both teams. There was such an amazing display of prowess coming out from both of them, versatility and adaptability coming from both of them, constantly switching up the way that they tackled sites, the way that they tackled lanes, and the way that they wanted to win the map in general. And like we said, Haven can be approached very similarly to how Ascent is approached as well. And if that's any indication at all about how this map is going to do, how this map is going to go, I am more than excited to see it.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm actually really excited to see Astra. I was actually a little bit disappointed not to see Astra on the last map because Ascent is one of the maps where Astra is really at her best, especially after the nerf. We don't see her very often, but Ascent is probably her best. Haven is right behind, so I'm excited to see that. Also happy on that Neon. We already see them like to pull out some more unique duelist picks rather than just the Raze or the Jet. I'm really excited. I really think Neon could cause a massive impact here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I love seeing hyper-aggressive Neon plays here because it is nothing short of entertaining. Also, if utilized correctly, it can be such an amazing weapon to play with because of those concussive sort of blasts and whatnot, as well as the wall that Neon has. Just so quickly managing to shut down sightlines on both sides and safely sort of almost trolley in your team onto a site, having to commit very little utility to do so. I'm excited to see what Happy can pull out here.
Ooh, the strong side.
Close.
Defense is pushing up very aggressively here. Hydro, though, not able to support the teammate, is actually going to be only left with 22 health to work with. But Huso comes through the back.
Oh.
Finds the kills they need. Spike is down as well. Now, for Affy Boy, the only one really on that side of the map that can do anything. The rotation, the flank coming out from the site for Sidro might be able to do something, especially if Affy Boy can stay alive. But that's a much taller task than you probably imagine. They're going hunting for him.
My goodness.
Joey finds the kill. Spike is still down. They don't know what to expect, but there we go. We see him.
Oh.
Sidro finds two,
No.
but with how much health do they have to work with? Joey now is going to wrap around. We're seeing this merry-go-round go through, but Julio is able to secure it. Cool.
Yeah, no.
Scrappy.
Very, very scrappy. Nyx went ahead and rolled the dice for that round, and luckily, they came out on top. But, like you said, definitely a little rough. Of course, as what is staple for Nyx's behavior, coming out with multiple rifles on round 2 to want to try their best to confirm as many of the subsequent rounds as they can. But, I mean, you can't lose those. This is a really solid investment coming out from Nyx with double Vandal and a Bulldog in hand. If they lose really any of those and it manages to swap into the hands of Team Syndicate, that's going to be a little rough because that investment has now been turned over to the opposition for no investment at all.
Ooh, Zydro tries to push up C by themselves very aggressively, does get taken out. That flanker that we saw that actually got a lot of value, not in this round. Not the best start for them. Actually surprised to not see anywhere near as much aggression as I would have expected, especially with Happy on that Neon.
Right.
Really likes to push forward as quickly as possible, but kind of stunt here, especially up against this very, very solid defense. That being said, Moshi might just be mowed down, and they will, alongside Cosmo, find the rude end of Joey's Vandal.
If Nyx manages to come out with this with a flawless, that is going to be so unbelievably unfortunate for Team Syndicate. That's exactly what they do, Huso. What is that? Excuse me?
Insane flick through the wall to secure the round.
Oh my goodness.
I,
Yeah, no, that was an amazing round coming out from Nixon. That is horrifying if you are Team Syndicate. Luckily, they managed to come out with full buys across the board. 5 Vandals and full shields to their name, but at the same time, I mean, Nyx has a pretty comparable arsenal with them. Although they don't all have full shields, they have a much better econ game happening for them, which means that for the next couple of rounds coming in here, even if Team Syndicate manages to win this, they have to win this with flawless or a nigh flawless to try and match the impact that Nyx has had in the game so far.
Happy stuck between a rock
Oh
and a
my
hard spot.
goodness.
That's just gonna be spiked down as well, but Huso not gonna be able to get away with it. Is gonna be
Whoa.
taken down over in a lobby. Luckily, there's no other defenders there, so they're gonna be able to pick it up and make it work. Zydro, though, pushed all the way up through mid. Maybe could do something with this flank, but might just get spotted by that chamber trip. And now it actually looks like they're gonna take advantage of that. They've spotted it as well, so it's just a matter of taking site quickly. There's no one there to defend it. Site is theirs.
Well, that he's connected there is definitely a little rough for Zydro, but luckily is just constantly holding down that D key, so nothing particularly bad happens to him.
And they actually have that camera set up as well that's looking down that position towards B, so they can get all the information they need. Moshi finds the first, though Julio gets the trade out, and it's just going back and forth here. The last 2 attackers are sitting in this post-plant position. They know exactly where the 2 are. It's just a matter of if they can find the kills they need. Spots Cosmo. Soapy tries to go for the defuse, gets it to half, but can they get the kills they need? They won't. Trappy with third gets the final kill for the round.
Absolutely. Going back to that that smartwatch and the heart monitor that I have strapped to my wrist, definitely a little bit elevated there, to say the very least. Team Syndicate, that was a necessity for them to win that. That was an absolutely necessary round, because if Nyx had managed to pull that out, the snowballing that they could have executed there would have been absolutely insane, taking that momentum and carrying it into the next few rounds. That would have been terrifying for Syndicate, but luckily, with 2 people up, they managed to pull out and convert that round.
A lot of presence over towards A, a lot of utility usage towards A, just not anything of substance. Boombot's gonna get destroyed, gonna hear the bullets of at least 3 rifles, so that should give some information away. But that being said, that is gonna be now a rotation and a lean over towards C. But the strong side defense is there with Soapy leaning towards this mid garage position. It's gonna be a tricky site to take, especially with Julio on this operator. We've switched the op into their hands. They're gonna see that breach flash, and they're gonna find Raffy Boy and will remove him from the lobby almost immediately. Happy then pushes through very aggressively, finds that kill on the Hydro.
Spike
Now
planted.
the retake's gonna come through, and Happy is coming online. Cosmo finds a third for them, and now a 2v4. They need to retake very efficiently here, but they just can't do it. Though that being said, Huso finds 2, makes it costly on the way out.
All right, Team Syndicate putting themselves really on the board here. 2-2 between these 2 juggernauts. This has been great. Once again, a slugfest back and forth, similar to how Ascent was played. And, you know, we've been talking about how Haven can be approached very similarly. And, of course, that is being displayed right now with how the map is currently going. Constantly back and forth is exactly how Ascent went. And man, if they continue like this and keep going back and forth, that is, of course, going to be exactly what I want to see as a caster and just as a viewer excited to see some good Valorant. But at the same time, these teams need to find a different way to address the issues that's making them lose and get picked in the very beginning, because if they want to pull away from such a balanced scoreboard, they need to switch it up. But it looks like Team Syndicate's going to be doing exactly that, absolutely decimating the battlefield right now, littering the map with the bodies of Nyx. So much happened right there.
Yeah, just now all out brawl in the B site, though. That being said, only a sheriff in the hands of the defense makes it more of a massacre rather than a brawl. Now Sophie, the last one standing, tries to push the smoke aggressively, will eventually get taken out by Cosmo. I mean, very similar. This is actually the exact same start
Here.
that we saw in the last map. So probably a little bit concerning if you're on the side of Nyx. With that being said, you know, their team is very attacking based. They do have that raise, they have the fade and the breach, all very good space taking and information gathering agents. So I wouldn't be too surprised if they're fully fine losing out some of these early rounds, maybe just hoping to pull out 4 or 5 rounds and then just coming online in the second half.
Yeah, absolutely. And Huso has been doing an amazing job in this race here. Doing her best to kind of be a counter aggression here for the defensive side, but like you said, they're going to do a lot better with the attack, with that aggression. So even if they may not have necessarily the greatest showing,
Spike down A.
it should be fine in that second half. That being said, Julio wanted to just shut me up in the middle of my my casting there to go ahead and get an amazing shot on the operator of taking an extra second to line it up, and was unfortunately traded out, so that operator was dropped, but whew, constantly back.
Bomb is down. The retake comes through very soon after. Spike's not even fully down before it comes through. The showstopper is invested by Huso, but only finds 1 in return of 2. And now the push comes through. They don't expect Cosmo in the corner. And there it is. The retake, just not enough to do it. That brings us 4-2. That's actually 4 rounds in a row as well for Team Syndicate. They didn't get the first 2 rounds like they probably would have hoped for, but it doesn't matter. They're back into this game, and they are having a very strong start to this first half.
Well, absolutely. Team Syndicate is looking wonderful, picking up the last 4 rounds. If you are Nyx, it makes absolute sense to go ahead and do a rather low buy here, because you should be coming into the next round with a rifle. So with the expectation that they're hopefully going to get a little bit of damage over towards Team Syndicate, but are going to lose the round, that would take the scoreline to 5-2, looking almost exclusively at the arsenals of both teams. That's definitely a dodgy situation to be in if you are Nyx.
Yeah,
5-2 isn't great.
No, it's not an amazing situation to be in, and we're already seeing this. They like to play for these picks, and then immediately capitalize on it, just taking B site so aggressively. And now we're in a very similar situation. Hydro last one standing, but only for so long. I mean, they're just so clinical right now. That's a team ace for them as well. The whole team is just completely bulldozering the entirety of the defense of Nyx. And I mean, I don't think we're any surprised here.
Not at all.
Nyx take this time out.
Not in the slightest. Nyx needs to change something up. I'm not sure exactly what it is right now, considering the fact that, like we said, they're definitely going to be postured a lot better over at the attacking side. What I would say is that I don't think they're really coupling their utility as well as they could be. Because of Team Syndicate's amazing team play, just taking a quick peek at the leaderboard, it's clear that everybody on Syndicate's roster is pulling their weight. They're doing exactly what they need to. They're getting their information. They're tossing out exactly what they need when they need, and they're working together flawlessly. On the other side, it looks like Nyx is sort of relying a little bit more on mechanical skill instead of sort of taking a second to breathe, figure out what they need to do, how they need to play together on defense, because the aggression from Syndicate is not really been shut down once in the past 5 rounds. It has barely even been challenged once in the past 5 rounds. So many of these fights have been an attempt at a retake, and of course, clearly they've been rather unsuccessful in doing so. So I think that they need to have a little bit more stopping power and perhaps play a little bit more defensively. And I know there's the term of the community of playing a little bit more like a rat, but I mean, it might not be a bad play to do so.
Fortunately, the timeout can only do so much. Cosmo finds that opening kill. And now they're gonna have to do something soapy. A little bit weird there, and will get caught out in the end after it. I don't know what they were trying, but it doesn't go their way. Cosmo finds a second kill for the round, though Hydro gets them a foothold back into the match. And now the retakes that they have to come through. 3 versus 4. 2 sitting over towards Garage, 1 by CT. Not the best situation, especially as they're expecting this push into Garage. Trades come through, 1 for 1. Not exactly what they would have hoped
One
for,
enemy remaining.
especially as Joey falls. Now Huso needs to do it all. It's a 1v2. We've seen them get 2Ks before, so it's not out of the picture. They
Oh
will
my
find
goodness.
one.
No
Now it's just a
way.
matter, are they going to expect that the nade comes through, but the orbital strike is invested, and
Oh.
as well, the grenade on top of it's just enough to secure it. Cosmo played so well, the post plant, just so well timed and well executed.
Absolutely, and Huso definitely put their all into trying to retake that site and convert that round, but unfortunately, weren't able to do so. Like what you said, Cosmo playing a perfect post plant there. It's just a little bit rough if you're Nyx, and now that's 6 rounds in a row for Team Syndicate. They, like I was saying before, and I completely understand that Nyx, compositionally, they want to play a little bit more aggressively, and they might want to try and play for that retake with the Breach, with the Fade, with the Astra and whatnot. And of course, last but certainly not least, with that Raze as well, but that's been really biting them back. Unfortunately, at the top of every single round, there has been a pick from Team Syndicate onto Julio or Soapy or Joey. And those are the individuals that you really need either the stopping power of their kit or simply the re-entry of their kit to make the way that they're currently playing this half work. But,
Like you said, an opening kill right on
Yep.
the Soapy Rappy Boy, able to secure it. Opens up B here almost entirely for them, and especially with this camera, they should be able to completely see that it is open. Though it does look like they're just gonna try to do a rotation, maybe a lean towards C. So now it looks like the defense is scrambling to try to get something of a semblance of a defense going. Julio
Ooh.
swings through the smoke, tries to get something, will in fact find Happy after the rendezvous comes through. Hydro gets the secondary, completely stalls at the push.
30 seconds left.
Though they're still gonna try to play for this C hit. Joey finds one, Hydro finds another one, and now Zydro needs to do it all. Only has a few points out to work with. Vandal not enough, gets the round win in favor of Nyx. And they're back on the board. It's been a minute. That's 6 rounds in a row they just interrupted.
Absolutely, and the best that they can do for this half is balance it out, right? So they can go 6-6 at the best case scenario for Nyx. But I want to talk about real quick kind of what changed there with Nyx. And for the previous couple of rounds, for the past like 6 rounds, where Syndicate was on that sort of roll there, Soapy was constantly getting down, which means that you no longer have that breach utility, constantly playing for that retake. But there in the last round, they tried a little bit harder to just hold the site instead of play retake. Yes, towards the end they had to play a little bit closer to retake. Julio, what are you doing?
Massive kill to
Oh
start.
my
Happy
goodness.
does find the trading kill over on Soapy. And it's like you said, they're doing a lot better at trying to hold these sites before they can, but losing Soapy over on C, Julio only having the operator is going to force them into a position where they need to back away, especially with that Neon fast lane, just able to really cut through the site and take it very quickly. And now we're in a retake situation. Again, we've seen it so many times before. 4v3, they're trying to hold C, and they're in a pretty good position to do so. But if Julio here could find this opening kill on the retake, it doesn't come through to fruition. Happy finds that trade out, and now Huso and Joey need to do the most here. They're going to try to do something. The boombot comes through. Joey finds the kill on the Happy, who's sitting in garage. Joey coming alive, finds 2. And now Huso needs to do it as well. Finds 1, puts him in a position to get into this 1v1. Defuse comes through. 7 health to work with. Can they get the kill? No, they won't. Zydro doing what they need to. And I want to mention something here. Zydro really opening up proceedings on a lot of these rounds. On top of the leaderboard, 10-7 on the Cypher, on the attacking.
Oh, absolutely. Just like they were last map, Zydro has definitely come online and has become one of, if not the scariest player, sort of in this match in general because of that just monster showing on Ascent. And then now here in Haven, Zydro, like you said, playing the Cypher on attack, has been putting in copious amounts of work.
No, strangely doing a better job at dueling the moment they hop off the duelist agent. So that being said, the attack is definitely going to stall out here, especially after losing Rappy Boy. The showstopper invested, finds Zydro. And despite this being a little bit of a thrifty round in their pockets, this should be pretty convertible round, especially
Spike
now
planted.
has 4 rifles in their hands. Though that Rolling Thunder is going to be invested to try to do something in response. Then the counter Rolling Thunder comes out as well. Happy, only 16 out to work with. Hydro, Joey combined to get the final 3 in the last couple seconds. The Astral Walls also to utilize as well. So very, very costly, but they're able to convert this swiftly.
Absolutely. You know, what was a little bit of a difference here in this round is that they finally did have access to the
Last
breach
round
utility,
before the
because
switch.
all of the previous rounds they have not have access to Soapy as a player in general, really. You don't have that aftershock, you don't have the flashpoint, and especially you don't have the fault line, right? So you don't have any of the stuns or the flashes that you might normally have, because that breach is the only thing that can really help you guys get onto site if you're Nyx. Of course, the Rays can be, prevent the site or get back on if you're trying to take a retake. Of course, Huso can with that Rays. Ooh, sorry. I was taking a second, holding my breath to see exactly what was going on with the neon. I was curious to see if they just started shooting through the smoke and got a pick there.
The overdrive comes
Spike
through and
down,
finds
C.
the kill. Raffi as well find the opening, and we've seen it so many times before. They really are preferring this C site. And now, I mean, it's just repeating patterns here. They go, they take C site very aggressively, and then they hold it really well. But that being said, Julio has immediately put their team in a much more favorable position. The Nightfall gets invested, but it doesn't matter. Moki finds that kill. Joey finds a trade, though. 2v2. Joey finds the second. And there we go. A story said so many times in this half, but finally at the very end goes into the way of Nyx as they're able to secure their 5th round. It's very sketchy, but it's still very similar to what we saw in the last map.
I believe it's the exact scoreline that we saw last map. Yeah, luckily, if you are a fan of Nyx, they should be coming into their much more preferred side, but at the same time, Syndicate has shown that it doesn't really particularly matter what side that they're playing on. They're just rather consistent across the board. And admittedly, Nyx is also a good team. They've been consistent as well. They just need to play for that breach utility. I think that's really what has been dragging them down for the first half, is that they had no sort of assisting utility to help their duelist try and take the site, because they were constantly playing for a retake, and if you have no utility to play for a retake, it's going to be rather difficult to do so.
Playing very aggressively. Huso finds that opening kill on the Happy, and then finds the second on the Hydro, already into the back of the site, but Cosmo finally ends the reign of terror. That being said, now they try to make their way into B, but they're going to rotate, make their way over through Garage, especially seeing as the Chamber's already secured it. It's theirs to take, and now this 2v4 flipped on their head. Team Syndicate now need to play for this retake. Very, very good start into the second half for Nyx.
Absolutely. And the way that they're positioned right now, having every angle on lock and a little bit of utility to play with as well, I'm pretty confident that they should be able to hold down the spike, but you never know.
Could be a slugfest here. They're just firing through the smoke. They're both sitting in it. They're just ducks in a barrel, nowhere to run. And that is going to be round number 1 going into the way of Nyx. But we've seen this before. This is how they have been playing out the last couple halves, where they pick up that first pistol. It just seems like Nyx is a very good pistol team.
Oh, absolutely. Nyx is absolutely a good pistol team. And, you know, once again, that has been history across all of these maps and all of these rounds. They go ahead and pick up 3 rifles and a bunch of light shields coming into the second round, because they should be confident, and they have every reason to be confident, as they have managed to convert almost every single second round if they've managed to win the pistol. So they should be coming into this and hopefully even out the scoreline, similarly to what we've been seeing across the, you know, last map and the last half as well. But they really need to make sure that they don't start playing Syndicate's game, because that's exactly what happened in the first half, is that they lost their own cadence and pace of play, and Team Syndicate is what picked it up.
Yeah, no, and they're doing the exact same strategy that we have been seeing, where they have these 3 Vandals out in the field, which, yes, makes it maybe a little bit overkill, but I mean, it's a good idea, but they haven't been able to convert a bonus round yet, so it's still a very, very risky play here. Rolling a dice on it,
Absolutely.
but Julio immediately brings this to a 4v5 situation, so they should be in a pretty good spot to secure this, seeing as they also are running into plastics. But Spike should be going down. Zydra tries to get
Ooh.
damage, but instead almost falls in response. All 5 sitting on A. The rotate's coming through, but they should run right into Julio with this Vandal. And the round should be over here in just a few seconds. There we go.
With the flawless. You know, it doesn't feel great if you are a Syndicate getting flawless, of course. You want to be able to put a little bit more damage on, and that's true no matter what your position is in the game, right? Whether you're winning, whether you're losing, whether you're slugging it out, going back and forth, you always want to try and get as many kills as you can. And, of course, the end goal there is to win the round. And it never feels good when you get flawless on, but at the same time, coming up against 3 Vandals and a bunch of light shields when you have nothing more than classics to your name, that was pretty expected.
Yeah, no, I think everyone kind of expected that to come through.
Absolutely.
But that being said, now we actually have... It's not a meat potato round. Not everyone has, the full shields and the utility.
Let's
but
do it.
being able to buy out, those 3
Right.
rifles means that they're in a
Right.
full buy position here, and they're actually very healthy monetarily. So even if they're not able to convert the bonus, they should be able to full buy out next round. So any kill they get should be a massive impact on the economy here, but it looks like they're going to be leaning over towards B. They are going to be running into 2 defenders. That C's doesn't find anyone, though. Maybe a little bit of a waste. And there we go. The concussion blast trying to stall out the attack just a little bit, and it does. But now I think we're seeing a little bit of an over rotation coming out from the defense here as they go to immediately rotate into C. It's almost theirs for the taking, but they run right into Happy, who finds 1. Huso finds the trade. Happy not able to do the most to get the second. And now a 4v2. We've seen this so many times before. 3v2. And here we go. The double swing comes out, and it's just so clinical. Nyx. They've been struggling to convert the bonus every single bonus round we've seen so far, but they're able to do it, and that's actually going to force Team Syndicate into a timeout.
Oh yeah, you absolutely want to be able to convert that 3rd round if you're Team Syndicate, so it makes sense that they're going to be going through a timeout there, and it does luckily look like Nick sort of mixed up the way that they're going to be playing, and they definitely played much more like a team. Something that I was noticing in the first half is that they were a little bit dodgy when it came to trying to execute plays together. They had a little bit of an over-reliance on like Huso and Hydro to try and get some rather big impactful frags at the top of the round, and that's not something that you can do when you have a team that relies on coupling utility together to get any sort of value. And in that last round, that's exactly what they did, swinging off of each other, making sure that they're, I would imagine, calling contacts and using that utility to the best of its opportunity. And that was a really, really solid round from Nyx. Now, of course, it's not like they're really running away with this half or anything like that. It's really only an 8-7 scoreline. For the first time in a while, though, Nyx has managed to come out on top and is currently leading by 1 round. And the fact that Team Syndicate is picking up 5 stingers for their name doesn't necessarily bode well for their chances at converting this round, but at the same time, every single time a stinger has been brought out, it's managed to kill 1 or 2 people. So I wouldn't be too particularly surprised. At the very least, they got some damage onto Nyx.
Yeah, absolutely. It's feeling like it's early 2021 here with the Stinger meta, but I mean, and eco-buys and eco-bind stingers are still very good, and it looks
Absolutely.
like they're going to be running right into it. Unfortunately, the stinger's just not great at range. Julio finds that opening kill, and here we go. The push is very aggressive, and it's all the way into the back of B.
Just scary for you, so.
Got it, and in that position, the stinger just outplays that Vandal, and actually, they don't capitalize on the space that is taken by Huso, makes it so it's an untraded kill. Just not amazing, especially as that is their main means of entry with the raise, but it doesn't really matter when you have that rifle advantage. Julio finds that opening kill, opens up the entirety of A site, and there we go. Spike is going to get planted into that corner like we've seen so many times before. And now the retake comes through. And I mean, again, we're in this 4v3. These teams are just capitalizing on these picks and getting in the site so quickly. But now it looks like it's going to be two walking through CT. They might just be running right into the barrel of Julio. Not looking at him.
Oh,
Gets taken out. And Joey finds the second through CT. Finds the one up in heaven. Secures it. And that's 9-7. That's a great round for them. And puts them in a firm position.
absolutely. They're getting scarily close to making it double digits here, which is a little bit more difficult to catch up when you're only 7 rounds on the board if you are Team Syndicate. And now we're really here in the meat and potato rounds of the second half because everybody has those sort of full buys. Yes, Raffy Boy does have a Bulldog, but admittedly, I think I've seen Raffy Boy actually put in a little bit more work with the Bulldog than I have any other rifle. When in their possession, so I wouldn't necessarily say that that's a disadvantage.
Yeah, no, the Bulldog actually has gotten a lot of value in these last couple games. But we'll have to see what happens in this round. The push comes through. Huso tries to play very aggressively, is going to get taken out, doesn't get the trade it kill out, especially as they are put in a position where it's a 3v1 up on top there. And now Nyx push all the way up into A, and who pushes past through B, gets the kill on the flank. Joey swings through, finds another one. Last defender on site is just overwhelmed and taken out. And now Nyx, firm position to take this round. As it is a 4v2, Zydro and Cosmo need to do something. Zydro was leading the charge on the attacking side. That Cypher on the flank was just so deadly. But now that we switched over to the defense, we expected them to do a little bit more. I don't think they've gotten a kill in this second half yet.
No, not really, unfortunately. It's looking a little rough for Team Syndicate right now. I know we were talking about that already, and I know I've sort of reiterated this point over the past, 4 rounds, because, of course, Nyx has managed to pick up the past 4 rounds in a row, and the direction that this round seems to be going, it looks like it might be 5 consecutive wins, which is not a great place that you're... Not a place you're wanting to be, and it's not a great place if you're Team Syndicate, because now you're running into an issue with your economy. Now you're running into an issue that the rounds are constantly getting stacked up against you, and you're not adapting to the style of play that Nyx has adapted to as well. I want to talk about that real quick, because now here on attack, the way that Nyx has been getting control of a site, or at the very least entering onto a site, they attack it from 3 different directions, even if there are only 2 different openings. And so, constantly, Nyx has been, although yes, Huso did get kind of annihilated on top of boxes as soon as they tried to make their way in off of Blast Pack, but even considering that, that was the sort of catalyst that allowed the rest of the team to explode out when they were looking at Huso, and that sort of caught them off guard and allowed the rest of Nyx to just pile on site and absolutely annihilate any sort of pushback from Syndicate.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And, I mean, we are going to be seeing a short tech pause here. And while we're here, we just had a little bit of a break where we were able to talk about some analysis. So while we have this tech pause, haven't said it enough recently, I'll do a short announcement seeing as we have time on IGL. We have the divisions coming out here soon. Feel free to check it out. If you're in Twitch chat right now, you can type in !divisions to learn more information over on our website, over on our Discord. You can find out even more. This first division, the prize pool is going to be starting off at a whopping $2,250. So get in the chase and see what you can do. Maybe you might just come out on top. But it looks like we are going to be getting right back into this game here briefly after just a few seconds. But one second. There we go. It looks like we're just waiting to get right back in. Looks like we might have a little bit of an issue getting the timer on. All right, there we go.
There we go. All good.
A little bit of issues never hurt nobody.
It happens every now and again. It happens to the best of us.
It looks like we are going to be leaning over towards A as well, and it's a much slower push by Nyx this time.
Yeah, no, absolutely. like I said, Nyx has been constantly changing up the way that they're wanting to take these sites. They're constantly coming at it from different angles, even if it seems like one shouldn't exist. Somebody manages to get around on the flank, and when you have somebody like Julio that just absolutely
Julio.
decimates in that A short, then yeah, of course, it's going to be a little bit easier to get on site because you've just murdered any opposition that was there.
Yeah, there we go. And A site is theirs for the taking. There's no one even close to being there. We're seeing a very similar situation where they're wrapping around back.
Spike planted.
So they are gonna get hit by this tripwire as well. And the slow field just mows them down. Hydro waiting for him.
Goodness.
1v5, and it's just so clean by Nyx.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, I don't really see any other situation occurring here besides attempting a save, but of course, man, this is. I think Nyx might have taken the way that Ascent went a little personally, because that first half looking so similar to the first half of Ascent. They did not want to lose this, and they wanted to keep going with today's tournament, and it looks like they're going to, with 5 ultimates at the ready. Quite the bank. The lowest amount of creds is Huso, with just shy of 7,000. Even if they lost the next couple of rounds, they would be sitting pretty with their economy for quite a while here. It looks like they're set for success.
Yeah, it's very scary, especially because it looks like they're back onto the form that we saw on Icebox. They're actually 8 rounds in a row unbeaten here. Very close to that 9 we saw in Icebox.
Absolutely.
Where we keep calling it a stomp. Sure, Team Syndicate had a really good time, you know, starting off 6 in a row after the first 2 on Haven here. But, I mean, the comeback here coming out from Nyx is just so strong. And it looks like they're going to continue to do so. They're making their way over towards A, though they are now in a little bit of a more tricky situation, seeing as Julio has fallen. That being said, they still only have 3 Guardians on the attacking side. They do have the Operator, but it's in the hands of Happy on that Neon. And, I mean, we've talked about a Chamber and a Jet. There's 2 really good opping agents. Neon is not known for it, so they're gonna have to get into a very good position. And we're actually seeing so many.
Oh my goodness!
The Nightfall, the Astral Divide, and the Rolling Thunder all getting invested. Then another Rolling Thunder into the defensive. Zydro is gonna catch someone off guard, but no, the swings the comeback through. And now it's a 2v2. Everything on the line. They're trying to pull it back, trying to do something against Nyx here. Moshi tries tapping it, but gets taken out by the aftershock. And oh no, they just have so much utility to play this post plant. The swing comes through. Sophie gets the final kill.
No.
Brings us the map and series point for Nyx.
That's so unbelievably unfortunate. I don't know if maybe it was a graphical glitch or something like that, or just a lack of understanding of the timing of the aftershock, but that was just fully walking into, it wasn't even just a corner of Moshi that got hit there. That was fully walking into the aftershock. I understand that maybe they wanted to try and tap the spike, or maybe they didn't understand how low they were, but if Moshi had sort of stayed up there, that could have very well been a different story, and that could have been the round swinging in the way of Team Syndicate. Now, we're 12-7. Nyx is 1 round away from taking away this entire match, and this is not looking great.
It's not looking great at all. Their economy is in ruins. They are rocking Spectres and Guardians and Sheriffs and Bulldog. Cosmo, the only one with a Vandal, and losing 2 on the opening of the site is just not what you want to see. 5v3. They're gonna have to do everything to get back into this. We've seen them claw back from this map point, but man, they are down and out. They're again on this 9-round deficit, excuse me. Raffy Boy, last one standing. They're able to get 1, but it's not enough. Sophie, rough start in the first half here on Haven, but coming alive when they need to, finds the final 2 kills to secure not only the map, but this series for Nyx.
Absolutely, and I was talking about what exactly Knicks needed to do, which is start playing like a team. They needed to utilize that utility because it's in the name. That's exactly what they need to do with it. They need to coordinate how they're going to use it, and they need to make sure that they are playing, sticking together like glue, not necessarily physically, but to understand what site you're wanting to take and understand and have a semblance of communication on what is everybody's goal? Where's everybody pathing? What are the lanes you're trying to take? And especially capitalizing on initial picks, which, towards the end there in that second half, Knicks was nothing short of an expert on doing. That was an amazing game, a great showing from both teams, but Knicks just took it away as they matured and grew in the middle of that map to go ahead and take it away.
Yeah, absolutely. Very, very well done for Knicks. Good job, the team syndicate. You really
Course.
pushed them to the edge there, really, especially basically up until the final 2 rounds of that first half on Haven. It was
Right.
looking very much in favor of Team
Absolutely.
Syndicate. They showed that grit and determination to get firmly back, not just into these maps, but into the series. But unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. Knicks coming alive when they need to, secures the map, secures the series. That is round number 1 of the weekend Warriors here on IGL. But don't go anywhere because after a short break, we're going to be coming back with round number 2. Even more great Valorant in just a few minutes. Hello, my name is Soren. Joining me, as always, is Raid, and we are back for the IGL Weekend Warriors Series $1,000 prize pool on the line. Raid, what are your thoughts? You just got through round number 1, and now we're going into round number 2 here.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I'm excited to see these two new teams. Wow, I tried to just compact every single word that I was trying to say that was in my mind into one word. I'm excited. We saw some great Valorant in the past 3 maps. It was a best of 3, and we played all 3 maps, and I'm excited to see if that happens to be the case for this match as well. But looking over at some of the team names, I'm definitely excited to see them play.
Absolutely. Starting off on round number 2, we have Fish Taco versus Gen Korean Barbecue, if I got them correctly. But yeah, it looks like we have some very high ranking players as well. So we're expecting some really good gameplay. And we're actually doing a little bit of a switch up as opposed to what we saw in the last best of 3. And we're seeing Breeze, a much more open and a much
Mm-hmm.
more long range map as opposed to like the Ascent and the Icebox that we saw in the previous round.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking about some of the duelists before and how there was a distinct lack of duelists in the past couple of maps, but I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if we at least saw a Jet here. Jet is just so unbelievably good on Breeze, and it's probably her one of her best maps as of right now. But at the same time, the meta sort of swinging into the side of sentinels and initiators and controllers and whatnot, I also wouldn't be too particularly surprised if we didn't see a duelist. I think you can play almost any sort of comp you want to here on Breeze, so long as you're making sure that the agents that you're picking and the composition that you choose is going to do well at long range.
Yeah, absolutely. And long range is definitely going to be the name of the game. We're
Hmm.
already seeing, the Jet pick
Yep.
up Margello. We're seeing the Sova getting picked up.
Hmm.
Very interesting. We're actually seeing 66 on the Cypher, which is a little bit unique. I don't really think we see that many Cyphers
Not
on Breeze. I think
particularly.
Chamber is usually
Hmm.
the agent that gets picked up a lot more often, especially with that Tour de Force down some long range. Over on A and on mid, you can get
Hmm.
a lot of value out of them.
Absolutely. Chamber and Viper seems to be kind of the staple picks here on Breeze. But I'm excited to see how, um, Korean Barbecue wants to fill this out. And of course, makes sense going to go ahead and go with the Chamber. Like I said, Chamber and Viper, the staple picks here on Breeze, makes absolute sense. They're such there's so many different angles that you can take, and the mass majority of them are long range. So having that tour de force at your disposal is going to be great, especially when you're going to be peeking down halls or anything like that, or just challenging either one of the sites as well, both on attack and defense. Having that tour de force headhunter and just the information coming from the initiators and the wall coming from Viper, all of these different agents sort of accumulated into one team makes it a pretty meta pick on Breeze, and the only one selection that is throwing me a little bit off kilter, like you said, is the Cypher. Because of the fact that there are so many long sight lines, it makes it a little bit more difficult to fully utilize, in my opinion, Cypher's kit to its maximum potential, because it's just not often seen here, and it's a little bit difficult to play it with the other agents because none of your utility is really going to be played off of. But I'm sure that they chose it for a reason, and I'm sure that they're an amazing Cypher player, so I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if they had something in store for us.
Yeah, no, I'm a little bit worried about the Cypher pick, especially because they are very good, but most of the time their utility is mostly used over towards A. I don't know how
Oh,
bad
that
it
is such an aggressive push coming from Demon. Oh my goodness. With the Frenzy in hand, managing to pick off 2, and then 66 with the Ghost, also managing to pick up another, evening out the board ever so slightly. 2 Ghosts to Brisk and Ayum. Apologies, Ayum, if I ended up getting that incorrectly, but wow, sorry, that was such a fast start there in Cave. Such an amazing introduction to what this match is going to look like here.
Yeah, no, and very strangely, 66 is actually on a full flank
Oh,
round.
Risk.
Only
Managing to get a
22 health
headshot
left.
on Rest
Last
constantly.
player
What we're
standing.
noticing, Brisk, another picking up Karma with a headshot from the Ghost, just as they had managed to pick up one prior. Again, it looks like they're going to be going ahead and making their way on over towards B. swapping around through CT side, and I don't know if they know 66 is just going to be sitting here in mid, and it looks like that they don't, and that is so unfortunate. Just mere moments before being able to get down to Spike, you are picked off, and now it's coming down to a 1v1, make that a 1v0. The chamber, like what we were talking about, managing to close up those long sight lines and go ahead and pull it out for Korean barbecue.
Yeah, no, I like the play there. I do like Cypher a lot, like I was saying, over on A. There's a lot of different lineups, especially with the camera, where you can get so much utility and so much information out of them. However, I really didn't like the play of them wrapping around through mid and going in for a flank. I think Cypher is very good in that situation, except they already had the advantage there. They very easily could have just held A, had one sitting over towards B, and wait for the rotate to come through if it did. I think it set their team up.
Oh
Be a little
my
bit on the back
goodness. Chamber again going ahead and getting those impactful frags at the top of the round. Closing out the last and opening up this one is definitely an amazing showing coming out from the Chamber. And that's not going to be particularly great if you're looking at this from the perspective of Taco here. But looks like Crane Barbecue is trying to position themselves a little bit closer over towards B, but I don't know if they know Rest is going to be sitting here with the shorty in hand, waiting for somebody to just fly into their trap. They're playing this a little slowly here. Of course, the Owl Drone popped to try and clear, but they didn't! And Rest is going to go ahead and pick up Kawaii 2K, and that is going to be a Spectre in their arsenal. They pop it here! They're going to be taking down Jello as well. That is a Bulldog down. 2 picks for Rest. Fully able to just completely dismantle that initial aggression, but unfortunately then taken down, and now it is balanced out 3v3.
30 seconds
Ooh.
left.
Spike is going to go down in a pretty good position, but there's still so much utility on the side of the defense for here.
Oh, brisk. That kill on Zeke as well, looking as if they have a pretty solid position on site. Constantly dancing, crouching up and down here in boxes to see if they can manage to catch the chamber out, but they don't. Just barely missing that shot. Not sure if they're going to be able to catch up Brisk here. Oh my goodness, constantly. They seem to be an absolute menace here on the Marshall, picking up a 3K to close out this round. That's pretty nice if you want to introduce yourself to the enemy team. Ending this last round with a 3K off of the back of a Marshall and closing out the last round as well. Wow.
Yeah.
Yom is
very
looking
good.
a little scary.
Yeah, and picking up that 3K is also going to give them a lot of money in their back pocket that is actually going to get them the hero rifle in the hands of Jello as well. And it looks like IAM is actually just going to be sticking with the Ghost, but they are, because they're 5-0 right now, right? Actually only 1 away from that tour de force, getting it very early. The only one that's even remotely close besides 66, who is only 1 away from the Neuralink.
Absolutely. Looks like they're doing a little bit of a split here, B and mid, and making their way through elbow to try and figure out if they can take the space in mid, but are definitely going to back off after realizing that there are plenty of eyes coming out from Taco to try and prevent any sort of foothold in mid, and it looks like they're going to play a little bit quieter here, definitely slowly wrapping themselves back over towards T-spawn. Taco is going to try their best to wait until it looks like Korean Barbecue is going to make a mistake, because, of course, no, Taco does not have the arsenal advantage here. But Y2K making their way up through mid. A little bit of a duel coming out from Yoim. But it doesn't
I like
look
the wall.
like
It
this.
allows them to take so much space into this mid, and they're able to
absolutely.
just play around
30
it. A
seconds
little bit
left.
lucky that the entirety of the defense is setting up over on A, but this does get them into a very good position. It actually looks like they're just going to forego being there right in A.
Oh, Dima was sitting there waiting for that out, but luckily Kawaii2K was on guard there, and Zeke is even going to go ahead and get a 2K right out of the gate. That double door there, the aggression trying to push forward is going to be completely stopped in its tracks before it can even actually manage to get onto A site. They were ready for that push. To be fair, with how quiet they were and how slowly they were pushing, it makes sense that they might be ready for a little bit of a propositioning over towards mid. So getting those picks just as they exploded out through mid doors definitely makes sense.
Yeah, no, I really think that the attack there had a really good opportunity on B. They had that really good split, 2 over in main, 3 walking up that Viper, the Viper wall, like I said before. They had a really good strategy in mind. They could have taken site really easily, especially as there's only the Cypher on hand. But that last minute change up, just funnel through wood doors, very costly. I think trying to just force through that very tight area, not the best decision.
So it seems to be pretty normal for Korean Barbecue right now, trying to make their way onto B. They have constantly, at the beginning of every round, tried to make their way into elbow, but 66J in the Cypher showing why he chose the agent, unfortunately, is going to get picked off by Cass, and they're going to make their way fully onto B site, popping that Viper's Pit. It's going to be a little bit difficult for the defense to make their way back on the site, but the second that I begin to say that, Demon managing to pick off Cass, they're not going to have that utility from the Sova to play with, and they're constantly swinging back and forth. Kawhi and Demon trading. Rest and Zeke up as Brisk hiding in the Viper's Pit, waiting for that red outline to pop up on their screen. Trigger itching, and I might get it right there, the snake bite, as Zeke is on 1 HP. That initial impact, the second that it begins to sprawl across the floor, unfortunately, Zeke with that 1 HP is taken out immediately. And now we're 3-1.
The value of that Viper's Pit just immense. Able to pick up the 2K at the end of the round. I mean, absolutely huge. And you can see how these ultimates are going to completely shape the way this map is played out. And speaking of ultimates, though they were able to pick up that round, the attacking side only has 1 on hand and aren't particularly close to getting any more. Meanwhile, Rest, Demon, and 6-6 all have ultimates on hand, and Zeke is only 1 away from the null command. So they're a little bit down and out right now in terms of round count, but the ultimates.
Oh, Brisk managing to just go ahead on that. Oh, taking out Demon just after they had popped the knives, as well as Karma off the back of that, no longer having access to that utility, but 66J wanting to go ahead and clap back. It seems as though the name of this game here is just constantly trading eliminations one after the next. Jello also going ahead and executing the initiator. Zeke there, making sure that they have no more utility to play with to try and make their way back onto this site and just completely annihilate the defense. 4-1.
Yeah, and to be fair, that actually wasn't all that costly, or it was actually very costly for the defensive side. That costed both the Bladestorm and the Viper's Pit, and like you said, that Bladestorm was taken out almost immediately as well. That push through B meant that that Viper Pit that was taken down over on B, neither one of those ultimates, despite being invested, got any value out of it. They got absolutely none out of it. So we're going to see this timeout come out from the defense, and they really need to figure something out because it just seems like they're getting outshined here. The ultimate usage is just not there, and they're going to be on the back foot. They're only going to be able to rock sheriffs into this half, and really, it's just so difficult to try to counter-strat the attack here, almost simply because they are completely controlling the tempo of the game. They're playing fast when they know they have the advantage, and they're completely slowing down almost to a standstill time and just absorbing whatever pressure the defense tries to push onto them. I mean, it's going to take a real change up in their strategy in order to break this attack.
Most definitely. It definitely looks like Korean Barbecue is a rather strong team right now. They're using everything in their arsenal to go ahead and get on site. And like you said, that Viper Pit and those knives were popped almost immediately, and neither one got any value. And so they should have been coming into that with the advantage, but they really didn't. It looks like they're going to initially posture themselves over towards A, but hanging a little bit back towards Spawn. It looks like they're trying to play a little bit more adaptable. But oh my goodness, the chamber at the top of the round again, starting it off with a 2K. This is nothing short of lethal, constantly being able to start the round, spamming through the smoke. Zeke managing to, at the very least, curb a little bit of that aggression, taking out Jello as they had dashed onto the site, and again,
Oh,
an amazing
down A.
flick onto Brisk, taking out the Viper. 66J as well. Sheriff menaces right now. But Quiet 2K, if he has anything to say about it, taking out his counterpart in Zeke, coming back down to a 2-2, you would definitely imagine that Fish Taco is going to be in a little bit of a rough situation, but if any of those previous shots were indicative of how they can control those sheriffs,
Enemy remaining.
not sure I'd call that a disadvantage. That being said, Quiet 2K does manage to take down 66J, who was low, crouching over and trying to hide near double doors.
Clean. That's just
Again, clean. Ending out the round with a headshot, as has been history throughout the rest of this first half, and it is now 5-1.
I mean, it's just very rocky for the defense there. I mean, pushing out, yes, is probably the best case scenario when you're on that defense and you only have pistols going up against the rifles. But pushing out 2 on your own is just spelling out doom for you, as you saw there with the chamber just immediately mowing down 2 at the beginning, and unfortunately just puts the defense in a position where they're just not able to take any space. And Korean Barbecue are just able to exploit that.
Absolutely. Going ahead and rather quickly making their way onto B. Rest is in a difficult situation as Brisk, the counterpart there on Viper, is going to go ahead and take them out. That is going to be unfortunate. No longer having access to that Viper utility. Going to go ahead and slam the spike down on point. Jello sort of crouching around the column in the middle. And they're just going to try and play to prevent the defense from getting on here. But 66J managing 1 and then 2 headshots. Make it 3. Wrapping around here, constantly managing to even out the playing field. Bodies on the ground. Quiet 2K stuck around the corner. It is a 1v1. 1v2, rather.
One enemy remaining.
Ooh.
Oh,
I can't use that.
Tapping the spike. Quiet 2K looking away. Demon, unfortunately, at the worst possible time, deciding to look to the right instead of holding the same angle that they were. And then Quiet 2K peeking out at the most opportune moment and closing out the round. That was close, but
it's close, but it doesn't feel it, is what I'm noticing.
Exactly.
I mean, Korean Barbecue, I mentioned it before, but they are just setting the pace of the game. We've seen them play a little bit slower, we've seen them play a little bit quicker, but in that case, even though that was going to be a full buy round, they immediately forced defense into being put into that disadvantaged situation. They just pushed on the site and made the opportunity for themselves rather than waiting for the defense to make a mistake. It's exactly what they need to be doing. They need to be constantly switching and changing up the pace in order to keep this defense on the back foot and just make it so that no matter what they do, their strategies cannot just be read.
Absolutely. Having tested the waters over in mid, deciding that maybe it was an A push that was in their future. Brisk going ahead and taking down Demon, a very familiar situation on the opposite side, with Rest also taking out. But Zeke, once again, a menace with the Sheriff, making 2 kills there, evening out. And even giving his own team the advantage. Mind you, we've seen this situation before, but nothing exactly as dire as this. Zeke managing to take down 3 with the Sheriff. Absolutely terrifying. But a Vandal is up. 49 health. Stuck in a little bit of an awkward situation between a Vandal and a Stinger, but we've seen this chamber make magic before, so I would be remiss to say that he couldn't manage to take out a magic trick out of his magic hat. Ooh. Rounded peeking Karma with a Stinger. Unfortunately, only needed to hit 2 bullets center mass, and that's exactly what happened, closing out and managing to acquire 2 rifles there. Luckily, they've now, Fish Taco managed to put themselves back on the board, having been down 4 rounds consecutively.
Yeah, no, not a great position to be in. They were only really able to get the bonus round where they had that rifle advantage. And now, looking at the scoreboard, it looks like they do, but they do, in fact, have that tour de force in the hands of Ayumi. Again, sorry if I messed up your name, but That being said, Demon also is going to pick up this operator, and if they can get any value out of that, they can immediately flip this half back on its head. It's still very much able to end up a 6-6, but right now, Fish Taco just need to do something a little bit different to switch it up.
Absolutely. Oh, this is looking a little rough here. Hunter Fury getting popped and marking Demon Brisk, able to swing around the corner and secure that kill. Jello through the box, managing to pick out 66J as well. Rather unfortunately, they had their time in mid, but they're going to proposition back over towards B, going ahead and making their way through elbow and just going to go ahead and explode onto B. There's not really anybody there that can prevent their aggression here, so they're going to secure the site and all of its angles for free. That Viper wall is in such an amazing position. Spike going down, Snakebite's committed. They're not going to have too much more to try and force them off the column, and it looks like everybody here in Korean Barbecue is positioned so amazingly, and once again, Yoim playing perfectly with the tour de force coming up behind, making his way through mid, and might be able to catch off the other two members of the defense here off guard with that tour de force in hand. Such a lethal play and such a consistent player. It makes sense. Looks like they might just begin to make their way back on over to A through CT spawn to try and save, but whew, a little questionable there.
A little unfortunate that Zeke fell down in that defender area right before B, seeing as they were the only one that had any utility left up for this defense for the retake. So the moment that Zeke fell, it kind of just spelled the end for that round for Fish Taco. And Zeke really doing the most in this team, trying to drag their team forward 9, 8, and 5. Has been able to get a few clutch plays, bring their team back into some rounds where it just seemed like it was over. But man, or just again, seeing how well Korean Barbecue are playing and how well they're playing around their ultimates. They have had an ultimate almost every single round for like 5 to 6 rounds now. They are spacing them out and they are using them at such well-timed, intervals that they are just able to constantly play around them.
Oh. Absolutely, and this is a rather aggressive push, excuse me, up through halls. That is insane. This is one of the first times that we've really actually seen such an aggression up through halls, and the fact that there was absolutely nobody there to stop them from opening doors, definitely a little lackluster play coming out from Fish Taco. Luckily, they did manage to curb some of it with Demon's position in mid, definitely making it so anybody who would explode out onto A or try and take over sightlines through mid, it would be a little bit more difficult. That being said, as they made their way back, they definitely did forfeit any control over mid, as clearly evident as Yorm had made his way up through elbow and was checking to see if there were any eyes on mid. Anybody that would be able to prevent his push, but it looks like they might be wanting to commit over at A. Viper wall down. They did tag Brisk, and the Hunter Fury is being committed. 66J managing to pick off 2 off the back of that, but it is now a 3v3. Again, Viper's Pit, then pop from Brisk to go ahead and try and cover that A site as well as the bomb itself, and now they're going to get a much better position here on A, trying to play a little bit more for that post-plant. Viper positioning herself over in the corner of her pit, waiting for anybody to make their way into the gaseous fumes, and we'll see how the defense decide to try and take this. They're going rather slow because they don't really have any information on where the opposition is currently located. Pinging the spike, it looks like somebody's going to tap it, but Snakebite going out is going to leave Demon at 1 HP there with the decay. Rest taking out Yoim, a 1v1 Rest versus Kawhi. Kawhi is going to go ahead and get that kill. Is not going to be able to run away from the proximity of the explosion from the spike, but is going to be able to close out the round 8-2.
It's almost in a situation like that worse off that Brisk fall so early there. Demon being caught out by that Viper's Pit, dropping midway through the defuse. very unfortunate for them, and that's actually going to set them back a little bit even more. It is 8-2 on the board, and this is going to be an eco round coming out for Fish Taco. And it's getting a little bit desperate here. Top frag 66 only has 10k on the board, 10 kills, excuse me, on the board. And right now, 3 of the side of Korean barbecue are all past that.
Hello. They seem to be spammed through mid doors onto the 66J. That is not looking amazing if you are Fish Taco. 66J has been putting in quite the work on these sort of low buy rounds here. And it looks like they have just committed to B, as of course Jello has just decided to immediately rush onto site, but they didn't manage to catch rest, and with that stinger, as has been accurate throughout the entirety of all the maps that we've managed to cast so far, has just been such a deadly weapon. Going ahead and popping that null command as well, trying to rest the defense, but coming ahead and making this much more even. Zeke trying to hold a little bit of an off angle here on column, knowing that Yoim is sitting there planting the spike with a Vandal in hand. Might be looking to try and catch him off guard, but is going to be Kawaii 2K that he manages to catch off guard. And now we are on a 2v1, Karma alone. 2 shock darts to his name. Sonar almost coming up, but he is going to manage to catch Yoim in the back, and this is well planted for his own defuse, and immediately swinging out of the corner, a crisp, clean, clinical headshot. Sova v Sova action is going to finally manage to cut in half the momentum that was exploding from Korean barbecue. 8-3.
Zeke does just enough there to set up Karma. It gives them all the information they need. And man, Karma coming up huge, playing around that back corner. I mean, right at the last second, that Silver Drone comes up over the wall towards Arches. And if Karma hesitated for even a second, his position gets given away, and he's in a terrible spot, stuck in that back corner. But luckily, he's able to sneak away before getting spotted by that Silver Drone, and is just able to use that, off angle to create the advantage. Very, very well played.
Absolutely. Rest going ahead and committing that Viper's Pit in the entrance to A from Cave to try and shut down any opportunity to make their way onto the site. It looks like Korean Barbecue is rather spaced out on the map right now. It looks like they're trying to figure out at which avenue can they take space. It looks like they're kind of hanging back ever so slightly, some pushing up through mid to try and figure out where they could exactly push and manage to get some purchase and control here on the map. Sitting back still over towards T side, they seem to be playing a little bit of a waiting game. Patiently, Cass slowly pushing through halls. 66J checks for only but a moment, but does not manage to catch him, though does have a trip positioned right outside of the doors leading from halls. So should be able to catch him if he decides to make his way out there. But of course, Jello is just going to explode out towards A and is immediately going to get shut down with the fragment and the knife. But shut down is absolutely, apparently, not the right word I need to be using, as immediately managing to pick up 2 headshots. And this is a 4v2. Demon and Karma are the only ones up with an Operator and Vandal in hand, but Jello going ahead and making work, filleting those that are attempting to hold A site. And with that Snakebite Demon down to not but a sliver of HP, will manage to close out the round and close out half at 9-3.
I mean, yeah, up until the point where they broke in the site, that was actually looking very, very good for the defense there. Very, very unfortunate. Korean Barbecue actually were almost completely surrounded in. Fish Taco did a really good job of taking as much space as possible. They had the Jets sitting down elbow, making sure no one was rotating on the B. They had eyes on mid, and they already knew that there was someone cave. They knew exactly where they were, and they started very slowly choking them out of room, forcing them into that A hit. Unfortunately, the moment they went for it, they were clinical and the actual take, and they were able to get some very nice clean one taps like you mentioned, and it just switched it back into their favor. But it was looking like a very, very good end until it just kind of all collapsed around them here.
Absolutely. Demon, the Sheriff making his way up into halls. It also looks like they're trying to figure out on the side A fish taco, exactly where they're wanting to hit here. The entirety of the map has basically been covered by one agent or another as they are sent sprawling across Breeze right now. But it looks like they might be wanting to make their way a little bit closer towards B, slowly walking up towards Elbow, maybe making a peek over towards mid to see if they have anybody that would prevent them from going mid to B. 66J walking up. They don't have Demon with them, who would be the one that would try their best to get their team on site, but Brisk is about to be swung by the
Flying squad.
entirety of the team there, managing to pick up 1 kill. But of course, Korean Barbecue is going to clap back with 3 of their own, making this a 3v2, make it 4 even, make it 5. In the time that I was explaining what exactly was happening, the eliminations began to just explode in the top right of the screen, and that is that. The damage had been done, and the round is over, swinging into the favor of Korean Barbecue 10-3. They won the pistol round here.
I feel like I'm getting deja vu here, because that's actually kind of what we saw earlier when Korean Barbecue lost their bonus that I really didn't like, where they go and they either have a good strategy, or in that case, they just went for it. They just funneled into that B main position, and they were just able to be mowed down one by one. Not the best start to this round, and we're already seeing it very similar, where it's a 5-man stack
Oh,
push
Jello!
through a main.
Jello managing to pick off 66J and trying to curb that initial aggression, but Zeke with that Sheriff as what has been an absolute menace, terrifying, a juggernaut of skill here with the Sheriff. You don't need a rifle if you're Zeke, you just need a pistol in hand, and apparently you do the exact same work that the enemy and the rest of your team can do with a full arsenal. But constantly sort of trading what seems to be spam through smoke, sitting here with the Bulldog, unfortunately not able to catch out what they need to, swinging back and forth, pick after pick. Demon going ahead and making it so it is a 2v1. Yorm in a little bit of a rough position, but both opposition are low, but that doesn't matter when you have Demon with a Bulldog. Headshot or 2 is all that they need to go ahead and close out that round, and it looks like we're finally breaking double digits here for Korean Barbecue. Or, excuse me, Fish Taco finally making their way on the board after Korean Barbecue had gotten into double digits. That's great for Fish Taco.
Yeah, absolutely. This does put the game a little bit on its head. It makes it so that the next few rounds are a little bit more tricky. Normally, we see those first 2 get taken. You know, they pick up the pistol, they pick up the anti-eco, and they lose the bonus. But now, with the split...
Oh my goodness, Demon with a 2K. Wasn't doing particularly much when it came to the defense, but of course the Jet, the duelist here, managing to pick up some unbelievable value on attack, but is going to run right past Brisk. But luckily Zeke, the sort of back end of this trolley and this train here, does manage to pick them up so they don't get flanked and picked off from behind. 2K, the shot goes long. Rest manages to hit a headshot with the Vandal, and they are just about to plant the spike. I'm looking to get any amount of damage done here, and Dudge managed to get a pick onto Demon, but unfortunately is taken down by Rest. 3 people still up and remaining for Fish Taco, and that is now finally their 5th round of the entire map, making that 5-10.
Yeah, like I was saying, this does make it a little bit weird. We're seeing that, that first round went into the way of Korean Barbecue, and then once it gets split in round number 2, you usually see the team that won round number 2 pick it up, and then because they're now on this full buy, we should see Korean Barbecue bring this back almost solely due to this rifle advantage, which makes the first 4 go in a 2-2 range, which seems very weird, but for Fish Taco, that's almost exactly what they wanted. They didn't want a 2-1 split, because that would give the advantage back to Korean Barbecue.
Demon had just popped knives and immediately got silenced by KO knife, but is luckily able to pull it out again and is going to sort of re-aggress into mid to try and take control of it. Jet Smoke going ahead as well as being able to pick up Cass. It's so unfortunate. The information from Sova is going to be executed and taken out of the current round. Rest making their way up through halls, having popped that Viper smoke to make sure that there was nobody that would notice the fact that Viper is slowly but surely crawling their way behind the defense. But Yoim managing to take out Demon, finally shutting down what was such a long line of kill after kill to open up the rounds. Rest, then also taking back down that chamber. It has now made its way to a 3v2. Fish Taco trying to figure out where it is that they want to try and get the spike down. Where are they going to have the
30
best
seconds
purchase,
left.
considering that they don't have too much utility to play with, but they are one off of that Viper's Pit. If they can just get this plant down, they will have the Viper's Pit to use. But looks like they might not want to connect
Spike
that
planted.
or commit with the Viper's Pit, but Brisk able to take out Rest there. Zeke then trading with the Viper, making sure that they are going to close this out as a 2v1. Kawaii 2K jumping down from bridge and trying to clear cave, having the knowledge that both of the players that he needs to slaughter are going to be right around this corner, but unfortunately 66J is going to nip that in the bud to make sure that Kawaii 2K cannot have his moment of heroism, and it is now 6-10 with Fish Taco picking up the last 3.
Yeah, no, I said it was probably going to get split 2-2, but they managed to pull out even better. They split it 3-1. They're able to secure that round. Basically, not even the bonus can't even be considered because that is almost a full buy round. But now that sets them up to be in a really good position to claw back into this game. Right now, Korean Barbecue are going to be on this eco buy with only 4 sheriffs to their name. And they don't have any ultimates on hand to really flip this back into their favor.
Oh my goodness!
Come on.
They have been... I don't understand the sheer... how impressive their ability to use the Sheriff is across the entirety of this lobby. So many different bits of utility being dumped at one another. Shock Dart, Snakebite, managing to take out 4 from the lobby, 3 of which are all from Fish Taco. On the side of Korean Barbecue, Brisk being taken out, the controller down, no longer having that Viper Wall or the smoke, the Snakebites from being able to maybe force them out of position as they aggress onto A, but Karma and 66J are stuck in a rough position. Kawaii 2K managing to just completely rip them apart with the Sheriff looking up in the sky. Is it a bird? It's a plane? No, it's Jello. But Jello's not the one who killed him. Cass, as support coming up from behind once again. That Sheriff just managing to lodge a bullet in the brain from behind. My goodness, that was a bit of a chaotic end to a round, but what I would expect considering how this map has gone so far. 6-11, Korean Barbecue finally managing to pick up the second round in this half.
I mean, yeah, I said that they didn't have any ultimates to work with to flip that back, but it doesn't really matter when, you know, you can just get 3 opening kills with a Sheriff almost immediately. But now they do have ultimates to work with, but being, you know, silenced over on B is not, you know, conducive to being able to use them.
Absolutely not. And Zeke is going to go ahead and take down Kawaii 2K through their ultimate, and Rest is also going to pick up the Viper. It is constantly counterpart action here. One agent taking out their counterpart back and forth, and it looks like that they're going to go ahead and pop the Viper's Pit. Rest slamming that down, and they're going to do their absolute best to try and play around it. They have so much utility to play around here. It is a massive battle that is occurring, whether it be spamming through smokes, peeking around corners, and trying to get the fadeaway shot is Demon, but Chamber managing to pick them off. Jello trying to get to that high ground. Yoim making themselves comfortable in a 1v2 position. Zeke is so unbelievably low, but Rest sitting in that Viper's Pit is going to be difficult to deal with. No longer have any time to try and deal with the spike, is just going to try and get exit frags, but Rest is going to shut that down with a clean, crisp headshot from the classic, the gun that we all know and love. 7-11. A great convenience store.
And there we go. That is going to be the timeout called for Korean Barbecue, and they really need it here. In the last, 6 rounds, they've only been able to secure... 6 rounds, they've only been able to secure 2. So they really need to stop and rethink their strategy because right now it just seems like Fish Taco are just reading right out of their own playbook and are countering it. Every single attack that they have done has just been so clinical, and yeah, they're in a pretty good position to do so. They can just completely flip this map on its head. They have 3 ultimates available. They have that Chamber ult, they have the Viper's Pit, as well as the Hunter's Fury, and they're only one away from that Blade Storm. The biggest issue is that they're just being countered by Fish Taco. Such great ultage usage that no command coming out from Zeke almost immediately completely shut down the defense over on B. And once that happens, they were able to take site so cleanly, so efficiently. It's going to be a lot, but they need to do something to overcome it. They're going to have to play around their ultimates a little bit better, much like what we saw first half.
Absolutely. And besides CJ seems to utility currently on playing the entirety of the rest of tacos seems to be finding their way over towards B. We've seen a lot of them mid-play here through elbow, so I'm curious to see if that's what they do again. But at the very least, they're definitely positioned on the leftmost side of the map over towards B. Oh, that should manage to catch a few different people. The Tour de Force is going to go ahead and get hopped and activated from Eoym that is going to try and lock down A, peeking through cave, but is a little scared about the possibility of somebody making their way up through double doors into mid, going ahead and double smoking mid doors there. Maybe a little bit of overkill, but at the very least, nobody will be able to see through the cracks in the armor of that smoke there. Playing a little bit slower here, gradually making their way over to the mouth and opening of B. Going ahead and now finally committing a dump of utility. Smokes to try and get on the site. Brisk is going to go ahead and take out Demon. Demon, who has constantly been the catalyst to try and get their team on site and has been successful in doing so. 66J is just going to completely disregard the fact that there is a snake bite in their path to victory and is going to walk over it and manage to take down Brisk from behind. Eoym and Cass are the only ones left. Ooh, Cass getting forced out. A snake bite. Amble drone getting popped here is going to get destroyed rather quickly. And now here, Korean Barbecue are needing to find a way to try and mitigate the damage of this round. Trying to figure out how to explode past the Viper wall, but they are unfortunately tagged. Cass going down to Karma. Zeke, as soon as they recognized that Cass was down, expected the push and swing from Eoym and managed to, with a clean, crisp headshot, take them out. It is 11-8. This game is quickly becoming much closer. Much closer.
Yeah, absolutely. Very unfortunate there that the only 2 left standing were Kaz, who really didn't have any util to be used for that retake in Chamber, which is not a great agent for the retake. So very unfortunate they just didn't have the tools. Very clean take, very clean hold from the attacking side. And definitely want to see a little bit of a change up here, because right now it seems like the timeout hasn't really done too much, and Demon confirming that.
Demon again exploding out onto the point. Jello trying his best to wrap around, but is not really going to get too much purchase as they are taking a rather long flank through cave that allowed both Brisk and Kawaii 2K to get killed from Demon, which is an absolute demon, but Jello finally going ahead and wanting to get something done with those knives will go ahead and take out Karma, but Demon, once again, kill after kill, headshot after headshot, has managed to explode towards the top of this leaderboard. Eoym, though, is not going to go down without a fight, is going to back up out of the radius of the KO knife, but is unfortunately, although is doing the work of a hero, managing to take out 3 off the back of a headhunter, does get shut down by Zeke in the last moment, and we are now 11-9 with only a 2-round differential in which we had come into this 9-3.
Yeah, I think I'm starting to put together what's really happening here with the defense. They're losing these sites really quickly. They're almost immediately falling back, or they're just losing so many that they're relying on these retakes to come through. But the retake almost seems very sporadic. They had 4 different people go in for that retake. Only 2 of them went in together, and they peaked out all at once. We saw the push through mid doors where they just took out that chamber trip and then immediately pushed in the 3 people. It's very scattered, very sporadic, and they're hoping for solo plays like EOM's been doing in the last couple rounds to try to pull them through, but it's just not been enough to secure the round, only just to cause damage.
Absolutely. When you get into the top ranks and the top echelon of Valorant players, it becomes much more of a team-oriented game. Even if one person seems to be dominating the leaderboard like EOM is, it still requires the collaboration of the team. 66J tossing out a smoke there, almost managing to catch Brisk as they jump peaked, but luckily, if you're Brisk, they did not manage to catch a nice crisp headshot to the corner of the box. Rest has managed to push up rather far here, just sort of sitting in halls, going to go ahead and where they know the trip is smoke it off and managed to get Cass from behind. That is so unfortunate. You no longer have the Sober utility. 66J coming from mid as well, managing to take out the controller and Viper as well. Kawaii 2K eliminating Cypher, going ahead and evening this out. Zeke going ahead and making sure that their team is going to have the advantage to hold in this post-plant after getting the spike down. But EOM, if he has anything to say about it, is going to keep constantly getting pick after pick, kill after kill. He is a train that cannot be stopped right now. But let's see if tracks break coming up against Zeke. And Karma, and it looks like they might having the dance around the corner here is Jello. Karma coming into a 1v1 with EOM, who is going to manage to... Oh, no. Oh! So very close moments away from disaster. EOM is managing to pick that up, and now we are 12-9 match point, and Korean Barbecue had managed to, although by the skin of their teeth, pull out the last round and kind of force Fish Taco to be at the edge of their seat here. No room for error.
Yeah, no, there's absolutely none. Though we have been seeing a pattern. We've seen, Korean Barbecue pick up a round, and then they drop 3, and then they pick up a round, and then they drop 3. They picked up a round. The only issue is they've dropped 3 in a row. Here, we're going to overtime. And this is another best of 3, so, losing map 1, not the end of the world, but Fish Taco definitely want to be in a position where they want to be in the advantage on map number 2, and it looks like they do so very aggressively.
Absolutely, and that's exactly what a Fish Taco is going to do. They're going to be as aggressive as they possibly could. Demon going ahead and dashing immediately into A site and getting 2 almost back-to-back rest, taking down any hope for a retake with Spectre and Vandal in hand for the defense. Kawaii 2K and Brisk still up with a little bit of utility to play with that fragmentation and that flash. Let's see how they want to try and take this, because they're 12-9. Everything could hinge on this round here, but it looks like they might just try and go back and save the arsenal that they have. Guardian and Vandal do their absolute best to try and pad the econ that they have, as of course Fish Taco, with that unbridled aggression, just ripping through any amount of opposition from the defense, had managed to pretty convincingly plant on A, and it is now 12-10.
Yeah, they're slowly clawing it back. This has been a pretty dominant second half here for Fish Taco, really playing Korean Barbecue like a fiddle, but we've said it before, there's no room for error. I mean, even towards the end there, they played a little bit too aggressively. Jello really did not need to die, or excuse me, Demon really did not need to die there. That could have very clearly been a flawless, but instead they're still trying to play very aggressively, still trying to, hurt the economy wherever it can. But when you're backed up against a wall with this, I feel like every round win you can get is a round win. You try to help out your economy rather than risking it.
Absolutely. And this is going to be a dump of Viper utility mixed with Jet and Cypher smokes as well. Snake might trying to go ahead and prevent the plant, but is not able to. Just a few seconds too late, and everybody is going to begin to back up into bricks or cave, trying to play for that post plant. It is still 5-5. There was no death that occurred there on the point to prevent really much of anything that occurred. And the Spike is in a little bit of a precarious situation. If you are the offense, it's going to be a little bit more difficult to play for, but not if Zeke has anything to say for it. 4 people in a row, making a 4K from Zeke, but Eom is going to go ahead and try and level out the field with the 3K. But unfortunately, there's only so much you can do when you have nothing but a Vandal and a Dream to your name. You are not able to close out the map, and prevent from going to overtime in an 11-12. There is one more round, and there is a rather lack of credits coming out from Korean Barbecue.
You know, I've been hit recently with that Caster's Curse, you know, and people have been saying that I'm really, really bad with the Caster's Curse. I didn't want to say it, but that first half did end 9-3. I'm just saying.
It did indeed.
Did.
You are absolutely correct.
One round away. Very, very unfortunate here for Korean Barbecue, but no, a little risky in the last one, but it looks like they're just going to play aggressively for B.
Absolutely, and it makes it especially difficult, especially when that Viper's Pit is going to be committed, but both are going to be activated at the same time, and it looks like there is going to be a dump of ultimates, as this is the round that can determine how the rest of this map is going to go. It is 4v4, make it 4v3, because Eorm, an absolute menace, a robot at this point that is just connected to the heads of every opposition in his way. Demon going ahead and trying to pop out to get Brisk. Rest. 66J managing to pick off back-to-back Cass versus 66. Cypher versus Sova, slowly making his way around, but is going to get picked off by the Cypher, just barely managing to miss the head and connect with the shoulder. That was unbelievably close to a headshot, and unbelievably close to finally Korean Barbecue closing it out in their favor. But we now make our way into the first round of overtime. 12-12. Think anything's going to change?
It's going to be interesting. I think we're actually going to see multiple overtimes in this case, because we saw how one-sided both of these halves were. Both of them ended 9-3.
Right.
You know, Fish Taco showed a very, very good, capable, you know, attacking side, but their defensive side was rough, to say the least, and it was the exact vice versa for the side of Korean Barbecue. Right. So I don't know. I can't expect too much changing, because it was almost so one-sided on both sides. I think it's going to be less of what one team changes that's going to switch it over, and I think it's just going to be which team slips up first.
Absolutely. A few flashes, knives, and shock darts being traded into mid. Neither team wanting to give up control, as it is such a pivotal position in the map. Defense rather positioned a little intensely over towards mid. Cass being able to take off Zeke means that there is only one defender in A, and it looks like the entirety of Korean Barbecue is aware of this fact, so they are going to go as quickly as they can onto A, picking off another individual in Rest, which is rather unfortunate. Losing an initiator and controller is going to make sort of retaking this rather difficult, as 4 bodies make their way onto A, as it looks like Brisk is going to try and go for a little bit of a flank through mid doors, constantly trading back and forth, but unfortunately making it a 4v1. There's only so much this Cypher can do when there are 4 different bodies around them, luckily managing to take out Brisk in the meantime, but it doesn't particularly matter. Neither does the shock dart from Cass that takes out his own teammate in Jello. Luckily, none of the credits and none of the weaponry from the previous round can be carried over into this one, so play out and mess around to your heart's content.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think anyone's really all that surprised. That's the exact round we expected to go in that way.
Oh, absolutely.
You know, both teams really showed an aptitude for the attacking side, but neither really showed too much on the defense. So I don't think anyone's surprised. I think once we see an attacking team go down early is when we should really start raising, raising our eyes and seeing what's really happening here. And there we go.
Absolutely, and has been the case the entire time. Fish Taco just going ahead with unbridled rage on trying to pick off Korean Barbecue on this attack, and successfully doing so. The initial pick onto Jello, and then taking out Brisk once again. Constantly, this Viper seems to be going down whenever they're trying to position themselves for a retake, which is rather unfortunate when you're on the defensive side here. This is going back and forth constantly, but it looks like Fish Taco, although trading out a little bit of damage from Korean Barbecue, is going to just shy of a flawless from Zeke being taken out from Eoym. We'll go ahead and go into the way of Fish Taco. And it seems like attack is just a side for both teams. Neither side seems to be particularly adept at defense.
Yeah, no, but I really like what Fish Taco is pulling out here. That was actually a change-up from a play that we saw earlier in the half, or earlier in the game. We saw them play for that post-plant situation before. We only saw it really once, but last time it was actually really sketchy. They really only won because of a Hunter's Fury,
Right.
ultimate being used. But they saw that, they saw how it was sketchy, they knew that they didn't have it, and they made that small adjustment to put 2 over in mid doors rather than just
Oh! Demon with the operator crouched in mid doors. I absolutely expected the people to pick off Cass. Cass has not had too much of an impact on the game so far, so a shot like that is absolutely amazing. Mind you, Cass has been doing amazing work with the information, like you said, the Hunter's Fury marking different individuals, the shock darts being clearly a linchpin in some of these operations. But that is so unfortunate if you are Fish Taco, because Demon has been such an amazing fragger, and at the very least has been so good at taking space, whether that be on the attack or when you're on the defensive side, retaking space that was lost. And Demon going down, that Jet going down on Breeze of all maps at the top of the round is rough. But that being said, looks like Korean Barbecue is slowly trying to make their way into A. Fragmentation Grenade, a Snake Bite, and the whole 9 yards. The kitchen sink preventing them from doing so, but it looks like they have their sight lines given to them again. So many bodies on A here. And Zeke is the only one that apparently you need with headshots back to back. But as soon as I say that, he's taken down as Brisk goes ahead and opens up.
Spike planted.
This is looking a little rough. This is looking rather balanced, of course, but the fact that Brisk is on this flank right now, it doesn't look like anybody's paying attention to the fact that they knew Brisk was going to be in halls, but 66J managed to turn around at literally the perfect timing for that, having not even given an inkling of care or attention over towards Hall the entirety of the time that they decided to make their way up onto stairs, decided to look back at Bridge at the perfect, most opportune moment, pick off Brisk, and that was the catalyst that allowed them to win the round. Fish Taco and Korean Barbecue, 14-13.
Ooh, I mean, bringing it to the last moment, I said that it was going to come down to, maybe not what the big change up in the play was, but just which team slipped up. And actually, I think it really came down to just Zeke coming online there. Zeke picking up 2 in that mid game immediately flipped it back so it was more balanced. And then, like you said, Brisk rotating around. Man, just very well played, and maybe a little bit of a slip up to just send, back to back one at a time through that mid space from the attack. So, man, the time has to come through. They really need to do something because this is now a very risky situation. They're now on the defense. They're not expected to win this. And if they lose it, I mean, we're going to map 2, and despite the really strong start, they're going to be down 1-0 on the map count.
Absolutely, and rifles across the board during this timeout. Like you said, here in the defense, neither one of these teams seem to be particularly defense-oriented, so anybody who's on the attack has a clear advantage, constantly swapping back and forth in the past 4 rounds. It is the attack that had won. And history repeats itself then, like you said. Despite that start, Korean Barbecue
Oh, the playbook
Three
is still
bodies.
expanding. That's
Yeah.
a big push down hall, something we
Oh,
haven't seen in a while,
yeah.
yeah.
So you
So
have 3 bodies on A, but Fish Tacos sending 3 bodies through halls are going to maybe catch them a little bit off guard here. Well, not anymore, considering the fact that they went ahead and opened up door in halls, but Rest and Demon, as has been part of the norm, going ahead and taking out the initial picks at the top of the round, with Yoim, Jello, and Cass going down at the bottom of the barrel, unfortunately being tossed aside, no longer having any of that utility or bodies. Once again, Demon flying immediately into the air, soaring like a bird, trying to search for its prey, is going to get shut down by Brisk, but that is not going to make the damage that has occurred thus far any less important. 3v1, Brisk is going up against an impossibility. 66J, Rest, and Karma, so much utility to play with, as well as pure mechanical skill. Rest taking out their counterpart. How beautiful and poetic. The last kill is Viper v Viper, and that, ladies and gentlemen, is Fish Taco taking it away.
I mean, it was a brawl. It was going
Oh,
back to back, at least
nothing
at the
short of
end
a
there.
brawl.
I mean, it was almost a brawl in a very different sense. Usually we see, like, they go back and forth round for round, but here it was half to half. Really,
Right.
neither team was really able to do anything on the defensive half. But I really would have pointed something out from Fish Tacos. They were really down and out after that first half.
Oh, yeah.
But on their attacking side, their playbook was so deep. Usually I make the comment of, like,
Mhm.
once we get to overtime, once we get to the second overtime, the playbook is out the window. There's nothing left. You've thrown everything you can because you can only have so many strats for a certain map. But we even saw them they actually on both their attacking halves pulled out 2 new plays that we had not seen for the entirety of the rest of their attacking half, where they brought 9 rounds
Oh.
of the 12. So to still be bringing out new pushes, even like small tweaks to plays that we saw earlier that completely flipped around back into their favor, just having those is just such a good sign of a really well drilled team. And I mean, yeah, it was a really well played map by Korean Barbecue. But when you just have a team that can just continue to pull things out of
Absolutely.
their back pocket, Fish Tacos, they're going to be a rough team to beat.
Yeah, most definitely. Amazing showings from both sides. Like you said, constantly going back and forth, but Fish Tacos finally managed to find what it was that they needed. They found their stride and they rode it the entire way. Great, great game.
Yeah, absolutely. And we still have even more to go because this is still a best of 3. We still have at max 2 more maps, possibly only 1. Fish Taco really proven to be a good team, but we'll be seeing more of them after a short break. Don't go anywhere. Alrighty, we are getting right into it. Ascent, map number 2. Fish Taco was able to bring it back. The 9-3 curse is real and it was in full effect on Breeze, but we are going into Ascent. And man, the picks are already coming in. They're
Oh,
flying in
yeah.
quickly.
Absolutely, Korean Barbecue has already locked in the entirety of what their composition is going to be here. That Astra and that Raze, love to see it. I would imagine you like to see the KJ as a
Love it.
particular KJ main yourself as well. It looks like this is a pretty similar composition to what we saw in our prior match as well. I would be interested to see if Demon actually does select the Phoenix, which he does. Do you expect to see anything
Ooh.
odd or different here being played in this map?
Uh, Phoenix has definitely been picked a lot more on Ascent, so I'm not all
Mm,
that surprised. I'm very interested to see how they're going to play them because Phoenix is good on Ascent. They're definitely rising in popularity, but I still think Phoenix is a very one-dimensional agent.
mm-hmm.
Very good at playing in through catwalk, through tree, but after that, maybe over towards B main. After that, their ability to really enter any of the other sites through any of the other means of entry really suffers, and especially
Right.
when you're going up against a KJ and you can almost completely lock down a site. Either A or B, both are really well held by KJ.
Right.
It's going to be a very difficult task for Phoenix to get a lot of value out of any of their utility, but I don't
Mm.
find it particularly weird. I more see the Astra pickup. I mentioned them earlier. That was a little bit surprised not to see the Astra get picked up on the last time we saw Ascent earlier today. But man, Astra on Ascent is so good. People don't typically play her because she's still hit hard after her last nerf. But even though she was nerfed, she's still a really good agent. That global utility and being able to drop 5 stars still is so strong. And here on Ascent, you could really see her shine.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially in tandem with an agent like Raze, considering the paint shells and some of the,
Yeah.
the pulls, concusses, and like you said, just the sheer overall versatility of the stars is nothing short of amazing. But that being said, it looks like Fish Taco is wanting to take a lot of space over in Cat in the first round is definitely rather interesting, but Briskus being just completely chased down is able to take out Demon at the very least in the back of that. But 66J constantly being quite a big fragger in both this map and the previous, managing to take out a 3K on the board there, already about halfway to the tour de force. Is going to set them up for quite a decent play here. That being said, a 2v3 Cass and a Yoim, which admittedly feels like a lot of deja vu, as a lot of the rounds that we saw on the previous map were these two that were the final contenders against trying to fend off Fish Taco from being able to take out the round. But 66J, if he has anything to say about it, doesn't particularly matter, because although getting a 4K on the board is going to be nothing short of ludicrous for his team, Yorm coming in here and managing to take out more and more one by one. It is now a 1v1. And unfortunately, even if they did manage to take out Karma, did not have time to defuse the spike there, and Karma manages to go ahead and secure the victory and the initial win for Fish Taco, flipping the script, as it was sort of the initial rounds that Korean Barbecue was winning in our previous map.
Yeah, no, this is the first pistol round they are going to be picking up here in this series. And, I mean, not all that surprised, to be honest. We're actually seeing pretty similar to what we saw in the last map, where Fish Taco is starting off very strong on this attacking side. And I wouldn't be surprised if they continue on. That being said, you never know. We've already seen, the first 2 rounds get split in this series before. I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again.
Yeah, no, absolutely. And it looks like we're having a little bit of a slower moment here with that Vandal coming out from 66J with the sheer amount of money that he got from the previous round. Makes sense. You lose that, it can be a little bit difficult, but it looks like they're trying to see if they can manage to take mid or A right now, but it's definitely slow. But continuing to make their way and sort of gradually peek around stuttering and jittering to try and make their way into A. They do, exploding out with a copious amount of utility. Dog being thrown out from Fade. Demon is kind of stuck in between a strange rock and a hard place, not allowing their Spectre shots to really find any purchase there. Does manage to get picked off and is going to go ahead and give that Spectre over towards Korean Barbecue, but it doesn't particularly matter when Rest, with a Spectre in hand himself, manages to go ahead and take out 3, as it seems as though they pass each other in the smoke, but what I expected to be a right-click juicy kill from the Classic does get taken from Rest from the Spectre, but that's a pretty decent round, but the only person going down is Demon.
Yeah, no, very clean round for them. I mean, pretty much what you would expect that is going to be the second round, but now they're going to be going into the bonus. Though that being said, that's actually not going to be a full buy. Kawaii 2K is only going to be able to pull a Bulldog out. And, you know, that being said, there are still some Vandals on the side of Fish Taco. They do have the Spectres. Only one has the pistol and the Sheriff in hand. So this can still very much be flipped. And we already know Fish Taco are an amazingly well-drilled offensive team. I'd be surprised.
Absolutely. The Nanoswarm being popped there to try and prevent any aggression from the attacking side did manage to prevent it, but it seems as though there is consistently more and more utility being tossed that direction, even though B main no longer has any bodies in it, and looks like 66J in that chamber has completely taken A and manages to catch Kawaii 2K off guard, planting the spike from Rest, setting up his trademarks. It looks as though this is going to be a little bit difficult for Korean Barbecue to come back in, especially when Demon manages to, through the wall into heaven, take out Cass. Zeke with Brisk over down towards T-Spawn. Going, trying to mitigate the damage. Try and get a few extra kills for his team, but looks like it might end in the save.
Yeah, and I mean, I said it before, but I would not be surprised if they're able to secure. I mean, very unfortunate that fall there, but that was the Bulldog in their hands, or I believe it was actually the Spectre. So, you know, the attack's still able to pick up 3 rifles, maybe even take some more outs, but no, it's actually.
That's so unfortunate.
Very, but that is still a very good round for them. They're able to pick up that bonus. They're able to convert the bonus very specifically, and that's a very scary sight because at least in the last map, when we switched over to the attacking half, you know, Korean Barbecue was able to at least pick up, you know, that pistol round in a few rounds previous, but losing the first 3 in this half, in the first 3 rounds of the game, that's a big confidence hit, especially as now they're going to be relying on 2 Hero Vandals, and they don't have that, you know, normally, you know, quote-unquote free round of that bonus to work around. They could be in a really rough spot where they might not pull anywhere near as many rounds as they thought they would be able to this half.
Absolutely, but over towards A on the opposite side of the map there, it looks as though we had quite a few casualties. A little bit of a battle had ensued with Jello and Brisk going down to Rest. And Zeke, Cass, constantly the Sheriff shots have been nothing short of amazing. Picking off one by one, Karma managing to go ahead and take out the other mirror image of themselves in Cass, making it a 3v2. Of course, clearly Korean Barbecue wanting to play a little bit slower here, carefully and quietly, but finally, Fish Taco commits to a site here and is going to explode onto B, and oh, that's so unfortunate. Crosshair wasn't exactly aligned to Demon's head, but Demon did allow a little bit of purchase here, but it's a 3v1. Kawaii 2K, there's only so much you can do up against 2 people. Demon, the Phantom, Karma with the Vandal, and the Phantom looks as though it is going to be the one that exits the round, converting it to, once again, another round for Fish Taco 4-0.
Yeah, no, it's a very, very strong start here for Fish Taco, and it looks like it can only get stronger, especially as they are only 1 ultimate ahead of Korean Barbecue. They do have that Killjoy on hand, but looking at the rest of Fish Taco, even those that are, you know, not ultimate in hand, two of them are one away, and Karma is only two. They are very close to having full ultimates on hand, and these rounds haven't particularly been close. They haven't been far, but there's still a massive need for them to improve here. And now they're going to have to overcome ultimates.
Absolutely. Sorry, Demon in the previous map has been so amazing at getting space and getting the rest of his team on site, but there's only so much you can do when you pop that Phoenix ult and you are immediately sent back to the location in which you popped it, and Zeke and Karma going down to Yoim is rather difficult to play with, but Rest coming out with a 2K of his own, taking out an Initiator and Controller, and then finally Jello evening out the playing field with a 2v2. Tour de Force has been popped, Demon sitting there with a Phantom, rocking back and forth, jiggling back and forth, and 66J, although he had the Tour de Force in hand, decided that it was the Vandal that needed to have the attention and close out the round. 5-0. Fish Taco has looked dominant. They have just been a train that has been chug-a-lugging forward, even when Fish Taco seems to have the advantage. Or excuse me, Korean Barbecue seems to have the advantage. Fish Taco just flips it around.
Yeah, no, strong start to say the least. And I mean, you could definitely tell this time that's needed. It's starting to get to Korean Barbecue's head. They're starting to slip on the very basic things. Rest there with that 2K. That was because they rotated around through mid and were able to catch two sitting in market, just like hyper fixating down onto Boathouse, trying to figure out how to get onto site. Meanwhile, Rest came up like a ninja and killed them in the night. They had no idea that they were even there. That the two that were rotating through the back of their spawn weren't able to see them either. And it just allowed it to immediately switch back into their way, because before that, it was a 4v3 in their favor. The moment Rest comes around and gets that opportunity, it swings back into their favor. And it's just like that. Those fundamentals are so important. And it's very clear that, going down 5-0 is really taking a toll on that mental.
Absolutely. There's a pretty large percentage of this game that is all about how good your mental is, right? If you are getting, admittedly, a 5-0 when you open up the last map with such a dominant performance, it can be a little bit difficult to try and crawl your way back from that. But that being said, Fish Taco is going to, once again, as has been essentially the entirety of their staple, trying to explode onto site, and then, of course, Korean Barbecue responding in kind with copious amounts of utility to try and prevent that push. And it does seem as though it works with Brisk. Two from the Sheriff, and then the paint shells from Jello also managing to pick off two as well. Yom managing to finally close out that round with a Sheriff shot to the dome, picking off Rest, and that was such a fast round. That was over in under a minute.
Oh, yeah, no. Very, very quick. I mean, just good use of utility there. Jello was able to get two with that paint shell, and that really set them up for the win. Very unfortunate for Rest that they were just kind of stuck by themselves there. They were actually almost very unlucky not to get Ayum in that trade. If they're able to bring it to a 1-1, it's very winnable, but it looks like they saw that round get flipped and they were not happy, and they're immediately going to start popping some ultimates to swing this back into their favor again.
Absolutely, that Null Command and that Nightfall committed over towards B is quite the expenditure, but Karma going down is not really going to be able to capitalize off of those two ultimates, and they immediately make their way into A. They already have A Heaven, and they have the entirety of A. It looked like, for some reason, Korean Barbecue had a little bit too much posturing over towards B, in which half of the map was now just given forfeit to the opposition, and Fish Taco seems to be sitting nice and pretty to convert this round.
Yeah, no, I mean, very, very well played. Very good fake as well, Brit. Oh, no, Brit. Okay, Brisk is able to secure it.
Ooh.
Oh.
A little worrying there that Brisk wasn't going to be able to get that, but luckily they got the frag.
I mean, if Brisk doesn't get that, then that's the mental destroyer. You can't.
Oh,
go
absolutely.
back that way. But
Absolutely.
no, extremely good. Fake out there. Usually, a team will just try to throw one ultimate at it and make it seem like they're gonna push it. But seeing two ultimates get popped outside of B almost immediately, I mean, to most normal people, to like a rational human being, you would expect that that would be a hit. Using two ultimates, two massive pieces of utility. I mean, to use that on a fake out, very risky, but it went in their favor. Looks like they are going to be leaning over towards A, though. Prowler going through short is going to give away some position. There's actually no one over on A. The duel's coming out in tree. Demon, though, finding that opening kill, though, does eventually fall. Jello is going to be picking up the rifle, or at least attempt to. But sight is there. Spike is going to be planted. And now, it's actually a little bit of a sketchy situation. I say that a 6-6 catches Cass just sitting, looking the other way. And now, this retake is very, very sketchy for them. They do find 66, who's sitting over in Cubby, but all stacked up in that tree position. There's not much they can do. The Showstopper gets invested the Killjoy as well. Jello finds a third for the round. They need to push this, and they find the kills they need. Who needs the Killjoy there? Very well played out round. A little sketchy at times, a little inconsistent, but they are able to secure it. That swings them back into their favor. That's 2 rounds in a row for them.
Yeah, absolutely. Unfortunately, it seems as though I had a little bit of a technical situation where everything on my computer wanted to just shut off. So, luckily, you were left with the sweet honey of Soren's voice here. So it's not like you had to listen to my grating voice or anything like that. But unfortunately, I have come back, which means that I am going to go ahead and do a little bit of commentating. That being said, it doesn't seem as though there's too much action happening in the very beginning here, as what has been par for the course of Fish Taco constantly having that sort of like unbridled aggression is rather quiet.
Definitely favoring an A lean here. It's actually very close to running into Jello, but they don't do it. But it looks like it's going to be a very aggressive push into A, and it's going to force the entirety of the defense to retreat.
Demon catching Jello in the smoke, and then Demon trying to have a drive-by, but unfortunately the ultimate ends the duration on that cut before he can actually manage to get any extra damage done. But 66J also managing to take out the controller in Brisk, making this a 2v5. Back to a little bit more of Fish Taco.
Yeah, no, they're still dying to these lurks in mid. They really need to keep the fundamentals in game, because they're losing because of it. Oh my.
Oh, rest with the shorty. I love looking over to you, you know, over here in the caster's desk, and just saying a little bit of a hi and a wave, and seeing your head in your hands. A look of. You wanna run me through what you're feeling right now?
Pain. A lot of pain. It's really down to fundamentals. They're dying to very simple things. They're not looking towards mid. They're hyper fixating on this push. We saw it before when they fell for that fake out, the 2 ultimates, but there was no push. They, you know, usually you would wait for a push to see if it's actually going to be there, but they don't, and they hyper fixate. They over rotate. They leave A open. You know, they go for a B hit, and then they leave mid wide open and allow their team to just completely get turned on. For it twice now.
A drive-by. Again, Demon is just constantly swinging with an unbelievable amount of confidence right now. Even though Zeke was the first one that got that pick, it doesn't particularly matter because it was Demon that just exploded onto the point, constantly making decisions that, like you said, don't need to be made. Fundamentals are just being thrown out of the window. Luckily, they did prevent this from being a flawless or anything like that. Jello managing to pick up another pick here onto Karma, making this a 3v2. But if Demon has anything to say about it, it doesn't particularly matter, because the way that they swung one after the next in the exact same position made it so Demon didn't have to readjust his crosshair in any capacity.
Yeah, and now I don't want to say now it's looking scary, because it's been scary since, you know, 5-0. But now it's just getting a little bit desperate here from the attacking side of Korean Barbecue. I mean, looking at, you know, the money, looking at the ults, it's just not a fun game for them. You can see it in the confidence in Fish Taco as well. They are starting to take duels because they know that even if they go down, they have the money to back it up. They can full buy until the end of the half. They have no need to worry about playing for their life. So they are just taking these duels, and it is catching, you know, they're catching Korean Barbecue off guard. They're not ready for that, you know, just very aggressive brand of Valorant, and it's showing because they are really not showing much of a fight here in this first half.
Oh
my.
no, Zeke picking up Cass, who Zeke decided to just stay in T-spawn there because he knew that the rest of his team is going to try and aggressively make their way onto B, and it's exactly what they did. Once again, rinse and repeat, the same round after round going ahead, and with successful aggression, taking the site with absolutely no clapback from the opposition. They are diamonds. And I don't mean the rank, I mean the gem. This is unbelievable right now. They are stalwart, difficult to crack. Man, Fish Taco, this is just too much. This is 10-1 now. They've already breached double digits in the first half.
See, now here's where it gets. I know I'm gonna say it again. Here's where it gets scary. Okay, here is actually where it gets rather terrifying at times because they're gonna be on an eco buy. They full bot out. They can't do it again. They're gonna have one hero vandal. If they're not able to convert this round, they're going to be going into the next half 11-1, which I know normally we say, leaves little room for error. There is little to none. The moment they go 11-1, if they lose the pistol, they are at match point. They have no room for error from here on out. They need to just convert every single round.
Absolutely, but no, it doesn't look like Fish Taco particularly cares about whatever last stand Korean Barbecue might want to put up here, because they're just popping as many ultimates as they can, throwing their utility to the wall and trying to make sure that it sticks or forcing it to stick. Mind you, this is one of the first rounds that, in a long time, Korean Barbecue has been up. The second I say that, the Nightfall has been committed here, but it doesn't particularly matter because now they've come into a 2v3. Make that a 2v1, make that a 1v1, make that a 1v0 with Cass finally, at the end of this round, managing to put themselves back on the board. The second round out of 12 in the first half, they have finally managed to grab. What a chaotic end to a half.
I mean, yeah.
Woo.
I mean, good. I mean, that's exactly what you wanted to see coming out from Korean Barbecue. They're still showing fight in them, but now we need to see a little bit of that attacking, fortitude that we saw in the previous match. My only issue with that is, looking at their team composition, sure, they have the KO, they have the Fade, they have the Raze. Astra, not the best attacking controller. I definitely say that, a Brimstone or an Omen would be better. And they do not have that chamber. They have KJ, which sure, Killjoy, great agent. On the defense, insanely good. On the attack, though, the best you can really hope for is getting picks through, mid and whatever site you're not pushing on the flank. And if you can't get those, there's not much value in KJ on the attack.
Right. No, absolutely correct. And that is a great start at the very least. Quiet2k managing to take out Demon, who has been a demon the entirety of this map. Constantly making sure that they were going to give the advantage to their team. Cass taking out Zeke. Initiator v Initiator. The fact that they're managing to put so much damage on the board is definitely a positive, though a little bit too close for comfort here, I might say, but luckily it is just coming down to karma. That 10-2 scoreboard might be turned into a 10-3 and is going to be turned into a 10-3 that luckily Korean Barbecue is going to be picking up the first round, the pistol round here, that they've normally been pretty decent at converting that sort of second round, but at the same time, Fish Taco, the second that they lose a round, they immediately become monsters. They become just, you can't deal with them. They change up their style of play. They change up how quickly they play.
And it's not uncommon for us to see them split halves before. We've seen it happen before, so I wouldn't be surprised if we saw it again. I mean, Fish Taco, definitely not down and out. They still have that mental advantage, and they even look to be trying to secure that, seeing as they still bought out. That's still 5 stingers in their back pockets to work with. And it looks like they're going to try to take advantage of that.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks like Karma and Rest are having a little bit of a conversation here, trying to figure out what weaponry they like to trade around. But, once again, a rather slow slow game that they seem to be playing here, trying to take a little bit of a jiggle peek over towards mid to make sure that there's nobody that would prevent any take towards mid, but it looks like they're just playing slow, positioning over towards B and making their way through main.
I really like the setup here that they have. I mean, they usually on this anti-eco, you expect the aggression, but when you have stingers, you don't want to do that. You want to keep yourself in a position where you can take advantage of that short range, and here we go, absorbing that pressure.
Absolutely, the Stinger's just completely popping off. They are doing more than stinging, they are killing right now. Oh my goodness, Jello and Cass the first ones to go down. That is not a great sight, and knowing that Brisk is stuck in that corner, I would not be surprised if they just decided to aggressively push and swing that, and unfortunately, the second round of the second half will go in the way of Fish Taco, who is at the disadvantage there. They had, correct me if I'm wrong, a Bulldog and a couple of Spectres on the side of Korean Barbecue, and all that Fish Taco had to their name were stingers. That's...
I mean, it's just such good game knowledge. Honestly, from a little bit of both sides, their Korean barbecue.
Oh, yeah.
You know, when you're going into that anti-eco, you usually expect like a 5-man or a very aggressive push in with those pistols. But that being said, Fish Taco knew that's what they would expect. They switched over to the Stinger. They caught him off guard. They were expecting, you know, that aggressive push, but instead they just sat back and absorbed as much pressure as they could.
Oh, absolutely. And it seems that this is the same idea for this round as well. Once again, Demon is the first one to go out, which is a little bit difficult for them. Rest is just going to get completely annihilated by the nanostorm that was set up there. That's so unfortunate. Karma, at the very least, before they went down, took one with them with that trade, evening out ever so slightly. Zeke does have a Vandal in hand, and we know just how deadly Zeke can be with that. But it is a 2v3, 66J not having a rifle in their hand, but the Stinger, but we've seen magic happen, and I wouldn't be too particularly surprised if it happened again, but it's not going to happen. I'm going to shut my mouth and close my lips because it looked like it might happen. How can you let that occur? Korean Barbecue, everything was with you. The stars were aligning. You had the arsenal, you had the utility, you had the positioning. Everything was perfect. 66J could have absolutely and should have been taken down. There, his counterpart had the Vandal in hand and turned around. Both of them were showing their backs to you. No. Korean Barbecue, I love you. You are one of my favorite types of food. You can't be doing this to me.
I mean, here we go. Timeout and backs against the wall. They had a really good first round. You know, they brought it back. They actually won 2 in a row. The last round of the first half, the first round of the second half. And it looked like they might be able to compound. But, you know, round, not just past one, but the round previous, they just showed some really intense good game knowledge and were able to pull it through with the Stingers. And then we saw it there. It actually seemed like it was all collapsing, 1v3 situation, but at the end of the day, I mean, 66 playing on that chamber, proving why chamber is so good. That headhunter, basically a mini guardian. It's just a mini guardian, and man, finds immediately the 2, puts a full round of a Stinger clip into the Killjoy sitting on site, and then immediately, instead of wasting time on the reload, just picks up a random Spectre on the ground, gets enough damage to get the kill, and it's just so clean. At the end of the day, it's just one of those instances where with Fish Tacos, you just never count them out. Never count them out, because they will always prove to surprise you.
Absolutely, and now Fish Taco is going to go ahead and pick up 4 rifles with Zeke with a Spectre, but it doesn't particularly matter because Zeke can just make any weapon look lethal, of course. And that's a great start. Brisk with the Spectre managing to take out Demon, but with the Nightfall involved with all of this, it looks like the defense is just going to try and come out swinging and as explosively as they can, but it doesn't particularly matter when trade after trade, kill after kill, Cass manages to take out 2, and in a matter of moments make it a 1v1, picking up a Nightfall of their own, managing to mark 66J, and now has the information that that chamber is going to be stuck on A, making their way through mid. This could be rather unfortunate, but just barely. Just barely. They don't spot each other.
No.
But they might hear, unfortunately. Oh,
Defenders win.
Cass not thinking that
been a
66J
pleasure,
was
my
going to
friends.
wrap around behind them through mid. That does with a whopping 13-3 scoreline make it Fish Taco's match to win.
I mean, okay, I'll be the one to say it. After
Mhm.
map number 1 on Breeze, where it was so back and forth, both halves were so
Yeah.
convincing, and then obviously the overtime was just a
Mhm.
brawl back and forth. I don't think anyone could have expected the fact that that was going to be a 13-3. I think
Absolutely
Korean
not.
barbecue, uh, just were not able to get a foothold into that game. Fish Taco starting out on that attacking side, I it's one of those things where I think confidence and that the potential to snowball was just too much. Fish Taco were able to start on their preferred side. We already see how well they do on the attacking side. They started off, they had a really good first 2 rounds. They were able to convert the bonus. And I think once that bonus was converted, they were instilled with enough confidence that they were just able to just plow through every strategy that Korean Barbecue was able to throw at them. And then even when Korean Barbecue was able to, get their foot back into the game, when you are already up 10-2, 10-1, I
Right.
mean, there's only so much you can do mentally. There's only so much damage you could do to a team
Mhm.
that is
Mhm.
sitting on top of the world.
Oh yeah, there like you said, absolutely zero expectation for this to be such a wash of a map here because Breeze was amazing, constantly going back and
Yeah.
forth. Like we kept saying, a slugfest. It was never really in one team's favor or the other, except for the fact that it was 9-3 on both scorelines. When we went into the overtime, it was constantly back and forth. But here, we didn't even get close to the possibility of an overtime with a 13-3. Fish Tacos, congratulations. You found what you needed. And if you keep performing like that, you're going to go so far in this tournament.
Yeah, absolutely. Really showing
Oh.
everything they have on the line here. But this is only round number 2. We are still going. We'll be right back with some even more Valorant. But before we do, a couple of quick announcements. Our divisions are starting up here soon. $2,250 prize pool for that division. It's going to be a great time. You can find more information by typing !divisions into Twitch chat right now, or you can go over to our social medias, go over to our Discord, or to our website where you can find all the information you would ever want. But that being said, we're going to be taking a short break before we go on to the next series, so don't go anywhere.
Alrighty, everyone, welcome back to IG League. And of course, I am your host, EduCast, joined by Ashcon today. And we're going to be casting a great map on Ascent with two of the strongest teams that we usually see here at IGL. But let me ask Ashcon, what do you feel about the map of Ascent, especially now that we're in that losers bracket? So everybody here has something to fight for.
So when it comes to Ascent, it's definitely a comfort pick for a lot of teams, right? When you talk about best of ones, it's going to end up on Bind, Ascent. Very few teams want to take the risk of playing an Icebox or a Fracture, right? So I think it's a very standard pick. And when it comes to the agents, we're seeing the trend away from Sova, which has been awesome to get a little bit more agent variety. I'm excited to see what both of these teams have in store because as we've talked about, EDU, these teams are a little bit new to me. And as you've seen them a whole lot more, I think we're gonna have a whole lot of exciting narratives to push through.
Exactly. And one thing is it's TR versus TS today, and that is going to be Team Resistance versus Team Syndicate. And we're going to hop right into that game once all the players are ready. Of course, this is going to be the map of Ascent, a very slow-paced map where everything is about how you default, how you hit your shots, and if you can get an entry duelist like Raze, like Neon, or like Jet onto the site first to really take some space. But are we going to be seeing that? I know that Team Syndicate runs an insanely powerful Neon. Hopefully they bring that to the table today. On a map like Ascent, we might not see it. But also, hopefully you guys could stick around until after the game. We're going to be talking all about the divisions over at igleague.com. But right now we're going straight into Agent Select.
To talk about the duelist point a little bit more, Neon's got that 2% pick rate over on Ascent, at least in the North American region. So when we look at duelists, we're more likely to see Jet at 43% and Raze at 32%. And so that's kind of what we're seeing on the board. Excuse me, we're actually going to see the exact opposite. Wheezy going for the Reyna lock-in, and that's not something I generally favor in a team play environment, but maybe you have a little bit more background information onto why they can justify that kind of a pick.
So Wheezy is a weasel. He likes to be the lurker, and if you're going to be a lurker, you're going to want characters like Yoru. You're going to want characters like Cypher to really be in the back lines, constantly making the space that you want. Wheezy, however, he likes himself on Reyna just because maybe he's just not that good, and I like to throw shade at him sometimes. But one thing is for certain, I agree with you. I do not think that Reyna is at all. I think she is the bottom of the barrel duelist right now. She does not bring enough to the table for utility wise for really entering your team on a site, and a duelist is supposed to do that. And Reyna, I would argue, worse than Phoenix in the current meta.
Absolutely. What I'm really looking at right now is Team Syndicate's opting in to go for a no duelist comp, starting on the attacking side, right? So they're over here, I guess, trying to tank out their rounds to go ahead and make their way to defense where they're really feeling solid. I'm wondering how they're going to apply the Sage on the attacking side. If I had to assume, I'm thinking they're going to pick up a Battle Sage with some off angles with the wall, trying to find some cheesy first picks on the defense. And so it comes to the matter of Team Resistance being able to deny those first picks, stalling out for time, and really leveraging all the information they get from the Sova and Fade utility.
Yeah, I completely agree. How this team is they want to just try to get at least 4 on attack here. I mean, hopefully they get that 6-6. Hopefully they even do more, but it's going to be incredibly difficult against the team that they're fighting, both a Sova, a Chamber, and a Reyna. I mean, these team compositions definitely not the meta, but speaking of the meta, you're seeing already 2 people meeting each other and taking a lot of damage. Zydro gets taken down quite a bit there by Nephew over in Heaven, and this is still going to be an A push even with all that damage because Moshi just took down Chupa, and that's going to be Wheezy getting the headshot down onto Zydro, and now it's going to be a little bit of a long shot with Wheezy gun down, and the spike now being able to get planted, but this retake's going to be incredibly hard, but all the damage over and over again, and now it's just a 2 against 3 here. I mean, Ashcon, how do you think that they could do this? It's such a hard retake.
Things start to slow down. That Nanoswarm is really going to buy some time for Team Syndicate. They don't have the utility they need, the Haunt, to reveal anyone. In fact, it's going to be the reverse, done to Involver to get rid of him, and Moshi is just wreaking havoc with that Ghost, sending everyone to the grave, getting a 4K, and what's really scary about that, EDU, is that they're going to be a little bit more than halfway towards the lockdown, so they'll be in a great position in round number 3 to possibly have it up and force a 3rd round streak. Now, not to get too ahead of ourselves, in round 2, we're just probably going to see that force up with Spectres. And if my eyes don't deceive me, we saw that Bulldog by Cosmo as well. So they're hoping to get some nice long-range kills and send that forward into round number 3.
Here.
Yeah, I mean, that was a beautiful start from the Killjoy. Already, this attacking side, even though it is Sentinel heavy, has been popping off, and Chupa just taking so much damage from that wall. You can't really hide for long, and I think he is just gonna have to get teleported out of there, and now it's TS pushing into mid to try to find if they can get any more picks. They've done so much damage so far, but that is gonna be a shorty, able to pick off one, but it's already a 2-for-1 trade, and Chupa, 61 HP, stuck behind this wall. Not gonna be a great position to be in if you want to try to take this site back. And now you only have a Reyna, a Sova, and a Chamber. Hopefully with this crack in between the slits here, they might be able to get 1 or 2, but it's going to be a tough retake, especially since they don't even have guns larger than a Ghost. But right here is going to be the wall going down, the shatter of the little bit of the elevator closed, but there is Wheezy backing it up. I love the util usage. You're seeing that if this team on the attack can get on site, they're just gonna be using all of the Sentinel abilities, and that is why all of the damage, only leaving Chupa 1 bullet, and he's gonna take 1 to his own head from Zydro. I mean, this Sentinel heavy team composition might be just too much to deal with if they get the bomb down.
Yeah, absolutely. There's a lot of post-plant potential. We have yet to see if there are lineups in play, but if those nanoswarms and fragments get tossed over walls, that's when things really start to get scary. But we also have to recognize how much retake potential there is between the Recon Dart and Fade's Nightfall, as well as her own Haunt. If those can get placed, then we're going to see frags come through and through. What I'd like to see out of the defending side here of Team Resistance is opening up mid a little bit more to push out through B main and A main. We see a lot of tier 2 teams fearful of taking those early fights when they have the space and the information to do it.
Yeah, I mean, that is going to be a lot of space and info. Chupa taking down Raffy Bowie in a clean entry so far. That is first blood, and KO going down. It's going to be very hard to keep pushing forward. Involver stuck in this corner right now, and so much of a push-up coming in, and that's going to be a pick with only a Ghost and a larger weapon. This is a bonus round that can be won by these attackers, but we're seeing now with rifles in hand, it's a lot more difficult getting onto that site. But look at that. We're seeing Chupa and Wheezy getting a lot of damage done, and now it's just a 2 against 4. They're going out of the smokes, and they're going to get smoked, getting all that damage taken, and Chupa with the 4K. Can this be continued into the next few rounds here? I don't know, Ashkin, you tell me.
Look, you called it. Wheezy is being absolutely weaselly. They are playing around DICE perfectly, especially with the dismiss, and I think that's going to be a big point of contention for Team Syndicate when they want to go in. They were successful on the pistol round. Wheezy wasn't able to last as long as they had desired, but being able to play around now with the blinds and the utility in their pockets, you know they're landing their shots, and so being able to stay alive as long as they have is just going to keep time stalled for the reinforcements, which is exactly what happened. For the side of Team Syndicate, they have to be patient and able to cancel their pushes. I think once they have something, they smell the opportunity, they're not willing to let things go.
Yeah, Team Syndicate, definitely a beautiful team for just making space, and with how they're kind of split off into that mid, trying to gain that mid control, are we going to see Zydro here really be able to make some space, or is he just going to get gunned down by that weasel in wine? That's the real question, because if that Reyna wants to swing out, he can not only get the Sage, but he might also get the spike down on KO, and that is why patience really does win games. He's hearing this info, he's hearing the footsteps, he's waiting for anything to come out, and with all the bait, here is a perfect opportunity to push, and that's exactly what happens. A double kill down for Wheezy and the spike as well, leaving only the last 3 of TS stuck inside of Garden. We are seeing Happy trying to watch it, but that's going to be a beautiful pick from behind, and here it is, able to get 1 for free. Can he get 2 to make it worth it, with Moshi now getting another, but that's Chupa getting the headshot, getting the shutdown down, and now it's just going to be, how are we seeing them? Yes, we have them on site, but you guys don't have the spike. You can't plant the bomb. You can't wait out 45 seconds, but you can get more picks. Cosmo takes out Chupa, leaving only 2 against 2. Moshi's gonna pop his ult, and they're actually gonna use both of their ultimates to not only secure the site, but also the bomb, and that's gonna let Moshi get wheezy. This is such a shift in the power of TS, leaving only one more, and it's gonna be Zoda's trying to get himself 2 down, and he actually gets one right between the smoke, leaving only a 1v1, Omen versus Omen, and the bomb has been planted. Such a
Cosmo going
scary
around
position.
the generator. He's got a
mean,
better
he might
line of
get it.
sight. He might have glimpsed him. He did glimpse him. You can see he is intent
Oh,
on
no.
the shot. But no, where's the fire? Where's the left click? Zodas comes out on top. Team Resistance steals away the retake. What seemed so solid, especially after that lockdown and the delay. Team Resistance just snatching away everything. That's going to be one away from the shadows. Zodas will have that ultimate up. We'll pass that Odin over to Nephew. And that's going to be a huge demoralizer. Forget about the round win. The overarching sense of energy is going to go down.
Yeah, I mean, so much energy really just got dissipated out of that round, especially TS. They were bringing it back. That was a clean retake of not only the site, but the bomb. But then, unfortunately, we saw that Cosmo just whiffed it. He had the advantage. He had the first shot accuracy, and he just gave it up. And that flick, that is the end. And Team Resistance able to resist another round. And that is a huge momentum shift because TS needed that. They're broke right now. They got no funds.
We're seeing a lot of heavy mid control. I'm liking that with the lack of economy in the favor of the attackers, right? They know they need to stick together if they want to leverage a rifle for themselves. And they're doing exactly that, coming out with the flashbang. Picking up, trying to fight for Chupa, but he's going to be able to rendezvous away. It's going to be absolutely no problem. So sure, there's space now in the favor of Team Syndicate, but they still haven't really gained any ground and actually are slowly creating a rope around themselves, a noose around their own neck as Zodas now gains control of B main. Team Resistance have more room to play with, and the rest of Team Syndicate are trapped in mid. They're forced to go down into tree, but the information's already out. And look at Involver just ready to spray down alongside their buddy on site. Reyna going for the blind and even trying to push deeper into glass. There's nothing for them to do as they're taken away one by one. And it's another round for Team Resistance.
Another round for Team Resistance, and one thing I will be mentioning is that there was a huge difficulty trying to push through, not only because they just weren't able to get that mid pressure, they got scared away by Chupa and that Vandal, but they only had Sheriffs, and when you only got a Sheriff, you have to be able to get in the either medium to close range to really get the one tap, or you're just gonna get gunned down, and we saw that. They tried to cut the distance by going into tree, and that was just a bloodbath, an absolute blender, a Nutri's bullet just shredding them up and sending them away. And if you're gonna get juice like that, you're gonna have to bring us something better now that this is a bye round for them today, and hopefully they can try it again, but they have to get past all of this util, and they have to take mid control yet again. Ashkan, do you think they can actually do that, or is this Omen gonna really shut them down?
They could very easily do it. They just need the early info. It just doesn't seem that they're getting it. Zodas does have the paranoia in hand, and that's really going to be the key point, is whether or not Chupa can find contact. This is the information game. Zydro is going to find the play first. Distracted initially by the trademark is going to catch Zydro off guard, and it's that crosshair placement that punishes them, but luckily Team Syndicate's Cosmo is able to return the favor onto Chupa. Nightfall comes through, and we're seeing the B site executed.
You know, it's being executed, but those are all headshots, and if an execute is getting shot in the back of the head, then that's exactly what's happening. The Odin just shredding through them, and defenders taking that easy peasy lemon squeezy. You can't push pizza without getting sliced up there. I mean, it was a difficult position to be in, but one thing I will be saying, Ashkan, is that was another bye round that was lost by TS, and we're back in the same place we were 2 rounds ago. We're looking at an incredibly poor team for Team S, and, you know, I think you mentioned it at the start of the game. Their team composition requires them to do very poorly in the attacking side to really bring that strong defense, and that's kind of what's happening.
I think what's really scary on top of their current performance is the fact that Team Resistance has 4 ultimates up, 2 of them with insane retake potential from the Shadows and, of course, their own Nightfall. And Involver, despite not having a whole lot of kills, right, we've seen the value of their information time and time again on Catwalk. Now, what's been dangerous here is Nephew over on the B side. It's been a difficulty, especially when Chupa gets pressured on mid, but that's not going to be the case in this round. We're watching Team Syndicate make their way towards A. No one with the spike just quite yet. They want a little bit more information before committing to the idea of an execute. But nothing's happening so far.
Yeah, it's just a slow push here. I mean, that is what Ascent really will give you. You need to start defaulting, you need to start finding info, finding 1 or 2 picks, or maybe just getting rid of weapons. But when you only have a Sheriff, that's the kind of entry you need. And what a shot it was. Taking out Involver, Zydro gets another, but a blind Omen is going to get one before he eventually does get dropped, leaving only Nephew and Chupa here. But that's the spike, and this is still winnable for TR. Can they be the team of Resistance to really be pushing them off? Obviously, the spike is now going to get planted right inside a Gen, but the second you swing out, that's going to be a Vandal facing you. Nephew has that Odin gunning it down, leaving only this poor KO. Is he going to kill all of his opponents, or is it going to be Chupa flying down and wall banging him? Doesn't matter, because now that's another round for TR. Hopefully, we can see a little bit of a shift in momentum here now that, yes, TS can finally buy yet again.
That was a really unfortunate line of sight for Raph. I want to point out right there is that jumping through, sticking under hell means that the player's foot is going to go right over their heads, and they'll still have the wider angle once they land onto the ground. Another thing is the timing and the trades just don't seem to be coming out for Team Syndicate. We're seeing on the post plant, when they do finally get to that point, that they are isolated on angles, and one by one during these retakes, Team Resistance is finding the picks, and they're more than happy to take them one at a time because it aids them so easily. And so what I'd like to see out of Team Syndicate is just a little bit more coordination, which we're seeing now engage with the null command going out onto A.
Yeah, a null command not only commands the enemies to not use spells, but also commands your team to push in, and that works out. Involver does take out their only controller, though, but that's going to be an immediate trade, and here comes the site push. Wheezy taking out Moshi. Big pick. If you don't have a Killjoy, you're not going to have a good time holding this bomb, especially with how we still have an ultimate from the Reyna to retake it. A little bit of a wall bang, but they're not connecting the shots because that ain't the angle, but it might be winnable here as long as they can just anchor it down in hell. Do not peek, do not get aggro. Hopefully, TS might be able to finally take a round back, but that's a beautiful lineup. Shock dart, a little bit of damage goes a long way. Does it again. And here we go. He's gonna spot out one. Chupa does take out Zydro, and now it's just a 1v1, and there it is. We see Happy getting another, but he's caught with his pants down, gets himself another pick, and makes this a 1-against-1. Spots Nephew, and this is very close. Odin versus Phantom. Oni versus Odin, and the knife is out, but why pull your knife out? Oh, but there's no time.
Look, Chupa's a smooth criminal, but it looks like we've got someone even smoother. Nephew unable to defuse that. Spike time was already bought. And you got to give credit to Happy. Yeah, they shouldn't have pulled out their knife, sure, but they bought enough time, and at the end of the day, you want that round. And they desperately needed it. This allows them to maintain another buy, and for them having 4 ultimates up, it's the possibility to finally begin closing the round gap, breaking the curse of a 5-round win streak that Team Resistance built up for themselves. Now, they still have to be wary of Involver's ultimate in the Nightfall. That's got a lot of retake potential, and Chupa will initially do a lot of damage with the tour de force unless they whiff.
Oh, and that's 2 whiffs down, leaving Cosmo to get the pick. And then, of course, we're seeing Rafi Bui getting a clean shot immediately. Now, this is how we like to see it. We have the Omen, last man standing on site, and he's gone. But it's okay, because it's now going to be Wheezy here versus the Odin. But these walls are paper thin, but it doesn't matter. What a shot! And there it is. Happy gets another, and there is TS. They finally found their mojo. You said it best. 5 rounds in a row kind of shut them down. But now that they've taken it, I think they want to keep this going. They've gotten their 4 for the half. Can they make it maybe even 7 or 8? Well, they'd have to make it to 7, but it's just going to be tough here.
I'm trying to think back onto the tendencies of Team Syndicate, and they've been doing a really good job over towards mid, and I'd like to see a lot more presence in that direction. Even counteracting Tour de Force out of Chupa, their aim, the angles are much more rehearsed in that area, and so I'd like to see them pressure it, especially towards the catwalk side. We're seeing that once more. Players moving up towards the fountain in the center of mid. Chupa knows that someone's there, has the inkling of an idea, and is forced to rendezvous due to the knife. But they're bold in pressing forward, and we see delays going out for B main.
Yeah, I mean, this is the kind of push that you like to see. I mean, Cosmo, he's able to get out, but the ultimate, Team Syndicate, even though they don't really have any real duelists, they're just able to hold W and get right onto the site regardless. And that is why this team composition, although very obscure, is working wonders. Zydro getting Chupa down, and now it's just Wheezy able to try to find some more, but he's in a 2 against 1. His teammate's back over by Market, and he's about to get gunned down. Or can he gun some people down? Looks like no. That's a headshot for his head, not the enemies, leaving only Wheezy, and Wheezy is unfortunately going to get weaseled out by Zydro, who is going to get that pick, and that's a flawless round by a no-duelist team comp on Ascent. I didn't think I've ever seen something like that.
And so this is where something has to change on the hold of Team Resistance. Chupa is being consistently forced out or killed in Market, and that's creating a situation where the lone B main player has nothing to work with, nobody to help them, and if they're good for one, that is the best case scenario, right? When one of your teammates is already out of the picture, you being forced to fight against the entire attacking team isn't exactly where you want to be, and that's a whole lot of space being gained by Syndicate. So for Team Resistance, they need to shuffle around Chambers rendezvous. They need to put someone else who's willing to stand their ground and fight, or they need to be aggressive in A main to find mid control from a different angle, because that's right now where Team Syndicate's strength lies.
Yeah, and I would definitely agree to that. One thing I would definitely mention is if you're on defense, especially against a team like this where they have no duelist, they have no real initiation after without the dumpage of so much utility, since they don't have that for Team Syndicate's attack, what happens is if this defense is not good for at least 2, if you're not getting your trade and getting 2 for the price of 1, you're gonna get shut down. You need to be better than good for just 1, because when you're against this team composition, you have to take a lot more space than they are going to be giving you. One thing I will be mentioning is TR, the player that you said, Chupa, he has been having a rough time in mid and kind of gives up the site. The man has been farming kills in mid, but his team just can't keep up with him. He's 14-7 right now, and I think he's just getting constantly pushed back, and what happens is from that mid control getting lost, it's just a snowball of a domino effect, and now it's going to be a nice, cheap round for these defenders in that second to last half. They, of course, have Sheriffs, they got Spectres, but it's a tough fight to win.
Team Syndicate doing what's been rehearsed for them. Cosmo wants to go out into mid, but this time around an Owl Drone is the way that Team Resistance puts up a little bit of an information fight, right? So now that's going to let the rest of the team know that they have to be careful. And Chupa has changed up their positioning towards bench, which rewards them with a kill onto Raph. And of course, the Guardian is going to be what enables them to defend that middle of the map. As we see the rest of the angles held, B main now being supported by Chupa as he rendezvoused back. And it's going to be a resurrection out on mid. So unfortunately, despite everything that was done to find the first pick, it's actually going to be returned around to them as Moshi finds the frag onto Chupa, and things start to get tense around A.
That is a perfect use of Sage Resurrection, able to try to shift it back. Now, there is the picks. They know that Wheezy is liking to be there, and he is going to get picked off. You can't pull the same trick twice. Fool me once, shame on you. That's a headshot for Nephew, and now it's a team ace for everybody. 1 for each and 1 for all. That is an advantage round with no duelist on attack. But
and so what's scary is if you're Team Resistance is that Syndicate's got the no command once again. Raph is more than able to run it down, and they're going to do so confidently because they know that they themselves can be rezzed. And so this is where the duelist kind of comes to be, right? They don't have the traditional Jet, Reyna, Raze, Yoru, Neon, whoever, right? But KO is going to act as that in-between, getting the early information and then also finding the first frags. I mean, ideally, of course.
Yeah, ideally, and of course he can always pop his ultimate and take a damage. He can treat it like a pseudo Phoenix ult there, getting that info, getting them on his site. Of course, if he times it wrong, he isn't going to be able to get it, but that's why he's now still alive, and he got to pick onto Nephew. But in this position to revive, it's incredibly dangerous for Zydro, but he still has his wall here. But they just might want to bait out Chupa to re-swing it. But where are you looking? Looks like Cosmo is going to back you up from the top, and that is a res at 1 second remaining. Clean shots all around for the team. Syndicate here goes for the heal, and this is where we see an amazing Sage kind of putting their team on their back there, keeping them calm, cool, and collected, ice cold every day. But now It's Zoda's here. He's anchoring down inside a tree, waiting for the push from Rafi Bowie, and there's the flashbang out, and everything is now coming down. He's gonna get one. He's gonna try to get two, but Zydro and Happy are making the trades, leaving only Involver. And this is the last round, so there's no point in saving any of your util, any of your guns. You gotta try to pop this Nightmare and become the nightmare of the enemies. Make sure that you can really just be in your head like that and maybe clutch it up. Don't allow this team to get that 5-7, or you are gonna be in a bad position once the side switch. But here we go. Love the Nightmare coming out. Love the util coming down. And this is it. A push up, but the Grim Wall is all that he needs. Zydro gets the pick down. And attackers, they are in a beautiful position to move into the next half.
And this is the momentum in Team Syndicate's favor. They're more than happy to have strung together the rounds. We were talking about breaking the curse earlier, a 5-round win streak from Team Resistance, and then chaining together 5 rounds of their own. Now also on their favored side. So ending with that round advantage and feeling confident on the pistol, knowing your initial utility is going to aid you in this position, means you're feeling an 8-5 coming. You know the bonus is going to be in your favor when you win. And then round number 3 goes right back to the utility. So it's going to come down in how confident Wheezy is feeling with their shots and how patient they can be. Because if they can wait out the utility, if they can destroy the utility and play for rotations, it's not going to be too bad of a problem for TR.
Yeah, not a terrible problem so far, but you just have to try to break through it. And with how aggressive TS is being in mid, this could actually not be the best play, because everybody is now getting gunned down, but there it is. Zydro and Cosmo, there are the players who you need to get the picks, but A side's completely open. You only got one person in tree to really guard it, but once that door gets closed, it is going to get closed off, and that is Rafi Bowie trying to get some damage, but Wheezy, he's already on the site, and this is going to get spiked down, but if he pushes up before the spike even gets planted, he's gonna get gunned down for free. You gotta play around your teammates in a 2v3. You're isolating 1v2s there, and that is a horrible idea. Gun down, back to back, last man standing Evolver, spots himself one, and they line up for him, but he just does not have the aim to get those 2 picks.
I see what Wheezy was going for there. They needed to break through. By not taking the fight in Tree Room and closing the door instead, they enabled time to be had for the rest of Team Syndicate, right? So sure, they might have bought time for the spike to go down, but then the positions with an agent advantage on the side of Team Syndicate would have been all the more accentuated. So Wheezy was kind of forced to try and even out the numbers, and the fight just didn't go in their favor, because regardless, had they stayed, it still would have been a matter of playing for trades, which Team Syndicate, we know they're going to do. And so they come out on top, and they're going to pick up the bonus. We're in round 2 of the second half. You guys know the drill. What we want to see is how Team Resistance will resist against the defense. And first off comes the reveal that they need to dodge. They give away info by shooting it down, and Zydro on the first angle gets revealed.
He is going to get spotted here, but he's got his teammate, and he's got his lucky ghost getting a headshot down onto Wheezy, and the smoke from his teammate is going to now be a very hard push to make. They know that they're facing off against an actual gun in the hands of Happy, and I don't know, this is a definite scary position to be in if you were TR. Obviously, you have your Sova in mid looking to make some space. If you can actually take down the Omen, A-site is going to be the rotate, but with spawning Cosmo, he's actually just going to walk away, not risking anything there, and this is definitely just whittling down the clock, waiting for the smoke to drop, but if Happy is going to be alone, it's definitely a dangerous position here.
Might have caught a line of sight. No, just narrowly misses Zoda's. Out comes another haunt. Does not reveal Happy. A quick flick. And I like this positioning over by the lane. Enables them to take a swing and then get out safely. They're not able to be found immediately. Can hear the 2 coming up. Lane goes for the first spray, lands the second. They're good for 2, and they get to back up. They know they have the spike. They don't know where Zoda's is, though. And despite getting the first angle, whiffs the shots. That's good for 3. Happy is doing well for themselves. And Moshi picks up the phone, answers Nephew's call, and that's going to be putting them into the dirt. 9-5. That's your casual 2-0 in winning after the first round.
Yeah, no, it's hard to lose that fight, especially since you do have weapon advantage. You're facing off against classics with specters, with no armor, with just the shredding of guns. It's like taking a pencil to a pencil sharpener. It's just gonna leave some shavings, some absolutely massacring areas. But they try to play that well. They waited out the util. They tried to stick together, but the problem that they had was that they split off. Of course, Nephew, he was able to get 1 or 2 picks, but his team wasn't with him to play off of that, and that's why you are gonna get dropped a little bit. But right now, you got Zydro. He's got himself a nice looking op, and he is not going to be able to get anything more. But with that op, if they try to re-push him here, he's got his teammate ready to back him up. Now, in that 5 against 5, we are seeing an incredibly tough thing to push against, but this is a great weapon to have. But look at that one way. It's going to stop him from being able to get that pick. Acting as a flashbang, he's going to get one, but Wheezy gets the other. And now it's going to be a 3 against 4 with a big push-up coming. And TS, their bonus round is not looking too good.
They still have the advantage of time. That door was closed on them. They get to wait out for another haunt to come up, which is exactly what they do. But Moshi's going to get caught out. The timing just isn't quite right for them. And Zotos will find the final frag onto Happy. They just had to play a waiting game. Of course, they had an agent down. Team Syndicate just wanted to get the round over with. But why not take a third agent with you, right? Because that has a much more significant impact on the economy. It would have forced Team Syndicate into a corner with their buys. But because they had 3 agents up, they're more than willing to buy a rifle for a 4th. And then Zydro is feeling comfy crispy. Excuse me. It's going to be on the side of Team Resistance that they're feeling great. And we're seeing the ults built up for them as well, especially on Chupa. It's looking especially scary if they're going to keep peeking top of mid as they have been.
Yeah, if you're just going to be feeding Chupa, you are going to give him that tour de force, and that is so much damage that can really lock them out of here. One thing that will be mentioned is Chupa, he hasn't really been popping off in a while. He was at 14 to 8 a while ago. He's now at 17 to 12. I mean, he's just not really doing the same kind of damage that he has been, and I feel like that is because he's moved over to attack, and, you know, Chamber on attack, not nearly as good as, you know, him on defense, but right now you got Nephew looking to see if he could try to push in here, maybe find some damage, maybe find any kind of pick that he wants, but he's in reality looking to try to build up that ultimate to secure some post-plant positioning. But TS versus TR so far, very interesting game. Of course, you're seeing a lot of defaulting, as you will on the map of Ascent. Obviously, you're seeing some MVP gamer moments right here with Zydro on Sage just consistently popping off for TS, but then Chupa and Zodas really just picking up the pace. Hopefully, though, I want to see Wheezy really bring it back. He was doing such a great job in the early game. He's kind of fallen back a little bit, and I think he needs to push up and get himself 1 or 2 picks, and this is the time to do it. And that's going to be a judge.
Chupa coming in, entering through the A side, lands a shot at Tomoshi, a beautiful headshot, pushing in for the lever, but that's going to isolate their Sova that's coming through mid. Nephew will be cut off from the rest of the team, but it might just work in their favor. No, you actually can see on the minimap that barrier orb coming up. It's going to deny the space just for a little bit. Now pushing through, Cosmo finds the line of sight, but Nephew still going to find the shot of their own, not expecting another to come through. It's a killer robot finding a frag of their own. Once again on the retake, it's a 2 versus 3, not favoring Team Syndicate, but they still have 2 flashbangs ready to be used, and they could drop down with the element of surprise at a moment's notice. But the paranoia is going to hit them first, and more time is stalled out for.
Yeah, and you gotta stall out that time there, because if this bomb gets ticking down, the last time we saw this kind of position, the bomb was able to get exploded, and that is gonna tell these poor defenders, and I say poor because they are out of credits. They have to save right now. They cannot try to fight this, and of course, these attackers, they're comfortable with that. Obviously, TS, they are comfortable losing 1 or 2 rounds, especially against this team, because they know they have such a solid Sentinel-heavy defensive team composition that they'll just win it in the next one.
Here comes another timeout from the side of Team Syndicate. They have something more to discuss. They've understood now that 2 rounds have fallen out of their fingers, especially on the retake. They're being rotated against constantly. Their focus is being shifted, and so Team Resistance are running away with these rounds just by finding the picks, taking their time, and being patient, right? Team Syndicate, their specialty should be grounding their heels into the dirt, anchoring where they are, and maintaining information in regular intervals. It might not be information at a constant influx, but definitely as the initiator utility comes up, as the killjoy turret remains passive, they should be feeling okay, confident in holding off the angles and staying away and playing contact. But instead, they're showing a lot more aggression than they really should be. And so that's what's going to enable Team Resistance to catch up. For now, they still have the 2-round lead. They have a little bit of wiggle room to play with. And so that's why I like them calling this timeout to get ahead of the problem.
Yeah, this timeout, what it's telling us is that TS is definitely recognizing that they're at fault for the losses. It's not just getting a slight diff. Even though they are a few rounds ahead, losing that last round has exposed them into seeing what are our main flaws. And as you said, they're being way too aggressive. Ashkan couldn't agree more. And I think with Happy being in this position, joined by it, maybe they're not telling each other that. Maybe they're saying, let's be even more aggressive with now 2 inside of the Cubby and 2 inside of bench. This is a lot more aggression than I think they ever needed, but it might work out in their favor. Only time tells. Is now this is an incredibly tough mid hold that is going on, because this is a contention zone with so many different bullets getting crossed around this battlefield.
So what I'm really curious about is what the positioning of Zoda is for. I understand that they're holding the line on cap, but they still have a player top mid and another one tiles. I feel there's enough wiggle room for Team Resistance to maybe send up a lurker through A, try to touch on the contact with Killjoy utility on B, perhaps even get the opportunity to destroy it, but they're taking a lot of time, to be blunt, doing a whole lot of nothing out in mid. Sure, they're pulling maybe a little bit of utility, but at the end of the day, the map control still remains in the hands of Team Syndicate, and that cycling utility is going to be a pain in the butt of the attackers with how long they're taking, because the next cycle of utility being up is now. It's been an entire minute plus some change into the round.
And I think that you could actually hand that over to TS. They were able to just buy some time by not pushing. This is a team right now that TR, they're expecting people to be aggressive, and that's why Moshi gets a triple kill spray down, and now it's gonna be Happy in middle, and he gets it. 15 seconds remaining, and the spike is down. It's only Weezy, and there it is. He's gonna get another, but he's got his ultimate popped. He's full HP. He's planting the bomb at just the right amount of time remaining. You know, wasting so much time in middle, it might just come down to the end of it, and it's a clutch from no matter what, a 4K for Weezy there. But one thing that I have to mention is, you know, as you were saying, they were wasting so much time in middle, and that's 100% because of TS. Every single round before that, TS was always eager to push them, so they were waiting for them to eventually do that, and because TS just barely at the edge, that's what won that round for them at the early game. But you can't really predict Weezy popping off a 4K near the end to clutch it up.
Absolutely. Swinging into Weezy one at a time, especially when the Empress is active, is not the largest idea of success that I'd have in mind, but definitely something that happens when you get a lot more confident in yourselves as your coordination improves. So I think they understand now that this is the strategy that they want to continue with, stalling out the attackers in mid, holding them hostage essentially for the majority of the round. And now all they have to do is clean up their act on the gunfights. Raph, of course, doing their best with what they could. They did toss the flash. It's not like they're dry swinging. It's exactly as you say. Weezy is just feeling themselves, and coming up with a 4K is huge. And that saves Team Resistance another round and gives them an extra opportunity with the initiator util, the ultimates particular that they have, Hunter's Fury and Nightfall.
Yeah, and that kind of util in your hands almost guarantees you the round as long as you get that bomb down. The post plant with the Hunter's Fury and the site take with the Nightfall. This is the kind of gameplay that you really want to see, but you have to hand it. We still have both Sage. We got the Sage ult for retake if you want to pick up somebody who dies in the lurk, or Killjoy. That lockdown could push everybody out of Boathouse, sticking them down, and that's why Killjoy map is quite good. And honestly, I think that this team recognizes that if they hit A, they have another option, but it looks like the only option is Moshi getting involved or down. Spike is gonna go, but a blind nephew, there's the flank coming around, and everybody's getting gunned down by Zydro. This is a horrible turn of events for TR, leaving only Weezy. You've clutched a 1v4 before. Can you now do it and turn your 14 to 4 into more? Let's find out with a nice shot, but Zydro is gonna say, bro, that's gonna be a round, and now double digits for TS.
So the big game changer, the big round changer that I want to point out was the A players of Zydro and Raph pushing up the A main and showing presence. Now, it was an accident. We kind of saw it on screen that Zyjo pings the trademark and tries to sneak past it, perhaps maybe waiting for a barrier orb to put up. It's Raph that triggers it, but that caused so much tension in the minds of Team Resistance when they already had 4 agents mid. They had no idea where they wanted to go. Is there someone still catwalk that we have to fight? We know that there's one market. What if someone's pushing up B? They have no idea, and so they get stalled, stuck in place, can't make a decision, and that's when Zyjo really pops off, in addition with Happy's Nightfall.
You want to play?
Yeah,
Let's
I mean,
play.
what we saw from Zydro, I mean, just this game entirely, he is a Sage that is top ranking 17 to 11 and getting perfect use of util. This is the Sage you want on all of your teams, regardless of what rank you could possibly be. This man deserves so much because he is absolutely bringing his A game here on Sage. And honestly, when I think of a Sage is one of the least likely Sentinels I'm really thinking about. I'm thinking of Killjoy, I'm thinking of everything, but when you do a multiple Sentinel strat, Sage is amazing, and I'm really liking this team composition. In TS, they're bringing their A game and their heat to Team Resistance, and I don't think that Resistance can really push back hard enough against Zydro and his team.
I'm looking at the positioning of Team Resistance over onto Catwalk. They have a lot of free reign. They don't necessarily know it yet. Cosmo holding so far back could easily get timinged, but still both teams ever so patient. Team Syndicate knows they've found their bread and butter of stalling out time. We've said it time and time again. So what is Team Resistance's choice here? Well, it's to burst out onto the site and stop them in their tracks, deny the information, but unfortunately, they're really giving all the signs away by dumping so much utility. Cosmo, though, not finding a fight. It's Raph who's going to draw the first blood as everyone's pouring in, but a slow orb into the site is going to keep Team Resistance in place again, and no utility while the no command is popped.
Yeah, not a lot of util, but Cosmo, he's coming out swinging, getting himself 2 picks down, but there's Chupa able to get Zydro, no more res available, but there's no time. 2 seconds remaining. It's only you, Zoda, and you could have gotten 2, but you needed to with 2 seconds down, and that is the end of the round. 11 to 8 is the score, and TS, they are just, as you've said it, as I've said it, time is an essence. It is getting wasted every single round, and as you said, when they pushed out, throwing that Reyna eye almost gave away everything because that is minimap that everybody can see. You are now telling everyone on the enemy team, hey guys, we're here, we're putting our flag up. It's not claiming anything, it's just saying we're about to get absolutely destroyed. And you gotta hand it to TS, they are playing this so well. You love seeing this, and it's kind of what we expected with their team comp.
I love this timing by Moshi. Using the turret to slow down Chupa alongside the Haunt is going to reveal them. So there's a clear idea of what's going on, but the attackers have no idea about this positioning, and that's going to be dividends paid in the favor of Team Syndicate for all the utility they spent. Chupa tries to get ballsy, but it's just not going to work for him, as it's now a lone Involver who does find one before they're put into the grave by their counterpart. And look, we've made it to map point now, EDU.
Yeah, we're making it to map point, match point, best of 1. You know, you don't get another try from this. You have to win 4 in a row if you're TR. And with a name like Team Resistance, I'd expect a little bit more pushback. I mean, honestly, you guys need to try to shut down this. And the fact that they actually lost the half at the start against such a Sentinel-heavy team really just tells us that this is a team diff when it comes down here. And obviously, last round, it was fast, it was quick, but it was also an eco round, so now they can buy. TR, they're rocking all rifles against this team, and they want that A push, but immediately, Moshi, as you said it, he knows how to hold off angles, he knows how to make space, and getting himself into wine here, he can absolutely shred. He's got his Killjoy bot, which might actually bait them to think he couldn't be back here, but they might check it anyways, and it doesn't actually spot anybody. This is perfect. And that's going to be all of the ultimates down, but there's Moshi. His positioning is always unmatched. Getting Chupa down, Weezy is going to get it. Unfortunately, he wasn't able to get any more, but that's going to be another pick down, and the blind spray takes out Weezy. This could be the end of the game in a 2. No, a 1v4, leaving only Zodas, and it's down. That is the end of the game. Ashkin, tell me your final thoughts of that best of 1.
Team Resistance really struggling as soon as Syndicate found their stall potential. They realized it. They remembered the agents that they were playing. They stopped pushing mid from the defensive side. And that really put a wrench in the plans of Resistance. And what I'd like to see from Resistance in the future is a little bit of a variety in their initiator utility. They did have the tools to pull through what they needed, but it seemed like the lineups for Haunt and Recon Bolt weren't rehearsed enough to create variety in the way they gather information and then have a change of the default or the execution. So for them, I think that's something that they could work on and will bring them into a stronger showing in the future. But for now, it was definitely patience out of the side of Syndicate that won all.
Yeah, that patience from Syndicate. One, they kind of gave a few rounds saying, hey guys, we play like this, we play aggressively. And TR took that bait. They bit down hard on that hook and they got reeled right out of this tournament. What happens there is when you try to think that you know what your enemies are going to do, that one time out really just, we saw a shift for TS saying, hey guys, it's time to play back a little bit. Instead of putting out our queen and trying to checkmate early, let's instead just play it slow, put out some pawns, push this out, play a game of chess here, and absolutely dominate the end game. And that's kind of what we saw for every single player here. Obviously, Chupa, he popped off, but everybody else on his team was just turned off. Their monitors probably need to press the button on the side, my guys. But hopefully, with that being stated, TS is going to be moving forward into this. That, of course, was going to be the best of one in this loser. They now get to keep it going. And honestly, TR, you guys put up a great fight. Obviously, you need to work on your time management. TS, amazing job. Of course, you saw just better use of information gathering. I almost forgot that they even had a Sova on TR because I didn't really see any recon darts get him enough info. No shock dart plays that really lined up with trying to do post plant. And it's hard to do post plant if you never plant the bomb. I mean, it was just a slaughtering in that end game. And one thing that can be stated, Ashcon, is they brought their A game, but hopefully they need to play a different game. I mean, it's tough to watch, but let me ask you one final question. Is if there's anything that TS can take away from this is, do you feel like they were lacking in any way? Because obviously they had a rough start at the beginning, but they kind of found themselves. Do you think that, is it a team comp switch for the next game, or is it just let's work on hitting our shots?
No, I think for the start, they found their bread and butter. If you're confident in a team, in an agent selection that'll win on the defensive side and lock it down, then they really don't have to worry about attack whatsoever. I don't think that's an issue for them. If they really want something to play with, then perhaps be a little bit more bold in sending Raf forward or having someone lurk to push off presence and utility on places that would seem very unconventional, right? Because you're already playing an unconventional agent composition. Maybe try to vary up your play and throw in some crazy ideas that will catch people off guard. And it sounds like an Inter's idea, but that's really where they shined brightest on the few attack rounds that they won.
Yeah, and they did end up winning it. This best of one out of 10 only did it in about 40 minutes here. But speaking of the time, I think that's going to be the end of the stream for today. We, of course, are going to be doing this in a oh, no, I got someone in my ear saying it's going to be one more game here. But we are going to be doing grand finals, I believe, tomorrow, but we are doing one more best of one here. So we will see you guys in a little bit. Make sure before I say goodbye to you guys for about 5 to 10 minutes, we also are going to say, go check out the divisions over at igleague.com or join the Discord in the chat. Make sure that you guys are in it to make sure that you guys can win a lot of money. Of course, there is going to be a big division coming up in this upcoming month here, and I hope to see you guys there. I hope to cast over it, but we'll see you again soon with a brand new best of one in this loser bracket. And welcome back, everybody, to the IG League. And of course, we are here with another Weekend Warriors, but we are also joined by, again, Team Syndicate, but this time versing last week's almost champions, of course, Crisis. And we know what Crisis can do. We know that this is going to be on a map of Haven here in a best of one. So let's start talking about what really does Haven bring to the table. And I know Ashkin can tell you all about that. So Ash, give us every rundown you can.
Look, when it comes to Haven, we're more than likely expecting an attacker's sided victory. Recently, things have been evening up, though. Where we used to see Haven at a 55% win rate for the attackers, it's dropped all the way to 50.6%. But that's obviously going to depend on the agents you pick. There's been a lot of variety and iterations of initiators that teams favor. Most recently has been Breach at an almost 80% pick rate. It used to, of course, be Sova, but he's since fallen due to the recent nerfs, and Fade has taken his place at a 48% pick rate. Omen is going to be your controller more than likely, and of course nobody is surprised to hear that Chamber is still rocking the room. I'm concerned with what duelists people are going to pick.
Yeah, and one duelist that I think always really shows up here, especially for both of these teams, I'm hoping for a Neon. I said that last round, but on a map like Haven, Neon's really been kind of bringing it up there, just in the pro scene. I mean, obviously you could talk stats in the rank scene, but in professional play, a Neon has always a lot of mobility, but also Raze, I think, is one of the agents that has really shown up to be one of the highest skill ceiling agents in the game in as a whole. And I'm hoping that we see either a Neon, maybe even a Yoru. I mean, Yoru on this map, it's questionable, but I know that it might be doable. Obviously, we already see Happy mousing over that Neon. And maybe now that we're in this game in Agent Select, we can see really who's going to be bringing it. As you said, on the top of the score is going to be Chamber here, and Kostin immediately locks that in. So
yeah, Teet's fallen through with the Omen, and so we're seeing a very standard comp, Grizzly hovering the Fade. So I'd be surprised not to see a Breach picked up by Nebula. Moshi, of course, filling that agent for their team as well. So we're seeing a lot of standard play from Team Syndicate, where we saw them playing no duelist comp on Ascent. Now they're kind of sticking a little bit closer to the meta. They're finding themselves, though, on the duelist with the lowest pick rate when it comes to the competitive Valorant scene. So we generally love to see the Jet and the Raze on Haven. They're going with the lower picks, but that's not to say that these agents are necessarily bad. Although I gotta say, I was really hoping to see Phoenix over Reyna, but hey, Team Syndicate always have other plans for us, don't they?
if it's a Neon, I'm happy. That's all I'm gonna say. I mean,
could
come
be.
on, Happy, click the button. Yes, that's what we're talking about. We're not gonna see another Reyna, and honestly, I'm just not a fan of Reyna. I just don't think that she brings enough to the table in this setting. Because what a Reyna does is she benefits off of getting picks, and only when she gets those picks, every character and every player at this level is supposed to do that. I mean, it doesn't add anything at this. I mean, in gold and bronze, where you can get a pick, start healing yourself, and then you can walk away, that's pretty okay. At this, you're just going to get one tap. Doesn't matter if you're at 150 or 1. But that's my opinion.
No, absolutely. I agree with you. But, you know, we got to play devil's advocate, you right? Word on the street from Valor Leaks is that Reyna's going to get buffed, right? So that has to be the reason why we're seeing Reyna, right? Certainly a little bit of a buff to her blind is what's going to be the game changer, eh?
Oh, yeah. If they make it indestructible, absolutely. Because that's what they're doing to Sky. They're making that thing not get broken anymore. I want to see more people picking Sky soon, all right? I love Sky. I think that, yes, right now, her stuff just gets popped. It's going to get cracked. It's going to get broken. Her heal's still great for the entirety of the team, but I don't know if that's really going to be enough.
Yeah, it sucks that her reign was short-lived and when she was played more as a duelist than as an initiator, but hey. Speaking of the initiators, we're going to see the fault line come through, stun Happy early, but it's not going to do much, and I think that's really just going to be putting it on a cooldown. It's going to take away utility from Nebula's hands, but what's really scary is the amount of control that is had in Garage. This crossfire is looking clean, and Robbie's right around the corner. All he needs to do is swing, and he hits.
And a swing and a hit, that's exactly what we like to see. Zydro, he was the Sage last game. He was the guy who was fragging. He's now dead, and that is a big pick. And there it is. Happy already getting another one, doing what initiators and duelists do, getting those first picks. But now it's a 2 against 2. Nebula stuck inside of this smoke, trying to weave between the bullets. Is going to get stunned, is going to get nothing on it. And there it is, a push and a final kill. What a round. I mean, that's the kind of gameplay you love seeing at the start. Very neck and neck up until the last 2.
Nah, man, Nebula's looking like Neo, dodging the bullets left and right, gets out of the fault line, doesn't get revealed by the haunt, is able to live for so long, and then spam left click into the face of the enemy breach. No. Moshi cannot be happy about that. Raph can't be happy about it, and that's going to be a tough first round loss. And when you're on the defense, you're celebrating getting that first round, because being on a 2-round lead in an attacker-sided map on the defensive side is something celebration worthy.
Yeah, I completely agree. We have to celebrate that this attacking side or defensive side has secured the first round, because against this team composition, it's almost neck and neck as to what they really bring to the table. One thing I am questioning, Brim over Omen. I mean, in a map like this, you're not going to be able to use Brim utility across the map when you get to that defensive side. If people want to push A and you're C, you're SOL. I mean, it's going to be tough, but hopefully that little bit of a change isn't going to be enough, but that's going to be a lot of picks over in long, and Grizzly able to get 2 down. Just a Grizzly scene coming out there, and Robbie, he wants to get some more, but he's able to get down. And these attackers, they're in a bad position. We're already seeing Raffy Boy trying to find himself a little bit of a rotate over to that C site. Of course, he knows that Chamber Zydro moved up and moving bodies, stacking him down, getting the pick, getting the stinger. And here we go. Only one chamber in front of him. He's going to swing out, spots Kostin, and that's the trade, a 1-for-1. Beautiful trade-off, but only 12 HP in a 1v3. It's going to be a little bit of a difficult retake coming out here. Obviously, he does have only a Spectre, a Stinger, and a Sheriff as a potential weapon, but can he actually do it? Obviously, he's going to be sticking with the gun that can one hit, but it's dangerous pushing out of this window unless they all line up, but that's a Stinger, and that's the end of that round. Hopefully, maybe they can try to win it now that they have a bye round coming up.
I want to talk about angles as a result of this previous round. First of all, I want to point out the way that Robbie navigated A long after they pushed up towards the side of the wheelbarrow. They get their pick, realize they're in a dangerous position, run towards the wheelbarrow to cut the line of sight and enable Grizzly to find the frags that he could not. That's the kind of way that you see high-level players take solo fights and preserve their life for longer than they should be able, and that's something you guys are going to want to repeat for yourselves. Another thing being the way that Raph goes into window to try and peek the series of 3 defenders coming together. They're way too close to the door frame, and so they're going to get spotted first. It's just the way the geometry works.
Yeah, I mean, you want to try, and there's another law of angles, and that's trying to keep your back to any wall, make your swings as wide as possible when you're trying to go in. If you do little wide swings from the back line, make yourself harder to hit, it is going to be an advantage to you. And right now, Kostin, he's in a position here where in this off angle, he's able to try to find some damage, but almost gets one tapped, luckily teleports out. But this is a full site taken. Zydro taking out Grizzly, looking for more damage, able to spot out Robbie, and gets another one too for the price of 1. Kostin gets Moshi, and this now is a 3 against 3, and weapons are now in the hands of these defenders. An incredibly good round for them so far, but this is a bonus round that this defensive team wants to try to win. And they might just be able to. They are able to do a lot of damage. The stun's coming out. There's Cosmo, though, and, of course, Happy. But look at the flicks! That's what we're talking about from Kostin! And he's cruising, getting all these picks. A 4K with the Sheriff against full rifles. You gotta ask TS, are you gonna take a timeout now? Because that was ugly.
Look, on top of it all, earning his tour de force off of the defuse, meaning he can toss this Vandal to someone else, he can pop the ultimate if he wanted to, or he can just keep it in his back pocket that when things are starting to look dangerous, whip it right out and get those one-shot kills when they need that kind of firepower. They're going to pick it up, they're going to do exactly as we first predicted, toss the Vandal out, and they're going to build up their economy this way, making sure that they always have extra funding in the bank, and that's going to create a mountain of money that Team Syndicate have to be afraid of. If they're not careful and swing the pendulum in their favor now, they're going to be dealing with a really rough half.
Yeah, a really rough half, and that is a start to a bad one. I mean, the Odin in the hands of the Omen, getting himself that pick early, taking down Breach, big positioning, because that is an initiator that is supposed to get them going, and he's now down. Happy took so much damage as well, joined by his enemy, or joined by his teammate, and now it's just going to be Kostin, who unfortunately is not able to use that Tour de Force really effectively yet. He is able to still have a re-hit. Of course, it is 4 people, 4 bullets. Will the Tour de Force really come up short, or is it going to be winnable? Obviously, defense is in such a great spot. The economy of these attackers, they're forcing up big, and this is the Nightfall falling down onto the side, trying to find anything. But that's Zydro getting 1 shot. He knows, Grizzly knows where 2 are. Nebula gets 1, but Zydro's not done. Gets 3. Oh my god, he's 1 away from an ace right now, and I think he just wants to get it. He might just go, but that's a lineup from Amali pushing him into it. Zydro, he can try to find it, but that smoke, it's about to whittle away, and it's just a 1 versus 2. Kostin's ready for it, and he shuts down the ace and the enemies, but there's no more time, and that's the end of the round.
That's a little bit of a difficult pill to swallow for Crysis. They invested the Nightfall into that retake and just unfortunately couldn't land the shots, especially when their opponents were already half HP, getting minus 80 due to that extra damage, that temporary damage that is caused. And so that's got to be a little bit of a tilter. And now they also found the hidden potential in Cosmo's Brimstone pick. If he's got a Molly lineup on C, he might have one on A, he might have one on B. And so that's something they have to get info on sooner rather than later, because if they can't displace Brimstone on a post plant, they're going to be losing a lot of time on retakes. They're going to be forced to take fights that they don't want to.
Yeah, and you want to try to have control not only of the map, but also of the fights you take. And the fact that you're already taking out so many of these players, that is crucial on the map of Haven. 3 sites, you can't really be risking too much here, but this is where we're seeing a new push up. We got Nebula inside of Garage, but everybody trying to do that C long hit for the attackers right now, pushing right into Kostin. Kostin, of course, was able to get the picks last round, but not enough time to defuse it. Can this time him actually finish off? He is able to spot 1, gets the pick, TP's away, and the spike now down. But here we go, we're seeing this push. Of course, they haven't lost a single person on the defense. It's a 5 against 4 and an incredibly low fade. Nebula, joined by Kostin, they're ready to try to get some picks into Garage. A little bit of a reload, though, gives away the position. Raffi boy, he is incredibly low with only 6 HP. Of course, looking to see if he can find anything. They're just playing bomb, they're just playing time, and we know that TS is great for time. But that's going to be a headshot down. Raffi gets 1, Zydro gets the other, and now the lineup's coming out. This is going to be tough to try to win it, and I love the fact that this Brimstone is here, and Zydro with the Tour de Force. We are seeing the damage dealt. This is TS's best gameplay that we've seen this game so far. With now 6 HP, he finally gets gunned down. Robbie is unfortunately not going to be able to rob the round away. And that is a beautiful round for TS.
Oh, here's a dangerous fight. Cosmo, you're risking it all. Okay, the head dink through the box. Yeah, it's not too bad. Paint shells go out. All right, Robbie doesn't have to worry about money on that piece of utility. Okay, we're good. We move on to round number 6, where the stakes really get a whole lot higher, especially with the showstopper on the hand of Robbie. The retakes have been rough for Crysis. They went from 2 defuses to 2 spike explosions. Something has changed, and it's Team Syndicate getting off the site faster than Crysis can kill them while they're on it. It's Brimstone staying in the back, and Zydro having the rendezvous as a last resort retreat.
You know, you say that, and I completely agree. I would even go a step further and say that what we saw from the chamber last round was too early. Zydro, not Zydro, but of course Kostin, he TPs away so fast every round that it's just hard. But this is just a massacre in mid. Happy's able to get a few picks there, but in a 3 against 3. The real end game to this round has just begun. An eco for these defenders, and Grizzly is gonna get the Marshall headshot down. Kostin in the flank right behind him, looking to find out if he can get 1 or 2. Of course, it's a little bit difficult as he's looking for a gun, and he finds it. This is perfect for him. He knows that there might be 1. He hears the reload and the swing, but Moshi, he's gunning him down, and this is now a Rolling Thunder rolling out, trying to connect some shots, and he's gonna be taking that C site, and I think that we know this from the defense. They are now here for the retake immediately.
He's got to fight somewhere, but now it's individual angles. He just needs to pick one off. He sees the leg of Teets. has the Guardian, has the weapon to do it, has a flash as well. Can just faintly hear the sound of the shrouded step. Grizzly coming through CT as well. Moshi knows the timings, but doesn't know when he can find the next fight. Pulls out the flashpoint just a little bit too late. Teats comes across with the Guardian of their own. And that ult orb plus the round is going to go once again in the favor of Crisis. They have broken the curse.
Yeah, and not only did they break that curse, they're able to defuse the bomb yet again. What I need to see here is maybe, I mean, it's almost impossible to have a round where you don't have a bomb get planted on Haven. There's always an option of a plant, considering how many sites there are, how much default, you can always find yourself at a site to plant. There just isn't enough bodies to cover every part of this map at the same time. But what I will be mentioning real quick is what we saw coming out from these players on the attack is just consistency in their entry. This Neon, Happy, has starting to pick it up. He's 4 and 6 right now, but he was doing a lot worse a while ago. He's actually bringing the game back here, and I need to see a little bit more from this Neon if they want to try to take this game all the way on this side, because as you stated, Haven is an attack-heavy map.
What I'm really having an eye on is what's going on towards A. Robbie finds the pick onto Moshi. It's a strong side of the map. They had Breach posted up in A link. While Raze and Fade are holding over at long, it was an impossible push and proven so. So that's going to be a breach down on the side of Team Syndicate, and they really need to reevaluate their options. Right now, we're seeing them try to go for the rehit, and from what we know, that would be optimal because Breach has already rotated over into Garage. But for them, they still need to try and get a little bit more info, but they're not even worried about that, as we're going to see the overdrive kick in. Neon's about to pop off with some lightning.
Neon might pop off, but drop that spike first. You don't want to lose it behind, but that ultimate scares away this poor Robbie, and he's just going to get gunned down from the sky. And here we go, Happy. Unfortunately, the overdrive was not able to get any picks, but luckily, it is able to get them onto site, get them that Vandal in his hands, and now it is going to be a big push coming out from Crisis. And Crisis, they need this round right here. They're looking to see if they can get any info. No idea about that smoke. Nebula jumping out of the skybox is gonna get shut down, and Teets, he's able to get gunned as well. This is it for them to push in 2 against 3. Teets is getting more, but it's Cosmo, and unfortunately, this little green fairy can't make a wish to clutch.
And that's going to be the Nightfall going unused on this retake, meaning Crisis still has pieces of utility in their belt, in their toolkit, if anything really goes awry. But it's not something that they have to worry about this round, at least, because if you just take a peep at the money under Team Syndicate's belt, well, it looks like the business isn't going so hot because they're forced onto some sheriffs. Sure, Zydro gets the Guardian, but a chamber hitting you on the head during a save round, that's something you already expect anyways because they got the Headhunter in their pocket with 150 credits a bullet. So everything seems pretty standard for Crisis. They're not worried, and they're going to feel very comfortable holding exactly where they are. The strategy of a strong side A initial hold has been working. It's just a matter of whether or not Happy can find their first pick, and it looks like the patience from Nebula won't let that happen.
And that patience is coming out, but the kills are not, with Happy able to stay alive there, just barely. But with a Bucky in hand, because he cannot afford a real gun, he's going to have to anchor this back. Cosmo is going to get one, but immediately traded through the smoke by Grizzly. Nebula through another wall, uses those utilities to get another pick. Teets gets down Happy, but Moshi is ready to rock, ready to roll, keep him off the bomb, but he can't see anymore, and Nebula's just going to hold that W key while Kostin is backing him up. And this is a tough round for these players. I mean, TS is having such a struggle here.
I think it's just comedic how Nebula pops the flashpoint and goes, yeah, they're blind, and just runs out with the Bulldog full spray. He has no concern whether or not they're actually blind, has not a care in the world, knows there's 3 teammates behind them ready for the defuse, and they're just going at it. And that's the level of confidence we don't usually see on the defense, and that kind of is what pressures Syndicate to take this time out now, right? They need to reevaluate what's going on. Their specialty is finding early round fights as a group and coming out on top, but they're really struggling navigating the map and out calling whatever Crisis has to offer. I mean, it's been a constant ring around the rosy where Team Syndicate are caught on both sides, and it's attributed to the fact of A Long being under the complete control of Crisis, as well as the fact as there's no presence being faked out in the mid. There's no real threat happening to Kostin's trademark that makes Crisis feel the need to rotate extra agents and open up other sides of the map.
Yeah, and one thing I also will mention and add on top of that is TS has called this time out because they're running out of time to try to bring this game back. I mean, we saw last map on Ascent, they had a 100% control over not only the map, but also how the opponents play, but you can't have that when people like Nebula are popping flashbangs, not even caring if someone is actually blind, holding W and left click and killing people. You can't play around that. This is not your base level of gameplay. This is something completely different. This is putting your hand into a hat full of names and picking who's gonna get picked. For example, how does Cosmo get taken down by just a nade that early? Moshi gets coasted as well, but that is a 1-for-1 trade, but already right off the bat, there's no controller remaining for TS, and you need to now rely on Happy to make the space. You can't just have it get blocked off by some smokes. It's going to be difficult here. I'm hoping that they are able to try to break through, and I think this is now the try with Zydro getting Grizzly. The door is open, and the picks are flowing. Everybody is ready to go, and now the defense is finally back on their toes.
Here's Raph entering into Garage. Has an idea that they could catch someone off guard. Knows Robbie might be swinging in window, but cannot find the head fast enough. Robbie with a headshot of their own. Happy on top of the default box. Stunned, but no one is following through on the utility, so it goes pretty much ineffective. They get to continue holding the angle. They're reinforced by players over at Long and Moshi on top of the spike themselves. So even though it's a double up coming through out of CT, there is no fear in taking these fights, and Team Syndicate come out on top easily. Zydro finding the final frag, building up towards the tour de force. Moshi with the Rolling Thunder in their back pocket. Nebula matching it, and Robbie still carrying the showstopper. I think it's been about 4 or 5 rounds now, and just feeling no need to really use it. And I think that might have been the opportunity to. Now they might not have as effective of a point to get it out of their pockets.
Yeah, and to be effective here, you also have to look over at Zydro. I mean, he was the first and the last pick of that round. He got the entry frag. He also got them onto site, and then they were able to gun down at the end. Zydro here really just puts this team on his shoulders here. So if you were to be the Team Crisis, you need to find out where's this chamber lurking. Can I get the pick? But his positioning, Zydro, he's able to always be behind somebody, be over the shoulder, the evil genie or angel telling you and your team where to go based off the picks. But right now, we're seeing a big push towards a little bit of a rotation coming around quite slow here, and everybody still has a lot of util. Kostin, though, he's botting up, and he's ready to make a drop onto Raffi, getting that pick early. An amazing opportunity because now they don't have Raffi's info. They don't have that vision that it gives, and this is going to be incredibly hard for them to retake it, but with a Brimstone and a Rolling Thunder, it might just be enough. Kostin, he's safe inside of here unless someone decides that a wall bang is what feels right. But right now, we're seeing TS in the post-plant setup, and we know just how powerful this truly is.
Right now, Team Syndicate really needs to get off the site. Rolling Thunder is also available for Nebula, and so too is the Showstopper, both of which are coming out. And they have gotten off. They have given up the space. There is one held. Robbie spotted him, but it was while they were blind. Teleports right into the crosshairs of that raise. Zydro falls, but Moshi has something to say about this round. Wants to conserve it, but 3 people swinging you, holding you over from your angle at A long. There's not much you can do, and so that's going to be the round falling in the hands of Crisis. Spending 2 ultimates to gain it, but hey, a round is as valuable as what you invest in it, and even more valuable when you realize that's what's going to take you one step closer to the map point. And that's where Crisis is finding their edge, is they are not conservative with their utility usage. They're not afraid to keep these ults cycling out, and Team Syndicate on the flip side is really holding on to what they have, or staggering it in a way, hoping for the perfect, most optimized uses of them, and it's not realistic.
Yeah, not very realistic. One thing that I will mention for these players is it is a tough position, especially Kosin, able to not get that pick. He is going to get spotted, but look at this. This is why I love Neon. He's already in a link, and it's a minute 30 remaining. That's why you got to love this agent, and there's Kosin getting Zydro. But with everything getting pushed back, he's blind. Happy's now trying to make some space, but that's not the right direction, buddy. Oh, you don't know where you're going, and you're going straight to the dark. Moshi, however, able to pick up where his teammates left off, getting 2 picks, but there's Grizzly getting Raffi, and there it is. Moshi now finding himself with an operator and a rolling thunder. He's ready to try to find these picks, but he has no idea where they are. No bullets in his gun, and he just gets lost. He's panicked, and that is the end of the round.
I think Happy is getting lost in the idea of how they can push into A-Link and forgetting about whether or not they should push into A-Link. And I want to kind of draw back on what we've seen, the default of Crisis. It's been Robbie and Grizzly on A, and Nebula on A-Link. It's been like that for almost every single round on defense. Crisis haven't really changed up anything, so to try and push a 3-stacked location is asking for your own demise, and so that ends up what's happening. And losing these early agents is not boding well for Team Syndicate, who's hoping to get rounds on attack. So too is peeking into an operator, but hey, how are you able to expect that when it's the very first round Kosin has had one in their hands?
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely tough for TS here, but with Kosin now getting gunned down, and that is a lot of blinds. Teets is able to get one, but unfortunately, Teets can't milk any more than just that one pick, and now it's just Nebula looking to find any more. He is able to get one in long, but in a 2 or 3 versus 2 retake, TS is already on their toes right now. They've been pushed back up. The Nightfall now falling right onto the breach, and this is where we like to see it, but check your corners. That's why you've changed this into a 1-against-1. But here we go. Blind is now out. Raffi is going to spot it, but while completely blind, he's able to use one. But this looks a little sus here. Are we going to see the headshot? But oh no, he looks away. He knows that he's stunned one, but he walks right into the shot, and the headshot is going to be coming out for these picks. And now it's time to go into the next round.
I heard what you did there. I'm not going to spell it out, but I saw what you did there, EDU. I liked it. That was a good one. It's really difficult in that kind of a situation to rely on your ult the way Grizzly did and then fall short because it just missed the corner that it did not have enough range to clear. And that's the kind of depth of thought that you want to expect out of players, but it's something that only comes with trial and error. You know that's not a mistake they're going to make twice, but because we've already swapped halves, they're not going to have the opportunity to fix it. So for now, they need to prove what they can reveal on the attacking side. Crisis, 4 rounds up. If they win the pistol, it'll be a huge advantage.
Where are you?
And I completely agree. Having that pistol and getting that a little bit of momentum in your favor, get that wheel spinning, get that ball rolling, become that snowball that eventually causes an avalanche of destruction. Hopefully. It's a big ask. We're really gassing them up here. If they happen to lose it, that gets thrown out the window. But let's find out right now with what we're seeing from Crisis. They have, of course, a beautiful first half, able to really just keep the momentum in their favor, diffused it a total of 7 times in one half. That's the kind of gameplay you love to see, but right here, right now, we're seeing a big B push with the Omen in the chamber, trying to get right through it, and look at that, baiting him out, maybe trying to bait for any type of rotate, but TS, they're not cracking at all, and this is now a 2 versus 4 in the push. Little bit of a push coming up. Robbie able to get stunned by so much, and here's the jump, and he gets it. That's what you kind of want to see for the classic. And oh my, you know, my right click doesn't do that, but Robbie sure does. I mean, it's just what you like to see. That's a free gun, by the way. It comes with the game. No DLC, but is that a knife? Tates, no, you can't. You can't go. You can't do that. You can't just walk behind somebody and introduce them to a sharp metal object. That's unfair. But right now, Zydro, he was able to get 2 picks, and now there's 2 more. But he's got a classic versus Robbie and these players. Let's find out if it's ready to go against all of these gamers. And look at that classic actually doing so much damage. And is he actually gonna?
No way.
Okay, this game, I'm done. Ash can take it away. I can't add anything. It's just.
There was so much happening in that round. Teats going for the first knife, finishing it off, and then having the confidence to keep it in their hand to swing for a second is insane on its own. And it is so fitting for Zydro to take that disrespect and clutch up the round, throwing it back into the faces of Crisis, essentially spitting back onto them and saying, try that again. Because they won't. And that has to be a huge demoralizer too, because when you're the player that goes for that knife, as Teats did, you have to take ownership of that round. You were good for 2. If you just pointed the classic at some heads, the round would have been over. But no, you went for the ego play, you went for the disrespect, and so you just have to eat it.
Yeah, but, funny clip.
But funny clip, very true.
But funny clip. You gotta remember but funny clip. But here goes Robbie going in and gunning down one. Cosmo immediately getting the trade onto Teats, and he's ready for more, but that's Robbie with a stinger. And hopefully the enemies aren't allergic to bees, because that stinger's already taken out 2 of them. Let's find out right now if Happy's able to get behind him and do some damage. Obviously, positioning himself here, able to get 1. That is big, but he's good for 2. And there's Moshi getting another, leaving only 1. And it's Grizzly out of bullets, out of time, out of life, and out of this round. The bomb now defused. That is a clean retake every single time.
Can't forget about that fast lane that enables Neon to get past your trademark, even if you had one there. Happy, more than happy to get on the reverse side of Crisis any time of day. Now that the first round has been taken care of, the second round too, both in the same fashion of the defuse. And Crisis, look, you're still broke because you forced up. This was supposed to be the round where you had money. This was supposed to be the round where you bring it all back, but instead you gave the opportunity to Team Syndicate to really turn the tables. And with an operator in the hand of Zydro as they're posted up towards C is scary. While you may not find the contact of it first, may not find the contact of it initially, you will get to that point, and that's what they have to be wary of.
And I completely agree, but you gotta remember, Teats here, he's been using a knife for the entire game. Imagine what happens when he actually gets a real gun. Pretty scary, and that's why Happy taking out Kostin, and there it is. He tries to go for the 180, but unfortunately, Robbie is going to be getting that headshot, leaving Moshi in B all alone. And that is a shot from Teats, and honestly, I love this. Use the Sheriff more, less of the knife. We get that you bought the Reaver, but you don't have to be flexing it on the people's backs. Use that Sheriff, get that damage, get those picks. But Zydro, last man standing with an operator. Is he gonna have to be the last man standing, or with the op, can he even try to clutch? I think not. I mean, there's nothing he can do.
So here's the flip side of buying an operator on your bonus round when the rest of your team don't have rifles, is that if the rest of your team, by some magic, happens to perish, you now have to save the operator, meaning the round is a guaranteed loss. You risk the operator going onto the side of the attackers, which on a map like Haven can still be useful, although not necessarily the meta can find its picks in the favor of the attackers. And you pretty much slow down your own pace, killing any momentum that you may have had. So now for Zydro, sure, they won round 1 and 2, but they're just pretty much hoping and praying in their little corner and spawn that no one is going to push them and kill them, taking the operator for themselves.
Yeah, there's a lot of reasons why you don't buy an op. I was playing comp today, and a guy on my team bought an op second round, and I asked him, what are you doing after he died by getting knifed? And his response was, I'm better than you. So maybe you might be 100% right by everything you said, but I feel like the player there would just say, I'm better than you. But that's a big question there. Obviously, I think that Kostin buying this, or not Kostin, but of course, Zydro buying the op, it opens it now that he has the safe. His team still can do a full buy, and we're seeing a little bit of a full purchase, and actually a bonus push with the Bulldog and the Spectre from Grizzly and Teats. This could be another winnable round for them. Hopefully, though, because TS needs to bring this back 3 more rounds to even tie. And Happy, so much space creating by pushing up here, it's going to be tough to actually take it with a lot of aggression coming out and now having to back it up towards that C site. Zydro watching A, but it's going to be a B hit here. Ashkin, let's see what can happen now moving forward, and B being semi-open.
Well, this was perfect. The early C pressure from the side of Syndicate makes sure that Crisis commit to the B side of the map. It's now the easiest place for the defenders to retake on. That's just known. And so the Nightfall is going to come through and it's going to play with the minds of Crisis. Time is ticking away, but luckily for them, they're not the type to plant the spike too early. So they still have the ability to move around. It's what they try to do, but they lose 2 agents in the meantime.
They do lose a few agents there, but B site and A site relatively still open here. We're seeing a lot of util getting permanently lost from Brimstone, and now his life is also lost as well. That is a gun in the hands of the enemies, but with the Guardian, we're seeing Zydro's op finally come online and getting not only 1, but 2 picks down, taking Grizzly and the Spike. Again, I'm so shocked that they decided to push through the links, which is going to be where the enemies are. I would expect maybe around you guys has a minute remaining before they try to attempt.
Maybe sending someone through main to have a split and clear the side as well. But I see the perspective of trying to gain control of the links because that's the guaranteed rotation point. They know that no one has flanked from behind. They know Syndicate doesn't have access because they shoved him off of C long. And so they want to ensure that walking onto the site is a dangerous endeavor for Syndicate. Crisis wants to find those picks and even up the numbers. Of course, it doesn't go in their favor. Teats isn't able to find the fights, and so that's going to cause a pick in the exact same way that Tour de Force comes out and picks off Grizzly out in the mid. Zydro finding value in his ultimate, and we just have to see whether or not the same can be said for Kostin.
Yeah, I mean, Kostin able to try to pop this ultimate to look for more, but with Grizzly gone, that is the most amount of info that you're really going to get. And when you're having a tour de force, you want to know where the enemies are because you are swinging blind, kind of tunnel vision down through that scope. Hopefully, though, you see exactly as we're saying, he's double scoped in here, pushing and holding W, looking to find if he can find any real picks. Obviously, we still have the operator in the hands of Happy to be utilized because Zydro decided to switch to the tour de force for economy's sake. But this is a tough round to win if you were on Team Crisis. They're in a crisis right now, and they need to try to get some prevention moved up here. Obviously, Robbie making that space. He is going to allow Teats with the Sheriff to just pop off. Teats, this is what I love to see from you, but it's also the last thing we're going to see from you that round with Zydro and the Tour de Force able to get the pick, heading into heaven, and now it's going to be a 4 against 3 retake unless Zydro can get one more pick to maybe whittle down these numbers.
Spike planted.
The presence of the Tour de Force up in heaven is known, so Crisis is going to be very careful about that line of sight, and you see that reflected in the way Kostin is positioned to watch CT, but cannot be spotted out of heaven. They're just going to be holding tight, waiting for anyone to push them. They know inevitably someone has to. There it is. Cosmo is the one who perishes, but Happy is already in, speeding away with the overdrive. Nebula catches them in the head with a free-flying bullet, and it's Moshi who needs to finish off this retake. 1 versus 2, both at half health. Robbie into the grave, has the classic, but time is ticking away, and Nebula is just playing around the rosy. There's no way to win this. And Moshi's just being led around by the nose. Into the knife, though. And that's going to be revenge from Teats' knife from earlier.
I mean, I don't know how to feel about that. Obviously, he played the time beautifully. He did get knifed in the end there by the enemy breach. Can you consider that a breach diff? No, you could consider that 2 clowns in a circus making sure that they play some tag and you were it. But what a round for these gamers. Obviously, that is double digits given to Crisis there. They definitely needed that round because their economy now in a beautiful spot. The enemies looking a little bit shady. They lost not only the op, but they also lost the overdrive. They lost the tour de force. They have lost so much util and credits. This round is going to be a lot harder to really hit here.
Cosmo smokes the mid window, denies Grizzly the reveal out in mid. The Prowler's also down. So Team Syndicate should know Crisis has a significant amount of their information util gone. I'd say, in fact, really all of it, because Breach isn't going to provide anything on himself. He's just there to flash and dash. So that's going to be 30 seconds of peace for the defenders that they can anticipate. And now for the side of Crisis, they need to figure out, well, okay, what are we going to do? Because they're doing a whole lot of nothing. They don't have control of short. They don't have control of long. They don't have control of garage. And C hasn't even been peaked yet. So they're stuck in mid. And with only 50 seconds left on the clock, they're probably going to be forced on a burst execute. The issue with that is
Caution here.
it can be very easily anticipated by Team Syndicate and retaken because you got both the Orbital Strike and the Rolling Thunder for them in the inventory.
Yeah, that is a lot of util to pull out, but the showstopper already right away. We're seeing him push in, and that's a whiff of a half. I mean, if you're gonna have to pull a book out of Sub Rosa, that's the page that you want to turn to. What a pick from these gamers. It's now 2 for the price of 2, but the immediate ultimates to try to push him back actually don't connect to anybody, but the bullets sure do. Coastin able to get one, 12 seconds remaining. Teets, while completely blinded and stunned, gets another, but how are you gonna dump so much utility onto these attackers and not hit anything and only die? That is a mystery to me. I wish we could run that round back.
That's the kind of play where you're punished for bottlenecking yourselves. Sure, they popped ults.
Thanks.
Sure, they had a little bit of mental pressure against Crisis, but Crisis remains unafraid. I think even Teets was surprised that they escaped unconcussed from the Rolling Thunder, and they immediately acted upon it, trying to reinforce whatever they could going for the fights. And so that's kind of on the blame, on the onus is on Team Syndicate for not getting map control earlier. When silence occurs for so long on a map like Haven, at least try poking your head out somewhere so you can attempt getting behind the enemy. Not like that, though.
Yeah, don't do that. Throw that playbook out the window, burn it, just shred it, put it somewhere else, because that's not going to work. You're the initiator that's now down. Moshi, the second and top frag, dead right off the bat. And honestly, we're seeing TS, they are happy about this positioning on Zydro, though. And hopefully, though, I don't know, do you think Crisis is going to shut him down? But look at this. Look at what's happening here. He's just anchoring it back. He's waiting. And that's going to be 3 whiffs. Oh! I mean, he tried. He put in the effort. He just needs to try to put in the hours into aim labs a little bit.
Yeah, he did put in the work. He did put in the hours, but he did not take what was ours. So it's really unfortunate there. And Happy is now kind of left alone. I mean, sure, they have a buddy in Cosmo, but they're going to be taking their time over on the flank. They've already been spotted. Grizzly is around the corner. Here's all the jumping. Don't take your knife out. That was almost very bad timing. Oh no.
It's okay. He's got Coastin with him. If he fails, Coastin will pick it up. And speaking of things getting picked up, we're seeing Happy getting picked off. I mean, it was a very ballsy play. A shorty, the only weapon he had to make something work, and unfortunately it didn't. But this is going to be, what, the third time out this best of one. You saw both from one side, and now we're seeing the third coming out from TS. My question to you, Ashkan, is TS, they have given match point to the attackers. What do you think is the biggest change? I personally think that they need to stop being so aggressive.
I think their aggression needs to be coordinated. We saw Moshi push up C long, and I was talking about how I wanted to see them get more map control, but that's not something you can do alone. It's not something you can do without information. Fade and her utility has to be behind every aggressive push that a defender makes. Information has to be behind all of those decisions. So when Moshi pushes up alone and gets caught in an off angle, you can really only say that it was prophesized. If they choose to do so, that change needs to be made. But I definitely agree with you. If they're not going to make that change, they need to shut it off. They need to respect the pushes, and they just need to double up on the angles that they're holding as well. I feel as if, for example, on A, they're holding A long and A short, but they're not necessarily staying tight together.
Yeah, and you know, I agree. This is a team game. You have to play as a team. You can't be the solo fragger, the lone star in this game with the sheriff, because, you know, yes, you can be the cool guy with the poncho in the middle of the desert with the sheriff out, but you're probably just going to get gunned down by a tank. That's how this game works. You need to be able to work as a team, and now we're seeing that happen for Crisis. That is 5 people in one spot near grass looking to try to be together here and trying their best against TS. They only need 1, so they can just push as a unit against 1 or 2 players. Right now, Rafa Bunny or Rafabui, the only man standing, having to now anchor it back against all of this util. We're seeing a big push up, and that is going to be a blind, but oh, the util dumps down on a cause, and there it is. Robbie now gets gunned down, but Kostin immediately with the trade spots himself another, but Cosmo, he's picking not only him, but the spike down. Flashbang from Nebula. These are some blind players, and that is Happy now dashing in. Grizzly, though, getting one before getting traded. The spike in this corner has made Cosmo just farming some picks. Zydro with the op gets another, and now we're seeing how it's done. But Teets on the flank, that's going to be what you need. Please don't pull your knife out. Just get yourself two. Let's find out.
Teets, hello?
Teets, my man, you're
I
milking
lagged.
it, Teets.
He lagged.
You're milking it.
I lagged something. Connection error. I don't know. That is the kind
Brain
of
lag.
scenario where trigger discipline will only take you so far. You're getting greedy. Yes. Hold the left click until you get the sight of everyone. But in a 3 versus 1 situation, 2 is a best case scenario. You're trying to line up 3.
And if I add, they knew where the op was. They knew it was Link. He knows that there's no chance that chamber's gonna swing out on him. He just needs to just get that pick. That's all he had to do, and he just didn't.
Discipline
Teets,
bites back. It has hands.
I mean, listen. If you want to go for the clip this. We're gonna roast this man, okay? Because there is something going wrong. This is a what not to do, but here's the nightfall and here's the push. This is what you have to do, and I think Crisis is now ready to try to bring it back. Teets, yes, going for all the funny plays, but that is gonna be a big pick today. Robbie able to get Moshi down, and this is the plan. This is what Crisis needs. They've already gotten one. Of course, the Fade ultimate has been popped, has been hit, but it's faded away, and now it's just gonna be one person inside of Heaven. It's Happy looking for more, but Teets, look at this positioning, looking for more people, but Nebula gets one. Robbie in hell gets gunned down by Zytro. Rafibui's there, but Zytro is the last man standing, and the end of the game has hit hard all the way down. Let's say GG to everybody who performed.
It was an amazing set of games that we got to work on today, EDU. Team Syndicate had an awesome showing previously on Ascent, and they were doing a great job here on Haven. Let's not discount them, but Crisis coming in so clutch, and not only coming in with amazing plays, but amazing showmanship through Teets. I mean, I'm reminded of the early ego plays made by Tens when he was first signed to Sentinels, with the way that he was just knifing people, finding fancy TPs. It was a combination of Tens and Flexinja with all of this aggression and fancy footwork.
Yeah, and I don't think I've had a game with this many knife kills by players at this level since I casted Sub Rosa shanking 2 people in back-to-back games. That was a funny moment, but one thing I'll say is, Teets, you guys might have won the game, but you definitely won the audience's heart there. Obviously, we did see the Team TS, Team Syndicate, really come together there. I just wish that they brought the same energy that they had on Ascent. If they kept that exact same play style, moved it into Haven, that would have been their game, because with how much the game was kind of nearly sold by some showmanship plays and really just gassing themselves up for the clip montage, they could have won it if they just had that same momentum. But what a game indeed. Obviously, it was great to cast with you again here. Ashcon, first time me and you casting together here. Obviously, we do have day 2 tomorrow. You're not going to be there. I think I'm going to be with Mickey, but you were a great co-caster to be with. I love your analytical plays. I also want to thank the Observer Hydra, but Ashkin, before we go, let me ask, where could people find you if you got any place that you want them to find you?
Absolutely, ladies and gentlemen, if you want to keep up with what I'm doing, I'm at twitter.com/ashkons_voice. That's ASHKONS_voice.
Awesome. And of course, you guys can find me at Edukatinator. That's going to be probably typed in chat because I know it's a mouthful. Or you guys can find me on Twitch and TikTok. I'm usually in the chat section here, just at Educasts. But it's been a great game. Before we go, we're going to say one final note. I need everyone who's currently hearing me speak to open up a new tab. Don't close this one, and head on over to igleague.com and check out the new upcoming inaugural division divisions, and that is going to be $2,250 spread amongst some teams over in that division. It's going to be an 8-week long period with some high class quality gamers. So if you want to try to join in and get a shot at that money and get a shot to have me and Ashcon actually cast you, make sure to check it out over at igleague.com. If you have any questions about how IG League does their stuff, you can feel free to join the Discord and ask some of the staff. But my name's EduCast. Ashcon is a great caster. Hydra is an average observer, and you guys have been awesome to watch us today. Hopefully, we'll see you again tomorrow.
You are my ecstasy when you are next to me, flooding my dopamine. Stay here right next to me. Oh, you make me feel like I can touch the sky. You make me feel